Auntie, do you want everyone to know about your ugly deeds? Feng Liu found himself transmigrated into a tragic villain in a modern urban novel. His mother had died early, his father perished in a woman's bed, and now the family conglomerate was about to fall into the hands of his aunt Ling Qingxiao. According to the original plot, Ling Qingxiao would go on to groom her biological son, Zhang Lingyi, into the true protagonist, even adopting 7 goddaughters to protect and support him. As for Feng Liu, he was nothing but a stepping stone for Zhang Lingyi, destined for a miserable end. No way. Absolutely not. Feng Liu decided to rewrite his fate. His first goal, isolate Zhang Lingyi completely. So, he set his sights on Ling Qingxiao and the 7 god sisters. Sisters, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your precious little brother, would you? Chapter 1, the destined villain. Dad, rest in peace. I'll take care of Aunt Qingxiao for you. Imperial City. Langshan Cemetery, Eastern Suburbs. A crowd dressed in black suits stood solemnly. Leading them was a handsome young man. Beside him, a stunning woman was crying her heart out. Brother-in-law. How could you just leave like this? I haven't even gotten familiar with the company yet. I still needed your guidance. The woman had an insanely hot body curves in all the right places, especially that, very persuasive pair up front. She looked like she was in her early 30s, oozing with charm and seduction. The man sighed and took exactly 3 minutes and 61 seconds to accept the reality. So this is my so-called aunt, Ling Qingxiao. Damn, what a femme fatale. No wonder all the family assets are about to end up in her pocket. That's right, he had transmigrated. And not just into any random book, but the super cringe urban novel he had just finished reading before bed last night. After returning to China, my 7 gorgeous sisters helped me dominate the world. But wasn't he the blessed protagonist, Zhang Lingyi, the guy who was surrounded by beauties, kissed by luck, and destined to reach the pinnacle of life? Nope, he was the cursed stepping stone, the miserable villain of the story, Feng Liu. Feng Liu, son of Feng Zhongguo, the chairman of Feng Group and the official heir to the company. His biological mom died early, and his father, being a certified siscon, brought his sister Ling Qingxiao into the company, handing her a top position. Later, as Feng Zhongguo's health declined, Ling Qingxiao gained more and more control, eventually becoming acting chairwoman. She brought her son Zhang Lingyi into the company and began grooming him to take over. Meanwhile, Feng Liu, though talented in business, spent his days partying. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Desperate to fight back, he resorted to dirty tricks and ended up as the story's classic villain. In the end, he never got his act together and became cannon fodder for Zhang Lingyi, locked up for life after his crimes came to light. Today was the funeral of his cheap dad, Feng Zhongguo. Cause of death: overexertion in bed with a woman. Literally died happy. According to the book's plot, Ling Qingxiao would soon take full control of Feng Group, and when Zhang Lingyi returned from abroad, she'd pass it all to him. What no one else knew was that Ling Qingxiao had secretly adopted 7 orphan girls. Now, they were all grown-up absolute stunners and successful in their respective fields. With these 7 sisters and his powerful mother backing him, Zhang Lingyi soared to greatness. Feng Liu? He blackened, turned full villain, and ended up rotting in prison. What a glorious chosen one backstory. Seriously, did the author tattoo that on his forehead with his eyes closed? Having pieced together the full story, Feng Liu clenched his fists. The original me totally deserved that ending. If he had just taken control of the company now, how could that mother-son duo have run wild? But now that he was here and knew the plot, everything could be rewritten. Oh, my foolish little cousin. Just wait for Big Bro to rewrite fate. As Feng Liu was getting hyped up in his own head, a commotion broke out at the funeral. A nation can't go a day without a ruler. A company can't go a day without a leader. With the chairman's sudden death, and so many business affairs pending, we need to elect a new chairman ASAP. Feng Liu looked up and saw a group of middle-aged men behind Ling Qingxiao. These were the major shareholders and senior execs of Feng Group. In the book, this was when Ling Qingxiao officially took over the company, one of the pivotal turning points that led to Feng Liu's downfall. The execs were split into 2 camps. The young master is the chairman's only son. He should be the one to take over. No way. He is too laid back. He even said himself he doesn't care about managing the company. I say Director Ling should take over. She's the chairman's kind-hearted sister-in-law, a graduate from a prestigious university, capable and experienced. The past few months under her management have been smooth sailing. Those words shook even Feng Liu's supposed supporters. Yeah, the young master isn't he reliable? Didn't he that influencer claim he's got kidney issues? Feng Liu's eye twitched. Seriously? I'm right here and they're roasting me to my face. Clearly, this original Feng Liu had a reputation so bad no one even took him seriously. Ling Qingxiao smiled subtly, her seductive face calm and composed. Exactly the reaction she was waiting for. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, she glanced sideways at Feng Liu with a soft smirk. Feng Liu, you've always been carefree. I won't force you, dear. She let out a gentle sigh after speaking. To Ling Qingxiao, Feng Liu was your typical spoiled rich second gen. She and her son Zhang Lingyi. They were self-made, fighters from the bottom who earned every bit of success through hard work and grit. Now that Feng Zhongguo was dead, the chairwoman's seat naturally belonged to her. If everyone insists, and since the company does need leadership, then I, Qingxiao. She started speaking between sobs. Feng Liu, meanwhile, smiled to himself. This scheming woman wants to fly like a rooster. Not on my watch. Auntie, the chairman's seat of course, that belongs to me. Ling Qingxiao's expression soured instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you not hear me clearly? I said, in both emotion and reason, I should be chairman. The Feng family isn't dead yet. How can Feng Group fall into the hands of outsiders? Everyone fell into stunned silence. I object. A fat shareholder pointed a finger at him angrily. You've got no ability to lead this group. Aside from your bloodline, what else do you even have? I support Director Ling. Before he could finish. Bang! Feng Liu kicked him clean off the ground like a cannonball, sending him sprawling on the floor, coughing up blood. You object? Object to what, huh? What gives you the right to object? Feng Liu now radiated a terrifying aura, dominant and powerful, far more imposing than his father ever was. Seeing everyone's stunned faces, Feng Liu smiled inwardly. Yep, this is how a proper villain acts. I'm going to crush Zhang Lingyi and protect everything that's mine. You just assaulted someone. You brute. This is thuggish behavior. How could someone like you run Feng Group? Enough. Feng Liu's voice rang out low but powerful, silencing everyone. The first guy to object, Wangang. Feng Liu remembered him well from the book. He had committed all kinds of dirty deeds, and Feng Zhongguo knew but tolerated him because he was an old-timer. But now that his secrets might be exposed, he was clearly betting on Ling Qingxiao to protect him. Feng Liu grabbed his collar and leaned in, voice cold. You call me a thug? You forget what you've done. Let me jog your memory. 2 years ago you faked invoices and embezzled over 5 million. 5 years ago you took massive kickbacks from the Phase 2 project. Over 20 million, right? 8 years ago you used insider info to help your relatives cash out over 50 million after our IPO. Ring any bells? One line after another. Everyone stood frozen. No one dared speak now. How does he even know all this? He was never even in the company. No one needed to verify it. Wangang's terrified, sweaty face said it all. Feng Liu stepped forward, pressing a foot on his face. Still think I'm unfit to be chairman? Wangang trembled violently. He was so scared he peed himself. He knew those crimes would put him away for life. Slapping himself in the face, he begged, Young master, I was wrong. I really was. I'll return every cent. Just please don't report me. Ling Qingxiao tried to jump in and play the peacemaker. Feng Liu, Director Wang is a veteran. But Feng Liu cut her off with another kick to Wangang. I asked, am I fit to be chairman or not? Wangang didn't dare resist. Why you are? You're the chairman's only son, of course you should be chairman. Feng Liu casually shoved his hands in his pockets and stared down the crowd. What about the rest of you? No one dared speak up. Seeing that, Feng Liu smiled. Then I'll thank all you elders in advance. Just support me like you supported my father. Of course, unlike Wangang, I won't have to deal with you like that. His last line sounded more like a warning. But that was exactly the effect he wanted, shock and awe from the very beginning. Villains die from talking too much. Hesitation is fatal. He wasn't about to make those rookie mistakes. Then he turned and gave Ling Qingxiao a sly, wicked grin. So, Auntie, what were you just saying? Chapter 2, Start with the Seven Sisters. Ling Qingxiao's face was pale, her heart overwhelmed with shock. Has Feng Liu been possessed or something? Why does he seem like a completely different person today? Her mouth opened, but for a moment, no words came out. Before this, her life's greatest ambition had been to seize the chairman position of the Feng Corporation by any means necessary. Then, once her son returned to the country, she'd let him take over everything. And with the support of the 7 goddaughters, her son would rise to even greater heights. But now it seemed she couldn't outplay Feng Liu. Feng Liu pretended to be concerned as he asked, Auntie, you don't look so well. Are you feeling unwell? Hearing his voice, Ling Qingxiao looked up stiffly. Feng Liu had a smile on his lips, but his gaze was cold and venomous, like a viper hidden in the shadows ready to strike. That eerie look made her believe he really is capable of doing something that crazy. Auntie, what's wrong? Should I have Lingyi come back and visit you? My dear cousin should be back in the country soon, right? He said it casually, but to Ling Qingxiao, it was a veiled threat. She instantly felt like she had fallen into an ice cave and stumbled back a few steps. Feng Liu quickly reached out and caught her slim waist, feeling the softness and her sweet fragrance. Auntie, careful. If you're tired, go rest. I'll take care of everything here. Then he gave her perky but a firm smack, not giving her a chance to protest. Now, I'm announcing my first decision as the new chairman. Those who supported me earlier can stay. Anyone who opposed me, pack your things and get lost. The executives instantly panicked. You? What did you say? We're founding members of the company. How are others supposed to respect you if you treat us like this? Sure, we haven't been on the front lines lately, but we still been freeloading, huh? Feng Liu shrugged indifferently. Sorry, moral guilt tripping doesn't work on me. I don't have morals. My patience is limited. If you want to leave on your own security. As soon as the corporate bodyguards confirmed Feng Liu was now the chairman, they immediately surrounded the dissenters. The veteran shareholders were terrified and left with their tails between their legs. The remaining employees exchanged glances, immediately understanding the new order, and began sucking up to Feng Liu. So decisive, young master. Well done. President Wang and his cronies never worked and still collected salaries. I've wanted to report them for ages, but I never imagined you'd already seen through them. Har har, I've always believed in the young master. You really are made for leadership. Young master? He is the chairman now. Long live the chairman. And so, with everyone harboring their own ulterior motives, Feng Zhongguo's funeral was conducted peacefully. After seeing off the guests, Feng Liu stopped Ling Qingxiao from leaving. Auntie. Ling Qingxiao was filled with rage. She'd just lost the chairman position she fought so hard for, but now, she feared Feng Liu. She took a deep breath, composed her expression, and turned to face him. What is it? Feng Liu calmly said, nothing major. I just want you to set up a dinner with Hanyu tonight. I want to discuss a collaboration. Hanyu, third among the 7 orphan girls Ling Qingxiao had adopted, was also Zhang Lingyi's third sister. She'd won every Best Actress award in the industry and was now the CEO of Wuyo Media. Wuyo Media was a massive entertainment company that had launched countless internet celebrities and top-tier stars. In the entertainment industry, no one could rival it. This was part of Feng Liu's master plan to defy fate. These 7 sisters were prodigies in their respective fields and greatly benefited Zhang Lingyi. But if Feng Liu could win them over, they could become his most powerful allies instead. Steal the heroine, kill the protagonist, that's what a real villain should do. When she heard the name Hanyu, Ling Qingxiao's brows furrowed. She instantly grew wary. I don't know any Hanyu. Feng Liu chuckled coldly, stepping closer and staring her down. Really? But I heard you adopted Hanyu from an orphanage. What did she call you again? Oh right, godmother, wasn't he it? Ling Qingxiao's pupils contracted. She stared at him in disbelief. How does he know that? Seeing through her shock, Feng Liu continued, I also know that despite years in the industry, Hanyu has kept a spotless record, not even filmed an intimate scene yet, still became a Best Actress and started her own company. All because Auntie kept feeding her resources from the Feng Corporation. Now that she has made it, shouldn't she thank me, the new chairman? Ling Qingxiao's face turned ashen, as if nailed to the floor. She was shaken. This was a secret only known to her, her son, and the 7 goddaughters. No one else had a clue. How on earth did Feng Liu find out? Her shock turned into realization she had completely underestimated Feng Liu before. Or maybe he was playing the fool all along. This guy had terrifying intel. If he revealed Han Yu's orphan background, it would be a PR nightmare for her career. You wouldn't want me to expose her identity, would you, Auntie? You? Fine, I'll set up the dinner, but because of Han Yu's unique status, you'll have to eat at home. That's fine. I want to talk business. Feng Liu clapped his hands and laughed. Then I'll be waiting at the Feng family villa for the film queen to grace me with her presence. Oh, and about my cousin, he should be returning from his business trip. When he does, send him to see me. I've got things for him to do. Zhang Lingyi, the original protagonist of the novel, had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Feng Liu strode away confidently. Ling Qingxiao stood rooted in place, staring hatefully at his back, her nails digging into her palms so deeply that she started to bleed without even realizing it. Suddenly, her phone rang. She snapped out of it, looked at the caller ID, and quickly picked up. Xiao Yi? Zhang Lingyi's voice came through the receiver. Mom, I just got back to the country. I saw there has been a personnel change at the company. Why is cousin now the chairman? He never cared about the company before. We worked so hard for this, how could the company fall back into their hands? I'm not okay with this. Ling Qingxiao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. He is the only son. He inherited Feng Zhongguo's shares. If he wants to be chairman, the shareholders can't object. But Mom, we put in so much effort. I'm the vice president, for crying out loud. Ling Qingxiao tried to calm him. You need to stay composed. If you want to achieve great things, you have to play the long game. He is just temporarily in charge. Once he makes a mistake, we can kick him out. Feng Liu had become far too strange and unpredictable. She couldn't be sure whether he'd hurt her son. He even asked for Zhang Lingyi to meet him as soon as he returned. No matter what, she needed to observe tonight's dinner between Feng Liu and Han Yu first. For now, stay at the company. Don't go back to the Feng villa. Mom, now that he is chairman, does that mean we can't even live at the villa anymore? Zhang Lingyi was clearly upset. I finally came back home, and now I'm not allowed to go home. What the hell is going on? Ling Qingxiao cut him off sharply. Enough. Just do as I say. Without waiting for a reply, she hung up. Imperial City. In a high-end private restaurant known for its privacy. Zhang Lingyi put down his phone, his brows furrowed tightly. As the story's protagonist, he was naturally tall and handsome. But unlike Feng Liu's cold, commanding aura, Zhang Lingyi exuded warmth, always smiling gently. His soft, peach blossom eyes shimmered like a galaxy, drawing others in effortlessly. Sitting across from him was a young woman with flowing chestnut waves and an ethereal beauty. Han Yu, Weiyu Media's CEO and current A-list film queen. Han Yu set down her knife and fork and looked at him with concern. What did godmother say? Zhang Lingyi complained, Mama's acting really weird today. She just gave up the chairman position like it was nothing. And she won't let me go home either. Just as he finished, Han Yu's phone buzzed. She read the message, her expression darkening. She even asked me to have dinner with Feng Liu tonight. What? Zhang Lingyi's eyes widened. Is he threatening her with something now that he is chairman? Han Yu scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Feng Liu doesn't have that kind of power. Your fifth sister already dug up everything about him. He squandered his money on random internet celebs and was completely drained. Deep down, he is just a weakling. Don't worry. I'll meet him tonight and put him in his place for you and godmother. Zhang Lingyi grinned gratefully. You're the best, third sis. Someone started playing piano in the restaurant. Third sis, let me sing a song just for you. Inspired, Zhang Lingyi got up and began to perform, full of flair. His soft, flirtatious voice floated through the restaurant. Han Yu watched him, her eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 3, Kind Aunt. Feng Family Villa. Ling Qingxiao returned home. Force yourself to cheer up. She first went back to her room to take a shower and prepare to entertain Han Yu at home tonight. Aunt, are you there? Feng Liu walked in with his hands in his pockets. He had something more important to get. As a result, as soon as I entered the room, I saw the seductive scene of a beautiful woman coming out of the bath. The translucent silk bathrobe was not tied tightly, and along the fair and slender neck, one could see Ling Qingxiao's looming firmness and deep ravines. R. Ling Qingxiao looked a little panicked and covered his body with his hands cautiously. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Feng Liu chuckled, approached Ling Qingxiao, and stopped one step away from her. He looked her up and down unabashedly, his voice full of praise. Aunt, you are really a beauty. No wonder your husband died suddenly because of you 2 years after marriage. Now I understand. What nonsense are you talking about? I am your elder. Ling Qingxiao glared at him angrily. We are not related by blood, Auntie. You must be lonely after being a widow for so many years, right? Feng Liu suddenly moved closer and pressed Ling Qingxiao tightly against the dressing table behind him. The fragrance after bathing filled his nose. Feng Liu stuck to Ling Qingxiao, buried his head in her neck, sniffed deeply a few times, then blew a hot breath into Ling Qingxiao's ear and flirted with her in an ambiguous voice. Auntie, you smell so good. As he said that, he stretched out his big hands and started groping Ling Qingxiao. Aunt, you've lived in my house for so many years, you have to pay some rent, right? Feng Liu's hot skin shone through the silk bathrobe, causing Ling Qingxiao to tremble all over. She was shocked and angry, but because of her inner fear of Feng Liu, she did not dare to resist. She could only twist her body left and right, trying to dodge. No, don't stop. While struggling, Ling Qingxiao felt a chill on his chest and his bathrobe was taken off. She closed her eyes in despair, knowing that she would not be able to escape today and would fall to this playboy. But at this moment, she felt the weight on her body suddenly rise up. Then, there was the sound of a door closing with a bang. Ling Qingxiao was stunned for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. She saw that there was no one in front of her, and Feng Liu was no longer there, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Ling Qingxiao turned pale with fright. She bit her lower lip tightly and picked up the bathrobe scattered on the ground tremblingly, still in shock. Keep your distance from him from now on. He's a lunatic. Outside the door, Feng Liu looked down at the palm of his open right hand. On the palm of his hand, there lay quietly an ivory white jade pendant with a flying dragon hovering on it. Finally got it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In the original book, there is a very important prop. It is not an ordinary item, but an ancient pendant of destiny left by the ancestors of the Feng family. Originally, no one knew its effect. Later, when Zhang Lingyi accidentally dropped blood into the jade pendant, he discovered that it contained an ancestral magical skill, the Pure Yarn Supreme Skill. The Supreme Pure Yarn Kung Fu can not only enhance male masculinity, but also make one invulnerable to swords and guns if practiced to a small degree, and can grant immortality if practiced to a great degree. In the later period, Zhang Lingyi relied on this prop to pick up girls and show off. However, as the jade pendant was passed down, gradually no one knew the mystery inside it and it was just treated as an ordinary jewel. Seeing that Ling Qingxiao liked it, the damn mother actually gave it to her. Later, the jade pendant was kept by Ling Qingxiao in a jewelry box on the dressing table. So Feng Liu just now, on the surface, pushed Ling Qingxiao on the dressing table and touched her randomly, but in fact he wanted to get the ancient Tianming pendant in the jewelry box. Although I know the plot, I still need to become stronger. Combat power is the most important thing. As he whispered, Feng Liu's eyes became firm. He tightly grasped the jade pendant and strode back to his room. Lock the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed, bit the tip of his index finger, and dripped blood onto the long and jade pendant. Whoever sheds blood first, will recognize the master first. Tick-tock. The drop of blood was quickly absorbed by the jade pendant. A dazzling light flashed on the jade pendant, and the entire jade pendant was covered with crimson veins as if blood vessels had grown out of it. After hundreds of years of being covered in dust, it finally gained new life. As expected of you, it's the godly Gu Pei, it's so beautiful. Feng Liu looked at the veins above and couldn't help but sigh. This should be the chi circulation diagram of the Pure Yarn Supreme Art. There is no time to lose. Feng Liu immediately placed the ancient pendant on his chest, closed his eyes lightly, clasped his hands together, held his breath and concentrated. According to the original records, the Tianming ancient pendant did not require him to have any martial arts foundation, and could help people practice martial arts on their own. Soon, Feng Liu entered a mysterious state of cultivation. Outside Villa, a Porsche Panamera was driving towards the villa. After a while, the car arrived at the door. Han Yu opened the door and got out. She changed into formal attire specifically for tonight's dinner, with her long hair tied up high with a hairpin. With fiery red lips, she is sexy and flamboyant, and she is wearing a backless slim black dress that outlines her perfect body curves. The key point is that she is wearing a whole set of dazzling jewelry, which is a private high-end custom made by a foreign big-name designer and is worth more than tens of millions. She came here today to bring honor to Ling Qingxiao and suppress Feng Liu, so first of all, she had to show off her momentum. Xiao Yu. A young female voice was heard from inside the car. Hearing this, Han Yu turned her head and looked at the woman in the driver's seat. The woman wore a black jumpsuit inside and a white windbreaker outside. She had fair skin, beautiful facial features, and a clean and neat temperament. When she was silent, she exuded a cold temperament that kept strangers away from her, and was full of the powerful aura of a strong woman in the workplace. Her name is Jiyu Nanyuan, Zhang Lingyi's second sister and the head of the Diqing Chamber of Commerce. She is a true female business elite, and her companies are involved in real estate and medicine. At this moment, she lost her indifference and stared at Feng family villa with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. I want to meet my godmother, too. After saying that, she lowered her eyes, her expression becoming lonely again. But, godmother only called you, and didn't ask me to come in. Han Yu sighed. She could understand Jiyu Nanyuan's thoughts very well. They were all secretly adopted by Ling Qingxiao. Now that they are all successful and famous, their identities are sensitive and they cannot reveal their backgrounds, otherwise it may cause public opinion disputes at any time. Second sister, it's okay. Now that I'm back, we will definitely have many opportunities to see our godmother in the future. Well, I promise you, after I'm done with this, I'll go to the gym with you to relax, and you can bring me along, too. Good. When mentioning Zhang Lingyi, Jiyu Nanyuan finally revealed a faint smile. Then I'll pick up my little brother later, and then we'll come back together to wait for you. In the room, Feng Liu, who was soaked all over, suddenly opened his eyes. After just a moment of silence, he shouted in ecstasy. Cool. He could clearly feel that his body was now extremely light, his six senses had become extremely sharp, and his whole body was filled with endless strength. Without even bothering to put on his shoes, Feng Liu jumped off the bed and picked up a high-hardness petrified figurine from the table. Just give it a gentle pinch. With a bang sound, the figurine instantly broke into pieces and shattered into powder. Chapter 4, Queen of Films, Han Yu. Oh my god. That's awesome. Feng Liu's face was full of surprise. This force is at least 10 times greater than before, and the physical strength is 5 times greater than before. But this is only the first level of the pure yarn supreme art. This Tianming Gupe is so awesome. No wonder my stupid cousin reached the top of the world thanks to him. Thinking of this, Feng Liu couldn't help but feel extremely excited, his heart was pounding, and his excitement couldn't calm down for a long time. Because now, the opportunity to reach the top of the world is in his hands. At this time, he heard a burst of women whispering downstairs. It seems that the movie queen Han Yu has come to visit. Feng Liu changed his wet clothes, put on a clean new shirt, opened the door and went downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Han Yu was huddled together with Ling Qingxiao, whispering to each other. Godmother, why did you give up the position of chairman to that Feng Liu? And how did he know about our relationship and ask you to treat me to dinner? Han Yu frowned, very puzzled. Thinking of Feng Liu, Ling Qingxiao couldn't help but tremble all over. Thinking of how Feng Liu had just flirted with her, her face showed bitterness. Alas, I have my own difficulties. What's the problem? Did he bully you? Han Yu raised her eyebrows angrily. Ling Qingxiao shook his head, don't ask any more. Anyway, everything I do is for the good of you 8 children. Just remember this. It must be that playboy who bullied you. That stinky man. Seeing Ling Qingxiao like this, Han Yu became more certain of her guess, and she clenched her fists in hatred. Godmother, don't be afraid, I will definitely avenge you. Feng Liu's magnetic voice suddenly sounded with a hint of teasing. Hey! Shadow Queen is here. Ling Qingxiao hurriedly distanced himself from Han Yu, looked up, forced a smile, and introduced Feng Liu to Han Yu. This is the current chairman Feng, come and say hello. Seeing her godmother trying so hard to please Feng Liu, Han Yu became furious. He doesn't deserve it. Han Yu snorted disdainfully and raised his head. The moment she saw who was coming, Han Yu, who had seen many handsome men in the entertainment industry, was also stunned. The man walking towards her had broad shoulders and a slender inverted triangle waist outlined by a white shirt. His face was as clear as if it was carved by a master, and he had a pair of wicked phoenix eyes and was cold and arrogant. Why is it different from the image of Feng Liu, whose body was hollowed out in the intelligence provided by her fifth sister? But it was only a moment before Han Yu came back to her senses. She cursed in her heart, beast in human clothing. Then he glared at Feng Liu with hatred. Seeing this, Ling Qingxiao groaned inwardly, fearing that Han Yu would anger Feng Liu. She quickly reached out and pulled Han Yu's hand, greeting the two of them. Eat, eat. It won't taste good if it's cold. On the dining table, Feng Liu ate a bite of shrimp elegantly and asked Han Yu casually, "Does Wuyo Media have a new film project recently?" Han Yu deliberately ignored him and picked up a piece of food for Ling Qingxiao with chopsticks. "Godmother, you eat." Feng Liu knew that this woman had a bad temper, so he didn't get angry and continued to talk to himself. "What a shame. I want to make a movie too." Han Yu finally couldn't help but sneered, "Just you? The waters of the movie are very deep. If you step in without thinking, you will lose everything." Hearing this, Feng Liu raised his eyebrows and said, "Not necessarily. After all, I have connections." Internationally renowned director William Lee and former Cannes Film Festival winner Tom Lear have already agreed. My new movie will be released on July 1st. July 1st. Wuyo Media's new movie will also be released on this day. Han Yu dropped the chopsticks to the ground with a pop. "Why, is the Queen's hand shaking?" Facing Feng Liu's ridicule, Han Yu picked up the chopsticks neatly and said, "What does it have to do with you?" Feng Liu smiled and felt very happy. The most satisfying thing was not the profound truth that Han Yu had just revealed to him by accidentally bending over, but that Han Yu had become anxious because of his words. The name Tang Lear is well known to everyone in Long Country. She is a famous former Cannes Film Festival winner. His acting skills are quite good and have won recognition from countless industry professionals. At the same time, she was once Han Yu's strongest competitor. Although in terms of appearance, Tang Lear's facial features are far less delicate than Han Yu's, her figure is not as tall as Han Yu, and she is a little older. But she has a unique charm that no one else in the entertainment industry can match, which is sexy and lazy. So Han Yu has won many awards from her. The more Han Yu thought about it, the heavier her heart felt. If Feng Liu's new movie can really invite Tang Lear to help out, then the box office will be guaranteed. The worst thing is that the release dates conflicted. The conflict in schedules means that the traffic will be divided, which is very harmful to the movie. Is the closure intentional? It's impossible. This new movie from Wuyo Media is highly confidential. The release date was only confirmed by her and the investors this morning. Feng Liu couldn't have known about it. That's just a coincidence. This guy is so lucky. Han Yu was muttering in his heart but remained silent. She glanced at Feng Liu secretly, only to see that he faced her inquiring gaze very calmly and took a sip of red wine. In the original book, Ling Qingxiao became the chairman and used the financial resources of Feng Group to help Han Yu make a fortune from this movie. As a result, Han Yu agreed to give Zhang Lingyi part of the equity. But now, it is not Zhang Lingyi's turn to get the benefit. Feng Liu smiled in his heart, he just wanted to make Han Yu feel a sense of crisis. As for the internationally renowned director and former Cannes Film Festival winner, they were indeed in the original book, but Feng Liu simply had no time to look for them. But it doesn't matter. As long as he appears confident, Han Yu will panic. After all, Wuyo Media is the result of her hard work over the past few years, and the new movie is the most important project of Wuyo Media in recent years. Feng Liu didn't believe that Han Yu could resist asking him. The atmosphere at the table was eerily quiet. This made Ling Qingxiao's heart beat fast. She knew her goddaughter's stubborn temper very well. If she really angered the madman Feng Liu and he revealed Han Yu's life story, it would be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Ling Qingxiao hurriedly smiled and spoke to Feng Liu, trying to smooth things over. Har har, Feng Liu, don't mind it. Xiao Yu sometimes speaks without thinking, but she has a good heart and doesn't mean any harm. She has always been very interested in movies and is also quite knowledgeable about investment. Xiao Yu knows that it's not easy to invest in movies nowadays and the film market is not doing well. She is worried that you will lose money on your investment, so she is kindly advising you to give up. Seeing that Feng Liu remained silent, Ling Qingxiao was still preparing to continue the awkward conversation, but unexpectedly Han Yu interrupted her. Director Feng, what are your plans for the new movie you're going to shoot? The fish is hooked. Feng Liu was delighted in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Ling Qingxiao suddenly turned his head to look at Han Yu, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. She has watched this child grow up since he was young, and he has always had a temper and personality. He looked like he was about to be defeated just now, but suddenly his attitude took a 180-degree turn. At this time, Feng Liu put down the goblet in his hand, raised his eyebrows, and replied coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" Chapter 5, See you at the top. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxiao's heart tightened again and he secretly glanced at Han Yu. Han Yu chuckled in a rare good-tempered way. I think Mr. Feng specially invited me here tonight, it should not be just for dinner, right? Feng Liu shrugged and said with pretended regret, I originally wanted to cooperate with you, but it's a pity that you, the queen of the screen, don't give me face. Thinking that Feng Liu had found such a strong opponent and that his schedule had conflicted, Han Yu quietly clenched her hands under the table. She endured it. Director Feng, I am actually interested. It just so happens that our Wuyo Media is also shooting a new movie. If our two companies can cooperate, the benefits will surely be greater when we join forces. Feng Liu didn't think twice and waved his hands. Cooperation? Forget it. Didn't you just say that the film industry is very complicated? If you step in, you might lose money. Do you want to pay for it too? You can invite Zhang Lingyi and William Li, so why are you afraid of losing money? Han Yu's pretty face was slightly red, and she bit her lower lip and said sincerely, I said the wrong thing just now. People who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. I hope Mr. Feng will be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Feng Liu knew that Han Yu had taken the bait, but he was still a little short of achieving his goal. It's a good habit to apologize, but I still don't want to cooperate. Why? Because everyone knows that you have not filmed any intimate scenes since you entered the entertainment industry, but the new movie I am going to shoot this time has many passionate scenes due to the plot requirements. Feng Liu paused and said, How can you cooperate? Can you go into the sea? But Zhang Lingyi can definitely do it. This sentence obviously hit Han Yu's sore spot and successfully angered her. She was so angry that her upper and lower teeth were creaking and her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Who says I can't? Can you do it? If you can do it, I will replace Zhang Lingyi and let William Li work with you. Then you might be able to win a second Best Actress award. Hearing this, Han Yu seemed to be touched by her inner bottom line. I'm willing to try. I've been waiting for you to say this. Feng Liu couldn't help but applaud, knowing that the fish had been hooked. But he couldn't agree immediately. He had to hold her still to make sure the fish bit the hook tightly and there was no chance for it to break free. Okay, I'm full. I still have things to do. You guys take your time eating. As he said this, he stood up, gestured for invitation, and turned to leave. Where are you going? His sudden action left Ling Qingxiao and Han Yu completely confused, and they asked at the same time. Feng Liu smiled mysteriously, did not answer, and walked towards the gate with his long legs. Han Yu was suddenly panicked. She was afraid that Feng Liu was going to have dinner with Zhang Lingyi to discuss cooperation. If Zhang Lingyi agreed, then there would be no hope for me. However, Wuyo Media has already signed a contract for its new film and it is impossible to stop it. Otherwise, according to the penalty for breach of contract, it will suffer a loss of 300 million. We must strive for cooperation between the two companies right now. At this time, Han Yu no longer cared about her modesty and hurriedly chased after him. She forcefully grabbed Feng Liu's arm from behind. Etc. Feng Liu's face darkened. What are you going to do? Let me go. In a hurry, Han Yu suddenly remembered the information that her fifth sister had investigated before. Feng Liu was a lustful man. She was quick to seduce him. I'm going to the gym with my little brother and a super beautiful woman. Do you want to come with us? Feng Liu wanted to laugh in his heart, but he pretended to be delighted and nodded with a lecherous look. Beautiful lady? Great. After the two left, Ling Qingxiao secretly followed them. She was worried that if Feng Liu met Xiao Yi, he would really find an opportunity to kill him. That was her life. The most advanced sport gym in the imperial city. This is a high-end private fitness club where only celebrities and upper-class people are eligible to apply for membership cards. Power Zone. Oh. Har. Zhang Lingyi was showing off in front of Ji Yunanuan, and he lifted 150 pounds on the bench press. He looked provocatively at the young men standing nearby. How is it? Are you convinced? Admit defeat and get out of here. As soon as these young masters from wealthy families saw Ji Yunanuan appear, their eyes were almost glued to her, and they all looked for opportunities to surround her and get close to her. This made Zhang Lingyi very angry, and he took the initiative to challenge them and successfully slapped them in the face. Before they left in disappointment, they looked at Ji Yunanuan several times with reluctance. Zhang Lingyi stood up and looked at Ji Yunanuan happily. Second sister, I'm awesome, right? Ji Yunanuan nodded gently and said calmly, it's okay. Zhang Lingyi felt a little disappointed that he didn't get the expected praise. He wanted to get close to Ji Yunanuan, but this second sister always looked indifferent. After not seeing her for a few years, she has become more charming, but her temperament seems to be more unapproachable. Zhang Lingyi puffed out his chest without giving up. Second sister, do you want to feel it? My muscles have been well trained recently. As he said this, he reached out to hold her hand. Ji Yunanuan suddenly took a step back, increasing the distance between them. She frowned and her voice turned cold. Little brother, what are you doing? I'm your sister, what are you thinking? Zhang Lingyi disagreed, they are not my biological children. Anyway, my mom said that my sisters will be mine sooner or later. Ji Yunanuan glared at him helplessly, let's talk about it when you grow up. I'm already big. Zhang Lingyi raised his eyebrows, hinting at something. Ji Yunanuan didn't want to respond to him and changed the subject. By the way, Xiaoye went to have dinner with Feng Liu. I wonder what the situation is like now. The cowardly look of Feng Liu before he fell into his mind, and Zhang Lingyi curled his lips in disdain. With his shameless cowardly behavior, a talented sister like me would definitely beat him like a drowned dog, making him unable to get up even if he wants to. That's right, let you and godmother vent your anger. Ji Yunanuan agreed. Who are you calling a drowned dog? A magnetic male voice suddenly came. The two turned their heads and saw Feng Liu and Han Yu, who had already changed into gym clothes, and their eyes widened in surprise at the same time. How come these two are together? They seem to be getting along very happily. Zhang Lingyi stared at Feng Liu and suddenly had an intuition. He felt that his cousin was different from what he had remembered. Cousin, why didn't you say hello to your cousin when you saw him? Han Yu reminded him. Cousin. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyi calmed down and remained calm, because Ling Qingxiao had warned him that to achieve great things, one must remain calm. At this time, several female gymnasts gathered around and looked at Zhang Lingyi with starry eyes. Little handsome boy, you are so great. I can actually push a weight of 150 kilograms. Feng Liu narrowed his eyes. It seems that this kid has successfully pretended to be cool again while I was away. The evil protagonist's halo. Ji Yunanuan recognized Feng Liu and asked Han Yu in a low voice, why did you bring him here? Chapter 6, The protagonist's halo is useless. Han Yu was also helpless, because she had something to ask Feng Liu, and Feng Liu happened to look over. Looking at the tight pants that Ji Yunanuan was wearing, they really showed off her curvy figure. However, Feng Liu also knew that Ji Yunanuan was not only Zhang Lingyi's second sister, but also a true female elite in the business world. A woman like this has a line of men licking her from Nanshimen to Penglai East Road. It just so happens that what he hates most is dog-licking behavior. Is this the super beauty you mentioned? Feng Liu's tone was somewhat disappointed. After hearing this, Ji Yunanuan glared at Han Yu and asked, what do you mean? Han Yu embarrassedly changed the subject, come on, let's go there and practice. I haven't worked out for a long time. After saying that, he pulled Ji Yunanuan over and said quietly, okay. Without his sister around, Zhang Lingyi felt bored and went to the bathroom first. Feng Liu looked at his lonely back and followed him because he had to pee urgently. Walking behind Zhang Lingyi, Feng Liu casually pulled out a military knife from his pocket. As everyone knows, the fastest way for the villain to counterattack is to kill the protagonist directly. Feng Liu had even planned to stab Zhang Lingyi to death and then find someone to be his scapegoat. Just then, Zhang Lingyi stopped. Feng Liu looked around and saw that no one was following him, so he took the opportunity to stab him with a knife. This knife was aimed at Zhang Lingyi's kidney. A normal person would have died. But before Feng Liu's knife touched Zhang Lingyi, it was bounced away by an invisible force. What is this? Feng Liu's eyes became fierce and he stabbed again with force, but the result was the same. It seemed like there was something protecting Zhang Lingyi. Cousin, what's wrong? Zhang Lingyi noticed Feng Liu behind him, stopped, turned around and looked at Feng Liu. There was hostility in his eyes towards Feng Liu, but he restrained it well. Nothing, I just want to release the water with you. Feng Liu smiled, and while speaking he quickly put away his military knife and threw it into his pocket, while his other hand rested on Zhang Lingyi, deliberately using intimate actions to distract Zhang Lingyi. But in Zhang Lingyi's opinion, this action seemed to indicate that Feng Liu had bad intentions. The two of them were peeing. Feng Liu glanced at Zhang Lingyi's little brother. Har har, if he didn't have the aura of the protagonist, how could he pick up 7 girls with this kindergarten level? Feng Liu suddenly had an idea. The protagonist's halo. Could the power that just protected Zhang Lingyi be the protagonist's halo? MMP. With the aura of the protagonist, Zhang Lingyi can't be killed even with a knife, so how can he, the villain, make a comeback? Zhang Lingyi also stole a glance at Feng Liu. Although he didn't know what Feng Liu was thinking, Zhang Lingyi felt unhappy after seeing Feng Liu's younger brother. Cousin, since we're already at the gym, do you want to compete with me? Feng Liu smiled inwardly when he heard this. If I can't kill Zhang Lingyi myself, how about letting Zhang Lingyi kill himself? Okay. Feng Liu readily agreed, men should compete in waist strength, so let's compete in sit-ups, right? The two returned to the gym. Zhang Lingyi still thought that Feng Liu was the cowardly cousin who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and was ready to slap him in the face in front of his third sister. There are iron blocks of different weights on the sit-up machine, ranging from 5 to 100 pounds. I'll go first. Zhang Lingyi sat on it confidently and directly chose their weight to 30 kilograms. Then he lifted the iron block and did 50 representatives. The female gymnasts cheered. That's great, little brother. Han Yu and Jiyu Nanyuan also gave him a thumbs up. How about it, cousin? It's your turn. Zhang Lingyi panted slightly and looked at Feng Liu with a sincere expression, but be careful, I remember you never exercised before. Feng Liu laughed in his heart, being the protagonist is hypocritical. Even when he is a thorn in my side, you still have to pretend to care about him. Feng Liu stepped forward and gave it a simple try, thinking that with his current strength, it would definitely be enough, even with the maximum weight. Although he didn't have the protagonist's halo to protect him, he finally got the jade pendant of destiny. This is a battle between the protagonist's halo and the golden finger. Thinking of this, Feng Liu directly increased their weight to 100 kilograms. Seeing this. What? He wants to lift 100 kilograms. Jiyu Nanyuan frowned. Are you crazy? Han Yu exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Liu started moving like a motor, so fast that it made people's eyes dizzy. In less than 5 minutes, he had done it 300 times. What's even more terrifying is that after he finished, his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. Han Yu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is he a human? How can it be so easy? It's a full 100 pounds. This is going to break the gym's record. That's amazing. Jiyu Nanyuan praised sincerely. It was very rare for her to praise someone so handsome. Several female gymnasts looked infatuated and admiring looks. Han Yu went up to praise Feng Liu at the right time. It seems that Mr. Feng is indeed not as the rumors say. Our cooperation. Feng Liu smiled and continued to keep her company. Let's not talk about business when we're working out. Do you want me to train with you? Practice. Han Yu was surprised. Who knew Feng Liu would walk directly behind her and smoothly grasp Han Yu's hand? Let me help you stretch first. It was the first time that Han Yu was touched by Feng Liu, especially when she felt Feng Liu pressing against her from behind. Wait, don't. How is it possible? How can he be so powerful? This shouldn't be possible. Zhang Lingyi felt a burning pain on his face. Could it be that he really couldn't beat Feng Liu? When he looked up, he saw Feng Liu and Han Yu warming up together, which made Zhang Lingyi's veins pop out. For a moment, he forgot about Ling Qingxiao's reminder to forbearance. Zhang Lingyi was not convinced and shouted, "It's just 100 pounds. Who can't do it?" He sat down, wanting to try the same weight as Feng Liu. His actions also gave Han Yu an opportunity to leave Feng Liu's arms and look over with Ji Nanyuan. Feng Liu raised the corner of his mouth. In fact, his real purpose was to anger the protagonist Zhang Lingyi. At this moment, Zhang Lingyi was struggling to pull the weight that he could not control. Everyone only heard a crisp crack sound, and then saw Zhang Lingyi's face showing pain, and then he screamed. Pain. Son. Accompanied by a scream, Ling Qingxiao suddenly appeared from nowhere and pounced forward. She had just arrived at the gym when she saw her son injured. Ling Qingxiao helped his son up, thinking that Feng Liu had dealt with Zhang Lingyi and caused him to be injured. She glared at Feng Liu. You've gone too far. How could you treat your cousin like this? If your dead father knew about this, how heartbroken he would be. Han Yu felt that it was not Feng Liu's fault this time. Seeing that Feng Liu did not explain, she felt a little distressed. Godmother, you misunderstood. She gave a brief account of what had happened. Ling Qingxiao then realized that he had wronged someone. Feng Liu, I was anxious at the moment, I'm sorry. She quickly helped Zhang Lingyi, who was grimacing in pain, out of the gym and went to the hospital. Seeing this, Ji Nanyuan followed. Looking at the three people's backs as they left, Feng Liu's heart was filled with joy. Zhang Lingyi has the aura of a protagonist, but if he seeks death himself, he will still get hurt. Although it's a bit troublesome, I finally thought of a way to kill him. Feng Liu took a step forward and prepared to leave. Director Feng, don't leave yet. Han Yu suddenly grabbed him and said earnestly, I still want to fight for the film. I sincerely hope that our two companies can cooperate. Feng Liu saw that the time had come, and pretended to think for a moment before he said in a deep voice, then you try the show. Audition. Han Yu looked up at Feng Liu and asked in confusion. Yes, audition, passionate scene. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Liu pinched her chin. Before she could react, the next second, she saw the handsome face in front of her suddenly enlarged. Then, a warm feeling fell on my lips. Han Yu's eyes widened, and her mind went blank in an instant because she was so shocked. At the same time, Ji Nanyuan, who turned back to get her bag, happened to see the two of them being affectionate. She hid in the corner and peeked, covering her mouth in surprise, barely preventing herself from screaming. Chapter 7 Find out the traitor and gain Ji Nanyuan's trust. Xiaoya and Feng Liu? What's going on with them? Ji Nanyuan's pupils dilated. This was a rare time in her 20-plus years of life when her facial expressions were out of control. At this time, Han Yu reacted and suddenly stretched out her hand and pushed Feng Liu away. Her pretty face was red, almost bleeding, and she angrily pointed at Feng Liu's nose and cursed, "You stinky hooligan! What are you doing? This is my first kiss. Shame on you. I'm so pissed off." After cursing for a while, she still wasn't satisfied, so she raised her foot and kicked Feng Liu's calf several times, but Feng Liu avoided them all because he was prepared. I'm going to tell my godmother to take care of you. Han Yu picked up her bag and left angrily, twisting her butt. Feng Liu looked at her back and wiped his lips. The first kiss of a movie queen, really nice. He sneered, however, this girl is so arrogant and still won the Best Actress award. I have to say that my aunt must have contributed a lot to her current success. As he thought about it, he glanced at the corner of clothes sticking out from the side of the door and smiled meaningfully. He pretended not to see anything and walked out the door with his long legs. Seal the flow. A cold female voice sounded from behind him, calling him. Feng Liu put his hands in his pockets and turned his head, pretending to be puzzled and asked, Miss Ji, what's wrong? At this time, Ji Nanyuan had returned to her usual cold expression. I have something important to discuss with you. It's not convenient here. Please get in my car first, Mr. Feng. Let's find a more private place. Ji Nanyuan made a gesture of invitation, but her tone was unyielding. Casual. Feng Liu agreed. Ji Nanyuan thought that she was the one who came to question Feng Liu. But in fact, high-end hunters always appear in the form of prey. Feng Liu is the hunter. He and Ji Nanyuan walked out the door and got into the dark purple Cullinan and parked at the door. Let's go. Ji Nanyuan said to the female driver. Okay, Mr. Ji. Just as the female driver was about to drive, Feng Liu suddenly spoke. I'll drive, or I won't go. This. The female driver looked at Ji Nanyuan with some embarrassment. I wonder what this man is up to now. Jiyu Nanyuan stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Let him drive. The female driver shook her head and sat down on the passenger seat reluctantly. She folded her arms, stared at Feng Liu with a constipated look on her face, and kept muttering to herself. Another one of our CEO goose-licking suitors. Is Piyu Shinnan worthy of our president? Feng Liu looked straight ahead, completely ignoring the tomboy next to him as heir, and started the car calmly. Cullinan sped all their way and finally stopped in a desolate mountain. The female driver glanced out the window, reacted, and put her hands on her hips. What do you want to do by bringing us to this godforsaken place? Although Jiyu Nanyuan was confused, she didn't say anything. She wanted to see what Feng Liu was going to do. What? Fuck you? Feng Liu's expression suddenly changed. R. Before the female driver could react, Feng Liu grabbed her hair, pulled her out of the car, and dragged her into the woods nearby. Save. Before she could even finish her words, Feng Liu raised his right fist and hit her hard in the face, knocking out 2 of her teeth. Immediately afterwards, a flurry of punches and kicks struck the female driver. The female driver screamed in agony and was soon beaten into a pig's head. Jiyu Nanyuan, who had caught up, was seeing such a scene for the first time and was immediately frightened. She shouted in a trembling voice, "Stop! Stop hitting!" As soon as the words fell, a cold light flashed. Feng Liu took out a sharp knife from somewhere, put it on the female driver's neck, squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth and asked, "Tell me, how much money did Shen Yunnan give you to betray Jiyu Nanyuan?" Shen Yunnan. Hearing this name, Jiyu Nanyuan was stunned. Shen Yunnan is the chairman of Shen's real estate and a competitor of her company. Recently, the two families were competing for a piece of land. What she didn't know was that the female driver was a commercial spy planted by Shen Yunnan next to her. But Feng Liu knew about this. Because in the original book, this female driver was caught by Zhang Lingyi. After this incident, Jiyu Nanyuan admired and trusted Zhang Lingyi even more. With such a highlight moment of winning the favor of beautiful women, Feng Liu naturally cannot fall into the hands of the male protagonist again. From now on, all the protagonist's opportunities will be his, and the protagonist's sisters will also be his. Aye. The female driver was so horrified that beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. But she still held onto a glimmer of hope, shook her head and pretended to be stupid. What Shen Yunnan? What are you talking about? I don't know. I like women who are tough. Feng Liu curled his lips and sneered. Without wasting any more words with her, he took out a pill, pried open her jaw, and stuffed it into her mouth. The pill slid down her throat and into her stomach in an instant, and the female driver widened her eyes in horror. You, what did you feed me? Feng Liu showed a strange smile and lowered his voice and said, You know, we rich second generations have nothing to do, so we like to play some perverted things. I just imported this drug from abroad. It can kill people without being detected. Isn't it fun? Jiyu Nanyuan frowned. Director Feng, did you make a mistake? But the female driver trembled all over and her face turned pale. Give me the antidote. Give me the antidote. I admit that I am a business spy planted by Shen Yunnan next to Jiyu Nanyuan. You? Jiyu Nanyuan suddenly took a step back and looked at the female driver in disbelief. Why are you doing this? I've treated you well in the past 2 years. Which of the food, clothing and daily necessities do I need from you? You said your mother was sick, and I gave you a large sum of money for her treatment. The female driver didn't care about all this. She struggled to get up and banged her head at Feng Liu several times, begging, Please. Give me the antidote quickly, I don't want to die yet. Feng Liu looked down at her and said in a deep voice, The antidote needs to be taken once every 3 days. It will take 10 times to cure it. From now on, you will be a reverse spy and report every word of what Shen Yunnan has to say to me, and you must not let him know that your identity has been exposed. But. No buts. If you can't do it, just wait to die. I can do it, I can do it. The female driver quickly agreed. I'll give you the first dose in 3 days, get lost. After saying that, Feng Liu threw the female driver down and pulled Jiyu Nanyuan into the car. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. After a while, Jiyu Nanyuan frowned and spoke slowly, asking about the doubts in his heart. Do you really have that kind of poison? Nothing will happen, right? Although she was decisive and ruthless in the business world, she was still a little worried about this kind of torture. Feng Liu raised an eyebrow. It's just a vitamin pill. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Puff. Jiyu Nanyuan was instantly amused by him, and her depressed mood immediately dissipated a lot. Director Feng, you are very smart. She gave a sincere compliment, and her previous opinion of Feng Liu changed a lot. It seems that he is not a coward as rumored, but a brave and resourceful man. However, the scene of the two of them kissing just now suddenly appeared in Jiyu Nanyuan's mind. By the way, what is your relationship with Xiaoye? Why, did you see it secretly? Jiyu Nanyuan blushed. I just happened to be passing by, answer my question first. Feng Liu said seriously, we are auditioning. Chapter 8, Don't Look Down on the Poor Young. Audition. The words, I don't believe it, were written all over Jiyu Nanyuan's face. This woman is really hard to deceive. Feng Liu smiled in his heart. But it's normal. If a woman of this quality could be deceived with just a few words, she wouldn't have been able to keep her chastity until now. She had been stripped naked by that group of perverts a long time ago. But the ceiling flow is different. He is not a pervert, he is the Wolf King. Han Yu and I will have a project. Oh, and after I officially take over the Feng Group, I will also invest in real estate. Feng Liu's words made Jiyu Nanyuan frown. Because her company has recently entered the real estate industry. But Feng Liu's next sentence surprised her even more. It just so happens that Shen's real estate is interested in cooperating with me on the Lantor Island reclamation project, which can serve as the first step for Feng's group to enter the real estate industry. Jiyu Nanyuan's expression suddenly changed, and she unconsciously clenched her fingers on her legs. Feng Liu saw her reaction out of the corner of his eye and knew that the effect had been achieved. Because this reclamation plan is also a project that Jiyu Nanyuan is determined to win. Currently in the city, their biggest competitor is the Shen Group. Of course, Jiyu Nanyuan has already raised a large amount of funds, enough to snatch the bid for the reclamation plan from the Shen Group. But what if there is another Feng Group? Jiyu Nanyuan suddenly lost confidence. Director Feng, why did you tell me such important news? Jiyu Nanyuan was still a little wary and deliberately tested it. What's the big deal? Anyway, Shen's group and I will definitely take it down, and everyone will know about it. Feng Liu shrugged, acting as if he didn't care. Really? Then why did you beat up Shen's people just now? Because I don't like this kind of dishonorable means of winning, I will take action to crush all the groups in the city and win the bid fairly. Director Feng is really confident. Jiyu Nanyuan was not convinced. After all, she had done a lot of research on this reclamation plan, so there was no reason for Feng Liu to intervene and snatch it away. But Feng Liu didn't say anything during the whole process. This made Jiyu Nanyuan a little panicked. Was he really determined to win? Soon the vehicle stopped. Mr. Jiyu has already arrived in the city. I have something else to do and need to leave first. You can drive back by yourself. As he said that, he opened the car door and prepared to get out. Jiyu Nanyuan, who was still struggling, hurriedly called out to him, wait. She took the initiative to invite Feng Liu. What happened just now is all thanks to you. Do you want to go for a drink with me? It's my treat. Oh. Feng Liu hesitated for a moment, intentionally. Why, Mr. Feng, are you so disrespectful? This is the first time I've taken the initiative to invite a man to drink. Har har, how can I refuse a treat from a beautiful woman? Facing Feng Liu's cunning smile, Jiyu Nanyuan suddenly felt like she had fallen into a trap. On the way to the bar, Jiyu Nanyuan's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Lingyi calling from the hospital. She picked up. How was your examination, little brother? Nothing serious. That's good. After saying that, Jiyu Nanyuan was about to hang up the phone. Then let's do this for now. Zhang Lingyi felt that something was wrong with her and asked anxiously, second sister, where are you now? Jiyu Nanyuan told the truth. Feng Liu and I are together, and we are about to go to the Dejue bar. What? Zhang Lingyi was immediately furious. He could hardly believe his ears. Sister, don't you dislike drinking? And why are you with my cousin? Don't you hate him? Brother, I have things to do. Faced with a series of questions, she felt a little unhappy and frowned, thinking that this brother was still a little immature. Feng Liu felt very unhappy when he thought about his second sister being with him. He gritted his teeth in anger and yelled at the other end of the phone, second sister, break up with him quickly, my cousin is really not a good person. His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire car through the receiver. Jiu Nanyuan glanced at Feng Liu beside her awkwardly and saw that he was holding the steering wheel and driving ahead with an expressionless face. I can't let you continue talking. She was worried that Feng Liu would be unhappy and the bidding negotiation she wanted to do would be completely ruined, so Jiu Nanyuan immediately scolded him softly on the phone. Director Feng is a nice person, but you are not sensible at all. That's it, I'm hanging up. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Zhang Lingyi to speak again. Inside the hospital. Hearing the beep coming from the microphone, Zhang Lingyi was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and his anger suddenly rushed to his head. With a pop. All the anger that had been accumulating in him today was ignited, and he threw his phone to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Lingyi no longer had his usual gentle and elegant demeanor. His face was distorted, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked at Ling Qingxiao in frustration. Mom, why don't my two sisters come to see me even though I'm injured? My second sister actually scolded me just now. She has never treated me like this since I was a child. Didn't you say that they would always stand firmly by my side and support me? Ling Qingxiao patted his back tenderly. Although she was a little uneasy, she still comforted him. Xiaoyi, calm down first. Mom taught you this since you were a child. If you can't bear the little things, you will ruin the big plans. My sisters are busy with their own things. They will definitely come to see you when they are done. Also, listen to your mother and don't cause trouble for Feng Liu. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyi became even more furious. He pouted, why should I be afraid of him? I have known since childhood that he is a coward. Ling Qingxiao's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked directly at Zhang Lingyi. Feng Liu is not as simple as you think. I feel like he was hiding his edge before, but now he has unsheathed his sword and is showing his full potential. You have to avoid him. In short, you listen to my mother. Okay, got it. Zhang Lingyi agreed perfunctorily on the surface, but he didn't believe it at all in his heart. He has been a lucky man since he was young. If you fall, there is someone to cushion you, and you can get the answers to the multiple choice questions by guessing randomly. His mother, a business genius, helped him take over a large company and made him the vice president. He has 7 stunning sisters who are helping him expand territory in various industries, waiting for him to grow up and unify the country. Why does Feng Liu have the right? Apart from having a good father, what else can compare to him? Zhang Lingyi sent a few more messages to Jiu Nanyuan, all of which spoke ill of Feng Liu. But without exception, Jiu Nanyuan read the messages but did not reply. Endure it. I must endure it. Second sister must have been deceived by Feng Liu temporarily. When she finds out, she will kick Feng Liu away immediately. Feng Liu, things change over time. Don't look down on young people who are poor. Don't underestimate me. Zhang Lingyi kept reminding himself. The other side. Jiu Nanyuan and Feng Liu have already arrived at the Dejue bar. I'm going to the bathroom first. After Jiu Nanyuan left, Feng Liu found a booth and sat down. Hey! Look who this is! Feng Liu looked up and saw a woman with a snake-like face who was a celebrity on the internet and was wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes. She was hugging a muscular man who was only wearing a vest and talking to him in a sarcastic tone. Oh! It's Master Feng. Feng Liu searched his memory calmly. It was discovered that the woman was the original owner's ex-girlfriend Xiana. He looked Xiana up and down and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Block the flow. Block the flow. I really can't agree with your original taste. This woman, apart from the big and scary breasts, looks artificial if you look closely. How else does it have to do with looking good? The powder on her face is so thick that it can be used to paint the wall. The muscular man deliberately asked, is this your ex-boyfriend who you dumped? He looks like a decent guy. Xiana nodded with a look of disdain in her eyes. Yeah. But he's actually a 3-second guy, he can't satisfy me at all. How can he be as good as you, baby? So great. As she spoke, her hand moved along the muscular man's chest muscles to his abdominal muscles, and she was almost reaching into his pants. Xiao Na sighed in pretense again and said sarcastically, I heard that his father died recently. How pitiful. These words did not stimulate Feng Liu at all. Anyway, he came here through time travel, even his own body. Those who scolded his father and the 3-second man were all from the past, and it's none of his business. What's more, Xiaonar is just a passerby in the original book and is not worth wasting his breath on. You really think that being uncultured is funny? You can tell at a glance that you have a father who gave birth to you but didn't raise you. However, at this moment, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. I don't know when Jiyu Nanyuan came back. The muscular man stared at her with his eyes wide open, his saliva almost flowing down the corners of his mouth. Beauty, who are you? Chapter 9. A glass of wine and a question. Xiaonar pinched the muscular man hard and stared at Jiyu Nanyuan unkindly. Jiyu Nanyuan blinked, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips, and then she walked forward and hugged Feng Liu's arm. Feeling the softness pressing on his arm, Feng Liu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jiyu Nanyuan looked at Feng Liu with loving and sticky eyes. My name is Jiyu Nanyuan, and I'm Feng Liu's current girlfriend. Hearing this, the muscular man suddenly felt envious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can such a thin dog have such a beautiful girlfriend? The muscular man thought to himself and flexed his pectoral muscles. Beauty, this kind of man is not good enough. Do you want to change to a muscular man? Jiyu Nanyuan felt sick when she saw his expression, and said deliberately, no one is more powerful than Feng Liu, he is really good at that. He often makes people unable to get out of bed for several days. As she spoke, her tone suddenly changed and she glanced at Xiaonar meaningfully. Maybe I'm just not interested in some ugly women. You? Xiaonar was so angry that she wanted to fight back, but she was not blind after all. She could see that Jiyu Nanyuan's appearance and figure were much better than hers. Just wait for me. After saying this, she hurried away, pulling the muscular man who was staring at Jiyu Nanyuan reluctantly. As the two figures disappeared, Jiyu Nanyuan immediately let go of Feng Liu's hand and distanced herself from him. She regained her composure and said calmly, sit down. The two of them sat down. After ordering 2 glasses of wine, Jiyu Nanyuan looked at Feng Liu. Under the light, there seemed to be ripples flowing in her eyes, making her look even more charming. Director Feng, I just helped you, you have to help me too. Feng Liu remained silent. Oh? Really? But I wanted to beat them up, but you pissed me off. Jiyu Nanyuan crossed one leg, propped up her chin with one hand, and asked slowly, did I do more harm than good? Feng Liu smiled and said, that's not the case. After a pause, he continued, but I don't like to owe favors to others. Tell me, what is it? Jiyu Nanyuan didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. For the Lantor Island Reclamation Project, how much do Feng's group and Shen's group plan to bid? Feng Liu raised his lips, this is a trade secret. Miss, this is the wine you ordered. The waiter just brought 2 cocktails. Jiyu Nanyuan picked up a glass, raised it towards Feng Liu, and drank it all. The wine flowed into Jiyu Nanyuan's pink mouth, and a few drops slid down her delicate neck. Jiyu Nanyuan wiped it gently, this is my sincerity. Can Mr. Feng tell me now? Feng Liu smiled in his heart. This woman is indeed a strong woman. He also picked up the wine glass, drank it all, nodded and said, we are still in the stage of negotiating with Shen's real estate. As he spoke, he paused deliberately, and as expected, he saw a flash of nervousness in Jiyu Nanyuan's eyes, and then he slowly said, the specific investment has not been decided yet. Hearing this, Jiyu Nanyuan's eyes lit up for a moment. Since Feng Group and Shen Yunnan have not signed the contract yet, there is still a chance for me to bid for the Lantor Island Reclamation Project. Feng Group is the largest company in Imperial City, and her own growth also relied on Ling Qingxiao using Feng Group to help her. So Jiyu Nanyuan still has some feelings for Feng Group. If she could pull the Feng Group away from Shen Yunnan, she would not object. Director Feng, the reclamation plan will have a great impact on the future business landscape of the Imperial City. I know this. If Shen's real estate cooperates with you, how much profit will they give to Feng's? My Nanyuan Group can also give as much. Feng Liu picked up the wine bottle, filled it up for Jiyu Nanyuan, and pushed the glass in front of her with his slender and beautiful hands. He leaned close to Jiyu Nanyuan's ear and said word by word in a low and seductive voice. 1 question over 1 glass of wine. Jiyu Nanyuan turned her head to look at him. Under the dim lights of the bar, his eyes were as dangerous and mysterious as a predator. Her heart skipped a beat, she took a deep breath and agreed. Good. After saying that, she simply picked up the wine glass in front of her, raised her head and drank it in one gulp. Pretty. Feng Liu stared at her and clapped a few times. Let me answer your question first. If you plan to do the same as Shen Yunnan, why should I give options and choose to cooperate with you? Ji Nanyuan understood. Then I'll give you an extra 3% profit, okay? Feng Liu said nothing, poured her another full glass, and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Ji Nanyuan should drink. Ji Nanyuan drank it all in one gulp again. Feng Liu shrugged, looking indifferent. To be honest, I'm not interested in money. After 3 glasses of wine, Ji Nanyuan's already fair skin became even more translucent, with a rosy glow. Her beautiful eyes were soaked in alcohol, becoming blurry and hazy. Her usually cold face had a bit more charm, so beautiful that it was a little suffocating. She supported her head with one hand, drank another glass, and sounded drunken. So what are you interested in? Feng Liu raised the corners of his lips, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ji Nanyuan without any concealment. Ji Nanyuan felt a little frightened by his look, and as she was drunk, she slammed the table and barely managed to stand up. She looked at Feng Liu drunkenly. It seems that Director Feng has misunderstood something. I am not that kind of woman. I will take my leave today. After saying this, Ji Nanyuan turned around and took a deep breath to keep herself awake. She was really a little drunk and was worried that if Feng Liu had any ill intentions towards her, she would suffer. She waved, picked up her bag and stumbled to leave. Feng Liu immediately regained his composure. Just now he also wanted to test Ji Nanyuan on purpose. Seeing her reaction, he also felt that it was indeed rare to find a woman like her, who was daring and competitive in the business world, and yet could protect herself while being so beautiful. However, since Ji Nanyuan wanted to leave, he did not stop her and let her go. There's a lot of time left. None of you 7 can escape. Oh no, 8. He picked up the glass and took a sip, but suddenly he saw out of the corner of his eye that a figure was sneaking behind Ji Nanyuan and walking out of the bar. It seems that there are still a lot of small fish. Feng Liu's expression froze. He put down his wine glass and followed him out. Outside the bar, the cold wind blew, and the drunk Ji Nanyuan regained a little sobriety. She staggered to the side of the road. She couldn't drive by herself, so she planned to call her assistant to pick her up. Unexpectedly, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Where are you planning to go, Mr. Ji? A sarcastic female voice sounded. Ji Nanyuan looked up and saw Feng Liu's ex-girlfriend whom she had just met in the bar. After Xiana left in a panic, she thought about it and felt unwilling to accept it, so a vicious plan came to her mind. Ji Nanyuan took a few steps back and bumped into a hard, sweaty chest. It was that muscular man. What are you going to do? Ji Nanyuan stared at him with her beautiful eyes and questioned. Chapter 10. Going to the hotel with Ji Nanyuan. Xiana looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she nodded to the muscular man and approached Ji Nanyuan step by step. Surrounded by the 2 men from the front and back, Ji Nanyuan was forced into a small alley. Several thugs had been lying in ambush in the alley, and they all surrounded them at once. Ji Nanyuan leaned his back against the cold wall, barely supporting his body to stand without falling. She pinched her thigh hard to force herself to wake up. Hiss. Seeing her slightly embarrassed appearance, Xiana put her hands on her hips and felt relieved. She shouted with a distorted face. Aren't you Feng Liu's new girlfriend? How dare you look down on me? Wait until my boyfriend and his brothers rape you, take a video and post it online, and then I'll see how you can still be so arrogant. The muscular man stared at Ji Nanyuan with lustful eyes and licked his chapped lips with his tongue. This woman is so fucking attractive. The muscular man couldn't help but imagine her gentle and graceful appearance under him. His lower abdomen tightened and he felt evil. He swallowed and said, Xiao Na, why don't I do it myself? As he said this, he stretched out his hand towards Ji Nanyuan with an obscene smile. What do you want to do? Xiana slapped his hand away and shouted angrily, What do you think I am? You have a girlfriend. Shame on you. The curses completely infuriated the muscular man. After looking at Ji Nanyuan's face, he turned to look at Xiana, only to realize that they were like heaven and earth and there was no comparison at all. He immediately felt even more disgusted with Xiana. The muscular man pushed Xiana mercilessly. Xiana was caught off guard and fell to the ground. She stared at the muscular man and started cursing hysterically. You F-king bastard. You're so brave, aren't you? Break up. Break up. The muscle man spat at her. Let's break up, you're such a piece of shit. Your ex-boyfriend Feng Liu is right. She is indeed much prettier than you. It's such a waste to just give her to my little brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around impatiently and pounced on Ji Nanyuan. The smell of the man's sweat hit her nose, making her feel nauseous. Ji Nanyuan's pupils shrank suddenly and she struggled hard. Let me go. The muscular man smiled lewdly and took off her clothes, saying dirty words, baby, don't be afraid. I promise to make you feel like you are in heaven in a moment. I can't live without my brother anymore. While struggling, there was a sound of swish, and Ji Nanyuan's clothes were torn, revealing half of her fair and smooth shoulders. The muscular man's eyes widened and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. It's the best. Just as he couldn't wait to reach out and take off Ji Nanyuan's clothes, he suddenly heard a man's calm voice in his ears. It looks like you guys want to die. Before the muscular man could react, a gust of wind blew and he was hit hard on the temple. The muscular man staggered and fell to the ground with a bang, his ears buzzing. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, he was kicked hard in the lower body again. Arr! The muscular man let out a scream, rolled his eyes, and fainted. This kick completely ruined his happiness for the rest of his life. Everyone present was staring at this sudden scene in amazement, but the person involved, Feng Liu, withdrew his foot very calmly. Xiana looked at Feng Liu in shock. He kicked the muscular man to pieces. When did this thin dog turn into a macho man? Feng Liu, I want to get back together with you. Feng Liu turned around without saying a word, walked in front of Xiana, and slapped her hard in the face. This slap was delivered with such precision and force. It directly damaged her plastic surgery face that she had spent a lot of money to fill, and also knocked out several of her teeth. Roll. Feng Liu twisted his neck and shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the frightened brothers immediately came to their senses, picked up the muscular man and Xiana, and fled the scene like the wind. There were only 2 people left in the alley. Feng Liu took off his coat and put it on the shivering Ji Nanyuan. It's okay. Ji Nanyuan came back to her senses, and still in shock, she threw herself into Feng Liu's arms. Feng Liu sighed softly, reached out and hugged her back, patting her back gently to comfort her. Ji Nanyuan in his arms gradually calmed down. Feng Liu suddenly felt a little warm on her body, and then she realized that her arm was bleeding. It must have been caused by the muscular man just now. He said seriously, your wound needs to be bandaged as soon as possible. There is a hotel next door. Let's go there. Ji Nanyuan was still drunk and his whole body was limp, unable to walk on his own. Feng Liu put his arm around Ji Nanyuan's slender waist, lifted her up easily, and booked a room in the nearest hotel. In the hotel room, Feng Liu originally planned to put Ji Nanyuan on the bed first and then go buy medicine. But at this moment, Ji Nanyuan was like an octopus, using her hands and feet to tightly cling to Feng Liu's body, muttering to herself. No. You are not allowed to leave. I don't want to be alone. Feng Liu had no choice but to call the front desk and ask for some bandaging supplies. He coaxed her softly. Okay, I won't leave. Good. After coaxing for a long time, Ji Nanyuan slowly loosened his arms and lay down on the bed obediently. Soon, the waiter delivered the medicine to the door. When Feng Liu came to the bed, he saw Ji Nanyuan had kicked off the quilt at some point and was lying on the bed in a seductive manner. Under the warm yellow light, her long black hair was scattered casually, her fair and clear cheeks were stained with a blush that spread to her earlobes and neck. Her beautiful eyes were half open, she was smiling foolishly, and she exhaled a faint scent of wine, like a lazy and sexy little wild cat. I really want to just kill her. But seeing Ji Nanyuan's wound. Forget it, apply the medicine first. Feng Liu gently took off Ji Nanyuan's coat and used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect her wound. Pain. Ji Nanyuan frowned and pouted. Feng Liu softened his movements. After disinfection and bandaging, Feng Liu was about to stand up, but Ji Nanyuan suddenly stretched out her arms and hooked them tightly around his neck. Feng Liu was caught off guard and fell on top of her. Ji Nanyuan, who was under heavy pressure, groaned unconsciously. The sound directly hit Feng Liu's eardrums and penetrated his coccyx, making him shudder all over. He propped himself up, squinted at the woman beneath him, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Jiyu Nanyuan, do you know what you are doing?" Jiyu Nanyuan laughed and pursed her rosy red lips. She stretched out her index finger and slowly slid it across Feng Liu's face, from her brow bone to her lips. "You are very pretty, with such a straight nose and such soft lips. This little goblin. You were the one who teased me first." Feng Liu's Adam's apple rolled violently and his breathing became increasingly disordered. He couldn't hold back any longer and bit Jiyu Nanyuan's fingertips lightly. Then he held her slender neck with one hand and lowered his head to kiss her rosy lips fiercely. Chapter 11 First Charge. Jiyu Nanyuan felt dizzy and almost engulfed by the heat. She was stunned for a moment, and then, under the influence of alcohol, she unconsciously began to kiss back. This move completely overwhelmed Feng Liu's last bit of sanity. Just when he was about to take off his pants to charge Jiyu Nanyuan for the first time. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden and rapid knock on the door. He frowned and wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but the knocking on the door became more and more urgent, and it sounded like they were going to tear the door apart. "Hold! Do you have any eyes?" Feng Liu cursed under his breath and stood up reluctantly. He simply straightened his messy collar and opened the door with a gloomy face. Before he could finish his curse, an aggressive young woman pushed her hard and rushed in. "What are you doing?" Feng Liu also became angry and questioned. The woman rushed to the bed and looked at Jiyu Nanyuan's dazed look. She was furious. For a moment, she felt distressed and angry. Her cheeks flushed red, and her eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. She first gently covered Jiyu Nanyuan with the quilt, then turned around to question Feng Liu Dao. "You bastard! You want to rape my second sister? Come with me to the police station." Feng Liu said nothing and quickly looked at the woman in front of him. She had short black hair that reached her ears, an oval face that was so white that it was almost transparent, delicate features, and a pure first love face. She was wearing a black dress without a single unnecessary decoration on her body. Li, Zhang Lingyi's fifth sister, is a master hacker, an autistic girl, and a taciturn person. Feng Liu easily determined her identity. "I almost forgot that Li has installed positioning systems on all the sisters' phones to ensure everyone's safety." Today, she detected that her second sister was in the wrong place, and within a short while, she was in a bar and a hotel. She called her second sister several times but she didn't answer, so she rushed over out of worry. She saw the scene in front of her that made her furious. "Why, you want to join too?" Just when things were about to happen, they were ruined by Li who showed up unexpectedly. Feng Liu was so angry that he had no place to vent, and he spoke to her in a very unfriendly tone. "You rascal! Come with me to the police station. Go and talk to the police." Li said in a cold voice, and at the same time attacked at an extremely fast speed, trying to capture Feng Liu. Feng Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and nimbly dodged Li. "You still dare to hide? You're asking for a fight." Li was furious. He clenched his fists and attacked with great swiftness. With a strong gust of wind around him, he charged directly towards Feng Liu's face. "Damn it! This woman is trying to slap me in the face. I'm going to make a living by my face in the future." It was mentioned in the original book that Li had learned martial arts, but his fighting ability was not strong. Feng Liu knew that among the seven sisters, the most skilled one was the eldest sister Mu Chuyun, whom he had not met yet. The others were probably no match for him at the moment. Seeing that the fist was only 1 centimeter away from his face, Feng Liu curled his lips into a smile, tilted his head slightly, and dodged the attack. At the same time, he suddenly grabbed Li's wrist with one hand, and with a little force he turned her over and pressed her onto the sofa. Li couldn't struggle anymore and her heart sank. Finished. This gangster's skills are far superior to hers. Feng Liu held him down with one hand and deliberately touched her face with the other hand, teasing her. "Stop glaring at someone with such a pretty face and smile. Bar. Let me go." Li gritted her teeth and spat angrily. At this moment, Jiyu Nanyuan's voice suddenly came from behind. "Director Feng Xiaoli, stop fighting." The two turned their heads to look. Jiyu Nanyuan was sitting on the bed with her coat on, looking a little sober. "For Mr. Gu's sake, I'll let you go for now." Feng Liu stood up and let go of his hand. Li looked grim and wanted to hit him again, but was stopped by Ji Yuan. Things are not what you think. As she spoke, she lowered her eyes as if a little embarrassed, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. It was Director Feng who saved me and bandaged my wounds. Afraid that Li wouldn't believe it, Ji Yuan raised his arm to show her. Hearing this, Li stood there in a daze, deeply shocked. My second sister never lets any man touch her. As a female president, she is beautiful and rich, and there are too many men around her, which makes Ji Yuan very resistant to these stinky men. Why would he let this man bandage his wounds and speak for him now? Ji Yuan got out of bed and sincerely apologized to Feng Liu. I'm sorry. My fifth sister didn't mean any harm. She doesn't go out much on weekdays, so she doesn't see many people and doesn't know much about the ways of the world. I apologize to you on her behalf. It's okay. Feng Liu waved his hand. Please forget what just happened, just pretend nothing happened. Recalling the passionate scene before, Ji Yuan stuttered and spoke awkwardly. Second sister, why are you still talking nonsense to him? Let's go, I'll take him to the hospital to check if he's injured anywhere else. Li interrupted the two of them and pulled Ji Yuan away. In the car, Li asked Ji Yuan unhappily. Second sister, who is that person? Why are you helping him like this? Ji Yuan replied calmly, he is Feng Liu. Li exclaimed and asked in disbelief. Is that the second-generation rich kid who's fighting with me for the family property? Ji Yuan nodded and said, in fact, we may have misunderstood him before. After getting to know him, I found that he is a good person. Li curled her lips, clearly not believing it. TSK. I don't believe it. Is he a good person who would take you to a hotel and book a room when you're drunk? As she spoke, her expression became stern and she stared at Ji Yuan with a frown. By the way, second sister, tell me honestly, did anything happen between you? I always feel like there's something wrong with you. Ji Yuan immediately denied, nothing happened. Li held his chin with one hand and stared at her for a long time. She was very suspicious but still didn't believe it. She shook her head and thought, after encountering this kind of thing, my second sister would definitely be too embarrassed to say it out loud. It seems like I have to investigate this Feng Liu carefully. Thinking back to the enchanting kiss just now, Feng Liu put on his clothes reluctantly and walked out of the hotel room. In the elevator, he was riding with a woman who was heavily made up and wearing revealing clothes. It was obvious that she was not a decent person. The woman glanced at his lower body and smiled knowingly. She winked at Feng Liu seductively, then hugged his arm directly, and rubbed her huge hemispheres against his arm a few times. Handsome man, do you need any service? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Feng Liu pushed away the woman who came to him on her own initiative with great disgust, and patted the sleeve that she had rubbed against. No. Ever since he had ambiguous relationships with top beauties like Feng Liu and Ji Yuan, he felt that other women were too vulgar and he simply looked down on them. After leaving the hotel, Feng Liu took a taxi back to Villa. After entering their house, he was still in a state of burning desire. Xiao Feng Liu was always in a state of excitement and couldn't go down. Alas! It's so hard for you. Do you want to go back to your room and comfort yourself first? Just then, he heard the sound of Ling Qingxiao taking a shower. Chapter 12 Aunt's Drama. At the same time, at Feng Family Villa. Ling Qingxiao's bathroom. She had just finished taking a shower when she received the call. The call was from Li, who briefly told her about Ji Yuan's situation. Godmother, my second sister's reaction is too abnormal. I plan to investigate this Feng Liu. What do you think? Ling Qingxiao nodded, I agree. Please investigate as soon as possible. I am also curious about how he knew that someone in the company was corrupt, and why he suddenly became a different person. Okay, I'll go now and let you know if there's any progress. Ling Qingxiao thought about it and she was worried that Feng Liu would do something bad to Xiaoyi again. She pondered and said, how about this, you ask Chuyun to come back. Mu Chuyun is a martial arts master, and the people under his command are also very skilled in martial arts. If necessary, Ling Qingxiao wanted Mu Chuyun to use some tough tactics on Feng Liu. Okay. Li agreed. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingxiao heard some noise outside the door. Thinking of the last time when she was almost bullied by Feng Liu, she hurriedly picked up her pajamas, put them on, and opened the bathroom door. When I looked up, sure enough, Feng Liu was standing in the house. He crossed his arms and looked Ling Qingxiao up and down in a frivolous manner. "Aunt, every time you appear, it's really hard to resist." Ling Qingxiao was wearing a lace pajamas that only covered her hips. Her hair was wet and dripping with water, wetting the pajamas. The pajamas stuck tightly to her body, outlining her perfect curves. As she moves, the great truth of the two Fs becomes apparent, making one's blood boil. Ling Qingxiao became angry and covered her chest with her hands. "Why did you come in without knocking?" Feng Liu leaned against the dressing table, regained his composure, and asked, "How is my cousin's injury?" I was shocked to hear that he had the audacity to bring up this matter. After all, although Zhang Lingyi injured himself, it was also for the purpose of competing with Feng Liu in fitness. Maybe Feng Liu did it on purpose. Ling Qingxiao felt uncomfortable, but reason told her that it would not do her any good to conflict with Feng Liu at the moment. So she took a few deep breaths and quickly regained her composure. "The doctor said that my waist was injured, but fortunately it's not serious. Just in case, I need to rest for a few more days before I can be discharged from the hospital." "Oh." Feng Liu nodded and suddenly changed the subject. "Has Su Huayi seen it?" "How do you know?" When Ling Qingxiao suddenly heard Su Huayi's name from Feng Liu's mouth, his eyes widened and his mouth was wide open in surprise. Su Huayi is her sixth daughter whom she secretly adopted and is also the vice president of the first hospital of Imperial City. Looking at Ling Qingxiao's reaction, Feng Liu felt very comfortable. He cleared his throat and said deliberately, "Auntie, don't be too surprised. I know much more than you think." As he spoke, he stood up and fetched a glass of water. After taking a big sip, he slapped his head as if he had suddenly realized something. "Oh. That's right. Look at my poor memory. I forgot that Su Huayi is probably still doing research on anti-cancer drugs abroad and can't come back." Hearing this, Ling Qingxiao was even more shocked. He swallowed hard and his heart was beating like a drum. She looked at Feng Liu in disbelief, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Because she only knew that Su Huayi went abroad for research, but the specific content was a secret in the medical community, so Su Huayi did not tell her. How did Feng Liu know this? This person is so scary. Har har har. Then Auntie, you take a rest first. I'm leaving. After feeling comfortable pretending to be cool, Feng Liu put down the cup, said goodbye contentedly, and prepared to go back to his room to do something important. "Wait a moment." Ling Qingxiao hurriedly called him. "What's wrong?" Feng Liu turned around and asked with raised eyebrows. She bit her lip. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She decided to try to get Feng Liu's words herself so that she could be prepared. Thinking of this, a kind smile appeared on her face. "I just asked the nanny to prepare a large dinner. It's boring to eat alone. Would you like to join us?" Feng Liu replied, "Okay." He thought to himself, "I'll give you a chance, let's see what tricks you can come up with." At the dinner table, Feng Liu deliberately buried his head in his food and didn't say a word. Ling Qingxiao bit his chopsticks, his mind not on eating at all. After thinking it over in her mind, she smiled and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs for Feng Liu, then broke the silence with a smile. "Eat more meat, you're so skinny." After saying that, she sighed heavily and took the initiative to show weakness. "Alas. To be honest, your mother and I are sisters. I have always regarded you and Xiaoyi as the same. In my heart, I love you as if you were my own son." Har har, what a biological son. Feng Liu sneered in his heart but did not refute. Ling Qingxiao continued, "It's just that your father told me before he died that he was worried about your current ability, so he asked me to temporarily take over the position of chairman. I didn't like being the chairman at all, but for the sake of the company, I had to bite the bullet and agree. That's why all those things happened later. But they were really not my intention. I was forced to do it. Later, at the funeral, I saw that the shareholders finally supported you to be the chairman, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that I see you've grown up, I'm happy for you from the bottom of my heart." As he spoke, Ling Qingxiao became so absorbed in the role that he shed 2 lines of tears. Feng Liu naturally wouldn't be fooled, he knew that this was all Ling Qingxiao's sugar-coated bullets. He couldn't help but sigh, Ling Qingxiao is really not the kind of woman with big breasts and no brains. She is indeed a capable person with powerful means, otherwise she would not have been able to train 7 outstanding orphans. Do you think you are the only one who can act? I can too. Let's act together. Who is afraid of who? Thinking of this, Feng Liu also sniffed and looked very moved. He put down his chopsticks, looked at Ling Qingxiao with burning eyes, and pretended to be weak. Aunt, I understand your painstaking efforts. Don't worry, I will definitely get along well with Xiaoyi. Feng Liu patted his chest and said, from now on, Xiaoyi's affairs are my affairs. Leave it to me. After dinner, I will immediately send someone to their hospital to protect Xiaoyi. By the way, Auntie, I hope you can support me at tomorrow's board meeting. I will be very happy and touched. This sentence is the key point of Feng Liu. Ling Qingxiao didn't care much about it. When she heard Feng Liu say that he would not hurt Xiaoyi, she finally felt relieved temporarily. Of course. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Having achieved his goal, Feng Liu returned to his room after finishing his meal. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. Play with Grandpa. You are still young. He walked to the window, took out his cell phone and made a call, then said in a deep voice. Immediately arrange for our own people to go to the hospital and keep an eye on Zhang Lingyi. If anyone asks, just say you are there to protect him. After hanging up the phone, Feng Liu looked at the night outside the window, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Lingyi, everything you have will be mine. Next, I will officially take over the Feng family group and my 7 sisters. Right now, I have to use my free time to continue improving my skills so that I can better deal with various unknown situations. Feng Liu continued to sit cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and entered the state of practicing. At the same time, Ling Qingxiao, feeling relaxed, was humming a song while watering the flowers on the balcony when his cell phone rang urgently. She picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Xiaoyi. She suddenly felt uneasy and quickly answered the phone. Mom, what's going on? Zhang Lingyi sounded a little flustered. Why are there so many people guarding the hospital and my ward? Chapter 13, See It All at Once. There is also a chief physician who is said to be hired by Feng Group to treat me. Hearing this, Ling Qingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, Oh. I thought something big had happened. You scared me to death. Those are the people your cousin sent to protect you. He told me in advance. As he spoke, Ling Qingxiao thought to himself that Feng Liu was very efficient as he had sent someone over so quickly. Zhang Lingyi didn't believe it. How could he be so kind? Ling Qingxiao sighed. She was also an old fox who had been in the business for many years. She knew that things could not be so simple, but there was no other way at the moment. She might as well stabilize Feng Liu for a while. She lowered her voice and reminded Zhang Lingyi. Xiaoyi, listen to me. Before we know Feng Liu's true intentions, don't confront him head-on or provoke him. Have you forgotten what Mom taught you before? Those who want to achieve great things must learn to be patient and not act impulsively or emotionally. All right. Zhang Lingyi had no choice but to agree reluctantly. An hour later. In the sealed room. The practice is over. Feng Liu slowly opened his eyes. He stretched his body and felt more relaxed and energetic than before. Not bad, not bad. Feng Liu was very satisfied. Looking at his wet clothes, he prepared to take a shower. Just as he took off his shirt, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the computer camera on the table flashing out of the corner of his eye. He had been prepared. According to Lily's character in the original book, she would definitely take action after the conflict with him tonight. Lily's greatest skill is hacking into other people's computers and networks. The other side of the camera. Lily was sitting in front of the computer, wearing black-framed glasses, looking extremely sexy, and staring at the screen. Second generation, I want to see what you usually do. The next second, when she saw the scene clearly in front of her, she screamed in fear, quickly covered her eyes with her hands, and kept cursing. You bastard! Shameless! It turned out that Feng Liu was taking off his pants in front of the camera, and he was doing it very quickly. Although Lily reacted immediately, she seemed to have seen something she shouldn't have seen. Her pretty face flushed and she closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them at all. On this side, Feng Liu stared at the camera and smiled. He did it on purpose. Don't you just want to see him? Then watch it all at once. Then, he muttered to himself, this time, I must trick Jiyu Nanyuan with the reclamation plan and prevent her from getting the approval document. After saying that, Feng Liu simply turned off the power switch. Land reclamation approval document, what is that? Li was just pricked up his ears, intending to listen carefully to what Feng Liu was going to say next, when he heard a pop sound beside his ear. When she opened her eyes, she found that her camera was powered off. About my second sister. No, this guy must be planning to do something bad again. Tell my second sister the news immediately. There was no time to investigate the cause of the power outage. Li thought she had overheard Feng Liu's conspiracy and prepared to help Jiyu Nanyuan. This way. Feng Liu smiled meaningfully. The next day, early in the morning, Feng Liu looked at himself in the mirror with great satisfaction at how handsome he looked in a tie and suit, then went out to attend the board meeting of Feng Group. The employees in the company gathered together and talked about it. Hey! Have you heard? In the end, it was the young master of the Feng family who became the chairman. Today is his first day in office, and he said he would hold a board meeting. As for Feng Liu, that dandy boy, can he manage a company? I think even a sow would climb a tree. That's right, I think our company will be ruined soon. I've already started sending out resumes yesterday, so I'd better leave as soon as possible. What time is it? You still have time to gossip here. It seems you have too little time to live. A magnetic male voice suddenly sounded behind me. When everyone turned around, they saw Feng Liu standing behind them at some point. He cast a cold gaze at them, emitting a chilling aura. They only felt that the temperature around them dropped by several degrees in an instant, and they lowered their heads and dared not even breathe. If I see you again next time, I'll pack up and leave. Feng Liu said this and turned to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately dispersed back to their workstations. Is this still the cynical young master of the Feng family? This aura is so scary. In the meeting room, all the directors including Ling Qingxiao have arrived. Feng Liu walked in with his long legs and head held high and sat in the first seat. He glanced at everyone and spoke loudly without further ado. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. I decided that Feng's group would bid for the Lantor Island reclamation project. According to the original book, this plan will bring huge profits in the future. He naturally couldn't miss such a good opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a huge uproar. The directors immediately voiced their objection. I don't agree. This plan is too risky. Land reclamation is unprecedented in the imperial city, and the risks involved are definitely far greater than the benefits. Yes, in Imperial City, only Shins and Nanyuan dare to touch this area. Feng Liu. Chairman, you have to think it through. If the former chairman were here, he wouldn't gamble like this. I'm against it. Faced with the opposition from the directors, Feng Liu remained calm. He didn't say anything, but just glanced meaningfully at Ling Qingxiao, who was silent beside him. Meeting his eyes, Ling Qingxiao was stunned for a moment, remembering what he had promised at the dinner table last night. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then took a deep breath, stood up and spoke in a raised voice. I support the chairman's decision. Land reclamation will not occupy arable land, nor will there be any need to consider compensation for demolition. Moreover, the land created is very likely to directly become the economic center of the city, and its future development value is immeasurable. Feng Group cannot miss such a good opportunity. Feng Liu crossed his hands, with a hint of approval in his eyes. I have to say, this woman is quite capable. Yes, in the original book, she already knew about this matter, and later after Jiyu Nanyuan obtained the approval for land reclamation, she added fuel to the fire and made Zhang Lingyi earn a large sum of money. However, now this kind aunt is going to be used by him. Ling Qingxiao's analysis is well founded, and as she is the CEO, she also has a certain weight in front of the company's directors. After these words, the directors' voices of opposition decreased a lot. Feng Liu didn't bother to pay attention to the others, and immediately took advantage of the victory and made a decision. Since President Ling also said so, the Feng Group's plan to enter Lantor Island's reclamation plan is set. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 14, When the Best Actress and You. After the directors left, Ling Qingxiao called Feng Liu and said enthusiastically with a smile on his face, Chairman, thank you for protecting Xiaoyi. I would like to invite you to lunch. Feng Liu put his hands in his pockets and refused decisively. I've already made an appointment. After saying that, he left the company without looking back. Ling Qingxiao looked at his back with a hint of disappointment. Originally, she wanted to get closer to Feng Liu and see if she could find out the reason for his drastic change in personality. Forget it, there is still a long way to go. Ling Qingxiao calmed down and suddenly remembered that Han Yu said she would be nearby today, so he called her. Xiao Yu, tell me when you're done. Godmother will treat you to lunch today. On the other end of the phone, Han Yu was obviously a little embarrassed, and stammered, Godmother, I already have an appointment, I'm really sorry. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingxiao stood there wondering alone. It's strange, why does everyone have an appointment today? On the other side, inside a high-end Western restaurant, Feng Liu and Han Yu sat together. Han Yu sat sideways facing Feng Liu, with her eyes downcast for a long time without saying a word, with a cold look on her face. She was still angry about the last time Feng Liu forced her to kiss her. Feng Liu deliberately teased, Queen of Film, if you asked me to come here just to show me your face, then I will leave. As he said this, he made a gesture to stand up. Don't leave. Han Yu immediately became anxious and looked at him with a pout, I have something to say. Feng Liu sat down again, looked at her and nodded his chin. Explain. My Wuyo Media has also signed a new movie and has already started filming. The progress and actors are very good. Don't underestimate me. Han Yu held her little face high and said proudly. Feng Liu knew what Han Yu was thinking, so he naturally wouldn't be fooled by her. He looked at Han Yu confidently, raised his eyebrows, and asked back in a calm voice. Oh? Is that really the case? If you were so sure about your new movie, you wouldn't have to get involved in my new movie. Seeing Han Yu's expression obviously darken, Feng Liu continued to pretend to provoke her casually. By the way, I also heard about the release date of your new movie. What a coincidence. Our new movies are also scheduled to be released together, so the audience can compare them then. Hearing this, Han Yu's heart sank. She knew very well that if two movies were released together and they were of the same subject matter, it would be very difficult for Wuyo Media. For a large company like Feng's group, it is nothing, but she has built Wuyo Media up step by step to its current size, and she doesn't want to take the risk. Can you reschedule your movie? Feng Liu rejected her mercilessly, impossible. Han Yu tried to make a final struggle and said, as long as you agree, you can put forward any conditions, and I will agree to them. Feng Liu showed an ambiguous smile and lowered his voice. In your eyes, I am just a playboy. What do you think I want? As he spoke, he reached out and touched Han Yu's hand which was placed on the table, stroking it gently. Han Yu pulled her hand back suddenly as if she had been electrocuted and glared at him. Feng Liu, what do you mean? Feng Liu sat up straight and regained his composure. I'm kidding. I've already kissed you. What's the point of touching your hand? He said word by word, what I want is to invest in Wuyo Media. There is no such thing as a profit without an early rise. Only when Wuyo Media's new movie has a profit relationship with me, then I am willing to change the release date to make way for it. What? Han Yu frowned. Investing in the company means that Wuyo Media and Feng Liu will be tied together forever. Who knows what other excessive actions this scoundrel might take against me? It's scary to think about it. No. Feng Liu's reaction was very calm. He gently shook the red wine glass in his hand and said, don't worry. Take your time to think about it. Eat first. Feng Liu took a sip of red wine and heard the music playing in the restaurant. His eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. He remembered that the book mentioned that Han Yu was a person who attached great importance to talent and had always wanted to develop a career in music, but unfortunately he had not found any useful talents. In the original book, Zhang Lingyi often played the piano in front of Han Yu to show off. But what is the point of just knowing how to play the piano? Songwriting is the key. You like talent, right? Then it's not too much for me to copy a song, right? Feng Liu had an idea in his mind. He stood up and winked at Han Yu. I'm done eating. I'll go over and sing a song. You can eat slowly. Han Yu, who still had a sausage in her mouth, was stunned for a moment and quickly called him. What song are you singing? Stop messing around. Although this place is very private, if someone takes a video and posts it online, not only will your reputation be ruined, but the reputation of the Feng group will also be ruined. Han Yu said that the main reason was that she was worried that Feng Liu would scream and yell there, and she would be embarrassed too. Feng Liu raised his eyebrows. Are you sure that my singing is terrible? Feng Liu walked onto the stage and sat in front of the piano. The other people in the restaurant were also celebrities. When they saw someone coming up on stage, they looked over with interest. Feng Liu looked at Han Yu affectionately and said slowly in a voice full of magnetism, "The song I'm going to sing next is dedicated to a girl. It's called You're the One. Feng Liu knew that the world in the book did not have the songs that existed on Earth. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his slender hands on the black and white piano keys and began to play skillfully. After the soothing and beautiful prelude, Feng Liu began to sing. People who know how to make me smile. No one is more talented than you. Break into my heart easily. You will complete tomorrow's beautiful dream. The melodious piano music accompanied by the warm and pleasant singing voice echoed throughout the restaurant. Everyone put down their cutlery and immersed themselves in Feng Liu's singing. Han Yu, who was still answering the phone, was stunned. She looked fixedly at Feng Liu on the stage, her eyes showing surprise and admiration. A spotlight was shining on Feng Liu. The man in a high-end custom-made white shirt had a handsome profile and his bony fingers danced deftly on the black and white piano keys. At this moment, he had completely lost his usual cynicism and was as affectionate as a prince from a fairy tale. In fact, Han Yu was on the phone now, but she forgot. On the phone, Jiu Nanyuan was still asking Han Yu, "Xiao Yu, are you with Feng Liu? If we're together, find a chance to ask me about the reclamation plan." Oh. Han Yu, who was completely attracted by the song, didn't listen to what Jiu Nanyuan said at all. After responding hesitantly, she hung up the phone. On the stage, Feng Liu's song continued. The whole universe. The end of their vastness. Every tiny planet. It all revolves around you. If I love you, you are the only one. I only wish to protect the happiness you give me. Love me, it's you. When he sang to the most emotional part, Feng Liu raised his eyes, looked through the crowd, and met Han Yu's eyes. There was a bright light shining in his eyes, and his look was full of deep affection. At this moment, Han Yu felt as if everything around her had stopped. Only Feng Liu and she were left. When Feng Liu looked at her, she felt herself being trapped in those deep eyes. Feng Liu actually sings so well. What made Han Yu even more curious was that, with her extensive music collection, she had never heard of this song before, but it was indeed very nice. She immediately picked up her phone, recorded a clip, and sent it to the company's music director. Check who wrote this song. Chapter 15, The Female CEO. After a while, the company director replied, "Boss Han, I checked all the major music libraries at home and abroad, but this song is not found. This should be an original song that has not been released yet." Even the usually picky music director couldn't help but exclaim in praise excitedly. Who wrote the lyrics and composed the music for this song? It will definitely be a hit if it's released. It's so good. The voice of the singer who is singing now is also very emotional and recognizable. Mr. Han, if he hasn't signed with the company, you must sign him. The shock in Han Yu's heart was beyond words. Feng Liu, you are really unfathomable. How many surprises do you have waiting for people to discover? While Han Yu was stunned, Feng Liu had finished the song, walked off the stage amid people's applause, and returned to his seat. You can actually write songs. Han Yu blinked her big starry eyes with admiration on her face. Feng Liu lowered his head to eat and said casually, "No, I just lied to you and sang it casually." After verification, Han Yu was already certain in her heart that Feng Liu could write songs. Seeing his humble behavior now, she admired him even more. So she continued to speak excitedly to herself. "I'm willing to buy the copyright of this song. Just name your price." Hearing this, Feng Liu teased, "Do you think I look like someone who is short of money?" After saying that, he deliberately added, "Besides, this song is reserved for the theme song of our company's new movie. How can it be sold?" Hearing this, Han Yu felt even more pressured. If the theme song is so beautiful, then other aspects must be even more refined and well made. In addition, with the Feng Group's strong financial backing, her new movie will be at a disadvantage this time. While Han Yu was thinking, Feng Liu also received a message on his phone. It was sent by Jiu Nanyuan. "There's a Sunny Coast auction tonight. Do you want to go with me? Sunny Coast is the key to the reclamation plan. If we take over this place, we can develop real estate after reclamation in the future and build buildings, which will be very profitable." On the other side, after the message was sent, Ji Nanyuan felt unusually nervous. She bit her lower lip nervously, worried that Feng Liu had gone to cooperate with her mortal enemy, Shen's real estate. She wanted to do everything she could to tie him down. Ding, the message alert sound rang. Ji Nanyuan quickly clicked it. Feng Liu replied, sure. Call. Ji Nanyuan finally put her mind at ease and breathed a sigh of relief. Here, Feng Liu was a little absent-minded as he thought about his date with Ji Nanyuan. Seeing him like this, Han Yu couldn't help feeling annoyed. This was the first time a man sat opposite her but didn't look her in the eye. She puffed up her cheeks, stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Feng Liu's eyes, and said angrily, hello. What are you thinking about? When you eat with me, can you please pay attention? Feng Liu raised his eyes to look at her. You don't agree to my investment, so there is nothing to talk about between us. I'm full, I'm leaving. Feng Liu wiped his mouth, stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Han Yu hurriedly grabbed him. I promise you. Hearing this, Feng Liu knew that he had caught a fish, and he immediately said, okay. Let's sign the contract tomorrow. I'll invest 300 million and want 10% of the equity. Han Yu felt that the price was a bit low and was about to open her mouth to refute. Feng Liu didn't give her the chance at all and just walked out of the restaurant with his long legs. The time soon came to 7:30 in the evening. There is still half an hour left before the auction starts. Outside the venue, there were countless luxury cars parked, the cheapest of which started at $1 million. Many successful businessmen in designer suits got out of the cars and walked into the venue in groups of 2 or 3. There will be several good projects being auctioned this time, and the finale project is the development rights of Sunny Coast. Therefore, almost all the well-known corporate groups in Dechen came to attend the conference. A dark purple Cullinan drove from the west and stopped at the entrance of the venue. Ji Nanyuan was about to get off the car when her cell phone rang. It was Li Li calling. Xiao Li. Second sister, have you been to the auction? Li Li's voice was filled with anxiety. I just arrived at the door. What's the matter? Ji Nanyuan asked. Have you seen Feng Liu? Oh, not yet. Hearing this, Li Li breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, that's good. Listen, Feng Liu is really not a good person. He's going to cheat you at the auction. You must be careful. I heard this with my own ears, it can't be fake. They grew up together, and Ji Nanyuan knew Li Li's character very well. She has always been cautious and would not speak nonsense if there is no sufficient evidence. Therefore, Ji Nanyuan immediately became wary of Feng Liu. She nodded, okay, I understand, I will be careful. After hanging up the phone, Ji Nanyuan opened the car door and got out. Almost in an instant, her appearance attracted the attention of everyone present. She had beautiful facial features, and her long, ink-like hair was piled up high, revealing her long, slender swan-like neck. She was wearing a well-tailored champagne-colored haute couture suit, which made her skin look as white as snow. There is not a single unnecessary decoration on her body. She is very clean and neat, with a kind of nobility and elegance that is difficult to conceal. Who is this? She's so beautiful. A young man looked at Ji Nanyuan infatuatedly and asked. You don't even know her. Ji Nanyuan, the beautiful president of Nanyuan Group. She is a top-notch person with both ability and beauty. An older boss exclaimed with emotion. Another person sighed again, alas. What a pity, Ms. Ji has always been aloof. Although she has countless suitors, she is still single. I wonder what kind of man can catch her eye. While they were discussing, a group of confident and successful men gathered around. Among them there is one with a very powerful background. His name is Chen Xiong. He is the son of the president of the Chen Group. He is in his early 30s, has a strong physique and decent looks. However, with the bonus of being a second-generation rich man, he is also the object of pursuit of many gold-digger girls. Boss Ji, seeing is believing. You are indeed a great beauty. Do I have the honor to sit with you tonight? As he spoke, Chen Xiong bent down slightly and extended his right hand towards Ji Nanyuan. Ji Nanyuan was used to seeing men like this. She felt that they were like green-headed flies and she was too lazy to pay any attention to them. She rolled her eyes in her heart, walked around him and the other men, and headed straight for the door of the venue. Chen Xiong was not discouraged or annoyed, and narcissistically thought, what a temper. What a personality. I like it. He chuckled, turned around and strode after Jiyu Nanyuan. Jiyu Nanyuan entered the venue without looking back and found a seat in the front row. Chen Xiong shamelessly pursued her and sat down next to Jiyu Nanyuan. "Boss Jiyu, I've checked. You don't have a male companion tonight. Why don't you give me a chance? I really admire you. Please give me a chance. I will never let you down." Chapter 16, Just a Clown. Jiyu Nanyuan glanced at Chen Xiong indifferently, then looked away. When the entrance was closed, the venue was almost full. Walking through the crowd, he immediately saw Jiyu Nanyuan, who was sitting upright with a transcendent temperament. "I am coming." Feng Liu walked up to Jiyu Nanyuan and greeted her. The next second, a ghostly scene happened. Jiyu Nanyuan, who was always aloof, actually smiled sweetly at Feng Liu, then stood up and put her arm around his arm intimately, speaking coquettishly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As she spoke, Jiyu Nanyuan pouted and lightly hit him on the chest a few times. "You?" Feng Liu stared at her and was about to ask her if something had happened to her today. Before he could open his mouth, he felt a sudden piercing pain on the inside of his arm. It was Jiyu Nanyuan pinching him. Jiyu Nanyuan gave him a warning look, then turned around and looked at Chen Xiong with indifference. "Who said I don't have a male companion? He is. You can get out of the way." Chen Xiong squinted his eyes and looked Feng Liu up and down. Apparently he had also heard of Feng Liu. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Feng Liu from their famous Feng group." As he said this, he stood up with his hands in his pockets and said regretfully, "You want such a notorious guy. I thought Mr. Jiyu had such a good vision, but now I realize he is so ignorant. You'll regret this." Feng Liu's eyes turned cold. "Don't make trouble for yourself. Get out. You." Chen Xiong suddenly felt a sense of fear like a small minion seeing a big villain. He looked at Feng Liu sinisterly and went to the seat next to him unwillingly. At exactly 8 o'clock, the host came on stage and announced the official start of the auction. Jiyu Nanyuan and Feng Liu had no interest in the other projects mentioned above, and they were chatting the whole time. Jiyu Nanyuan tilted her head slightly and asked in a low voice, "What is your relationship with Xiaoye?" Ever since she accidentally saw the two of them kissing that day, she had been looking for an opportunity to ask. Feng Liu raised his eyebrows and said deliberately, "It's the kind of relationship you see." Hearing this answer, Jiyu Nanyuan suddenly felt a strange emotion in her heart, a little sour and a little bitter. She didn't realize that she was jealous, she just felt very uncomfortable. Her eyes darkened for a moment, and her tone was filled with annoyance. "Since you and Han Yu are already in a relationship, why do you still treat me like that? Scumbag. Big scumbag." Feng Liu chuckled nonchalantly. "I'm not a scumbag. I just want to give every girl a home." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiyu Nanyuan's pretty face turned red with anger, and she reached out her hand to strangle Feng Liu. "Shameless." Feng Liu grabbed her hand and regained his composure. "Han Yu and I will be working together on a new movie soon, and we were really auditioning at the time." "Really?" Jiyu Nanyuan was a little skeptical. "If you don't believe me, go ask Han Yu. She won't lie to you." Feng Liu thought quickly. Jiyu Nanyuan nodded, feeling relieved. Feng Liu took in her little expression, and added in a pretentious manner, "Even if we take a step back, Han Yu is not my type at all." Jiyu Nanyuan was delighted and asked casually, "So what kind do you like?" Feng Liu curled his lips mysteriously, staring at Jiyu Nanyuan with burning eyes, tilted his head and leaned close to her ear, saying ambiguously, "It's right in front of us." Jiyu Nanyuan was stunned for a moment. Feng Liu continued, "Otherwise, why should I cooperate with you to drive Chen Xiong away?" "I?" For a moment, Jiyu Nanyuan was unable to refute, and then a feeling of surprise and excitement quietly crept into her heart. She turned her head and looked at Feng Liu. As their eyes met, Jiyu Nanyuan felt as if her heart skipped a beat. Amid the bustling crowd, a feeling seemed to spread. Chen Xiong saw this scene. He clenched his fists, his teeth chattered in anger, and he felt jealous. He doesn't accept it. He thinks he is 100 times better than Feng Liu. Why could that playboy win Jiyu Nanyuan's heart instead of him? The person sitting next to Chen Xiong was the person sent by Shen Real Estate to participate in the auction. The Shen representative followed his line of sight and looked over silently, a new idea already coming to his mind. Just a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Thinking about it, he moved closer to Chen Xiong and whispered, Mr. Chen, Jiyu Nanyuan came here today for Qinghai Coast. If you take over this project later, Jiyu Nanyuan will definitely look at you with new eyes. Jiyu Nanyuan noticed Chen Xiong's unfriendly gaze coming towards her from the corner of her eye, and felt sorry for Feng Liu. She lowered her eyes and said to Feng Liu with great guilt, I'm so sorry, Chen Xiong is a well-known narrow-minded person who will never let go of any grudge. Feng Liu smiled disapprovingly, just him? He's just a clan. I can crush him with just one finger. Jiyu Nanyuan reminded, don't brag anymore. I remind you that the Chen family is no less powerful than your Feng family. At this time, the auction had reached its final highlight, the auction of Sunny Coast development rights. Their host announced with a smile. Bidding starts now. The starting price is 200 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiyu Nanyuan took the lead in raising the sign, 300 million. Others also made bids. 350 million. 400 million. Someone from Shen's group held up a sign, 450 million. As soon as this price was announced, people from other companies gave up bidding. Because they all knew that the Shen family of Qinghai Coast was determined to win this time, and there would be no benefit for them to continue competing. Only Jiyu Nanyuan raised the sign again and said calmly, 480 million. The Shen representative was not to be outdone, 490 million. Jiyu Nanyuan gritted her teeth and said, 500 million. This price is already her limit. If Shen raises the price again, she will have no choice but to give up. The Shen representative nudged Chen Xiong with his elbow and asked him to help. Chen Xiong immediately understood, raised the sign, and shouted loudly, Chen's price has increased to 520 million. Jiyu Nanyuan's bid was surpassed and his face turned pale. She held the sign tightly in her fingers, feeling conflicted. What to do? If any more is added, it will exceed the budget of Nanyuan Group. But if she doesn't add it, she doesn't want to lose this good project. Feng Liu looked at Jiyu Nanyuan and knew that now was the best time for him to act as a hero and save the beauty. Moreover, if he takes over Sunny Coast, he can make several times the money. He cleared his throat and calmly held up the sign. 800 million. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. What? Such a high price? The Feng family is so rich. This offer is ridiculously high. Their host said, 800 million. Is there anyone here who wants to raise the price? The countdown begins, 3, 2, 1. The sound of hammers rang out. 800 million deal. I declare that the development rights of Sunny Coast belong to Feng Group. There was thunderous applause at the scene, and everyone's eyes were cast towards Feng Liu. There is shock, admiration, and jealousy. Less than 2 seconds after he came to the limelight, Chen Xiong was completely crushed by Feng Liu. His face turned blue and purple, looking extremely ugly. Although he wanted to raise the price, he knew in his heart that if he raised the price any further, what would await him when he returned home would be being skinned alive by his father and kicked out. Feng Liu walked up to him with a smile, raised his voice an octave, and said forcefully, I'm sorry, you are just the second generation of the Chen family, but I am the current chairman of the Feng Group. After saying that, Feng Liu took Jiyu Nanyuan's hand and prepared to leave the venue. The Shen representative's face was trembling with anger as his trick failed. He was unwilling to let Feng Liu leave like this. His eyes rolled and he came up with a plan to deliberately provoke Chen Xiong. Boss Chen, if you let Feng Liu go now, you will never have the chance to raise your head in front of Boss Jiyu again. Chapter 17. Time to show off your driving skills. These words hit Chen Xiong's pain point. He reacted immediately, rushed forward angrily, and opened his arms to block the way of Feng Liu and Jiyu Nanyuan. You can't leave. I'm not done with you today. After saying that, he pretended to roll up his sleeves, as if he was determined to fight to the death. Jiyu Nanyuan looked at Chen Xiong with his red eyes like a mad dog, and was a little worried that Feng Liu was no match for him. She pulled Feng Liu to dissuade him. Let's ignore him. But Feng Liu didn't want to indulge him at all, so he raised his hand and snapped. The slap came so fast that it exceeded Chen Xiong's reaction speed and hit him squarely in the face. R. Chen Xiong covered his face. If you dare to hit me, I will kill you. But the result was another slap. Snap. Feng Liu looked at the idiot with a cold expression. It seems your father doesn't want to complete the Longmen project. After these words were spoken, Chen Xiong, who was still extremely corrupt, suddenly calmed down. How do you know about the Longmen project? That was a big thing that the Chen family did secretly. It was the most important project of his father in recent years, and it was related to the survival of the Chen family. Not only do I know, I can also control it. Go back and tell your father that the Longmen project is cancelled. Feng Liu's words made Chen Xiong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. You are the big boss behind the scenes. You are not qualified to know my identity. Feng Liu kicked Chen Xiong out and he knelt on the ground. His whole body was shaking like a sieve and cold sweat was pouring down. While Ji Nanyuan was still thinking about how to escape safely, she heard a plop. Chen Xiong, who had been so arrogant just now, actually knelt down with a flattering smile on his face. Boss Feng, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Don't take it to heart. Feng Liu said coldly, don't let me see you again. Get out. Yes. Chen Xiong fled as if he had been pardoned. Ji Nanyuan widened her eyes and turned to look at Feng Liu in disbelief. What's going on? How did the situation turn around so suddenly? Will Chen Xiong ever give in? The representative of the Shen family stood not far behind Feng Liu and was shocked. He originally wanted to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, a dramatic reversal occurred. He quickly found a corner, called Shen Yunnan, and reported everything that happened today. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yunnan pondered for a moment, and said in a cold voice, the sunny coast will never fall into the hands of others. The reclamation plan is related to the entertainment industry near our Shen Corporation. Losing Qinghai Coast will cause the company to lose at least hundreds of billions. The Shen representative nodded. Boss, I understand. After hanging up the phone, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he made another call. Send our people here immediately. Outside the venue. Feng Liu pulled Ji Nanyuan directly into his own car. I drove the car. Ji Nanyuan was a little confused. Feng Liu's face darkened. Someone is following us, you take my seat. The two got into the car. Fasten your seat belts and sit tight. Feng Liu gave instructions to Ji Nanyuan in a deep voice. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the two black sedans parked behind him. Suddenly, he stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like a flash of lightning. The leader of the thugs in the black car's face suddenly changed when he saw this. Hurry up and follow me. This kid wants to run. The two cars accelerated and caught up with Feng Liu, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching Feng Liu's car in the middle and hitting his car continuously, trying to force the two to stop. Ji Nanyuan's face turned pale in an instant and she screamed in fright. Who are they? She asked Feng Liu with a look of horror. Although he held the door handle tightly with both hands, Ji Nanyuan was still knocked to the ground. Feng Liu smiled calmly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his hands on the steering wheel. The front of the car swung straight forward, and he dodged left and right perfectly. It should be the thugs sent by Shens. Hearing this, Ji Nanyuan frowned, a little worried. Then the two of us may not be their match. Feng Liu smiled confidently. Don't be afraid, it's just a small minion. I'm here, so just put your mind at ease. I will definitely protect you. Ji Nanyuan nodded, feeling a little touched. Hold on tight. If the door handle is hard to hold, you can hold me. Next, it's time for me to show off my driving skills. As he spoke, Feng Liu suddenly accelerated, and with a perfect drift, he steadily rushed out from between the two black cars. The leader of the thugs shouted, "Chase them!" Just when they were about to speed up and catch up, a large truck suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped upright in the middle of the road, blocking their way. Stop! 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 The thug leader's pupils contracted and he let out a scream. The two cars braked suddenly and stopped just before hitting the truck. The leader of the thugs let out a long sigh, then slapped his accomplice on the head who was driving and cursed angrily. Damn it! Trash! I actually let him get away. Feng Liu saw the whole situation from the rearview mirror and knew that the two had escaped from danger successfully. Because the big truck was the one he had sent in advance. Feng Liu slowed down the car a little and was about to tell Ji Nanyuan about the situation, but when he saw her eyes tightly closed and her long eyelashes trembling slightly, he suddenly changed his mind. He curled his lips and smiled, thinking of teasing her, and decided to continue fooling Ji Nanyuan. How's it going? Did you get rid of it? Seeing that Feng Liu didn't speak for a long time, Jiyu Nanyuan asked. Not yet, you got it right. In order to avoid being caught up by these people, I have to avoid them and go up the mountain. Feng Liu deliberately made the situation sound critical, then turned the steering wheel and turned onto the nearby mountain road. The car wound its way up the mountain and finally reached the top. Feng Liu stopped the car, looked around, and felt very satisfied. This is a nice place, the environment is quiet and no one disturbs them, that's it. He decided to gradually trick Jiyu Nanyuan. Feng Liu pretended to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, we're finally safe now. I successfully got rid of them." Jiyu Nanyuan usually gets a little carsick, and today's experience of a life-threatening car race scared her so much that her face turned pale, and her thin shoulders kept shaking slightly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Seeing her, who always presented herself as a strong woman, now looking so frail and frightened, Feng Liu felt a little distressed. He sighed softly, without saying a word, and with his right hand, pulled Jiyu Nanyuan directly into his arms. When Jiyu Nanyuan reacted, she found that she was already firmly held in Feng Liu's arms. She froze and tried to struggle. But when she felt her cheek pressed against his warm chest and heard his strong, steady heartbeat, her panic gradually subsided and she felt filled with a sense of security. Forget it, just this time, let yourself go. Chapter 18, continue what you didn't finish last time. Let it go for once. Just once. Jiyu Nanyuan said to herself in her heart, slowly closed her eyes, and snuggled obediently in Feng Liu's arms. Looking at Jiyu Nanyuan, who was as docile as a cat, Feng Liu felt happy. He lowered his head and whispered softly in Jiyu Nanyuan's ear. "Boss Jiyu, I've saved you twice. Shouldn't you repay me?" Jiyu Nanyuan in his arms raised her delicate little face, pouted and asked in confusion, "What do you want in return?" Feng Liu blinked, "You have to kiss me anyway." R. Jiyu Nanyuan opened her red lips slightly, somewhat unresponsive. The next second, Feng Liu had already lowered his head and kissed her soft lips, but it was very fast, just a light kiss, and then he raised his head. He then chuckled and teased, "How sweet." Jiyu Nanyuan's breath was choked, her fair face suddenly turned red, and she struggled to break free from his arms. "You? Har har har." Feng Liu laughed heartily and continued his routine while Jiyu Nanyuan was a little confused. "That's right." He regained his composure and took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Jiyu Nanyuan. To be honest, the big piece of fat meat called Qinghai Coast is actually not something that our Feng group can develop on its own. We still need the help of your Nanyuan group. Hearing about work, Jiyu Nanyuan quickly regained some of his sanity. After a brief thought, she concluded that Feng Liu had deliberately let him join. It should be said that the closure of the building was intentional from the very beginning of the auction. The Feng group is fully capable of developing Qinghai Coast on its own, but it insisted on having her join, and was not hesitant to offend the Shen and Chen families for this. Why is this? What does he want? Could it be that? In a flash, Jiyu Nanyuan's heart moved. Does he really like me that much? He did all this to make me happy. Jiyu Nanyuan was extremely shocked. Feng Liu took in every change in her expression and knew that the fish had taken the bait. Looking at her perfect profile and thinking of the kiss just now, Feng Liu felt itchy in his heart again. He leaned forward to kiss her again. Jiyu Nanyuan noticed him approaching and turned her face slightly to the side. On this side, Feng Liu's lips just brushed against her delicate and soft cheek. "If you keep doing this, I'll leave." Jiyu Nanyuan turned her head and glared at him with some rejection. She had already put her hand on the door handle, opened the car door, and was ready to get out and go home. Feng Liu shrugged. "Go if you want to, bye." Jiyu Nanyuan was so angry that she got out of the car, but when she saw the foot of the mountain, she saw that the group of thugs were still patrolling. Jiyu Nanyuan was so scared that she slammed the car door and sat back in the car. Feng Liu pretended not to know what was going on and asked deliberately, "Huh? Why are you back again?" Jiyu Nanyuan grabbed Feng Liu's hand in panic. "You can't leave. Those thugs are still guarding the foot of the mountain. We'll just have to stay on the mountain tonight." Feng Liu pinched his thigh hard with his other hand to control himself from laughing out loud. He nodded in mock fear, "Then we'll stay on the mountain tonight." Feng Liu opened the sunroof, laid the seat flat, and the two of them lay down in the car to rest. Their night sky tonight is exceptionally clear, with no clouds in the sky, and countless little stars are twinkling in the sky. Ji Yunanuan admired the night scenery and felt relaxed. A gust of wind blew by, and she shrank her neck slightly. Seeing this, Feng Liu closed the skylight glass, took off his suit jacket, and gently covered Ji Yunanuan with it. Cold nights are coming, don't catch a cold. At this moment, Ji Yunanuan's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was connected, and it was Li calling. Without waiting for Ji Yunanuan to speak, she said it with certainty. "Second sister, I'm right. Is that Feng Liu trying to cheat you at the auction? I knew he was a bad guy. He's not a good person." Although the hands-free function was not on, the mountains were quiet and the space inside the car was cramped, so the sound coming from the receiver sounded exceptionally clear. Ji Yunanuan glanced at Feng Liu with an awkward expression, cleared her throat and hurriedly explained to Li. "That's not the case, you misunderstood him. I can participate in tonight's auction thanks to Feng Liu's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to participate in the Sunny Coast project." Li didn't believe that Feng Liu would be so kind. She always felt that he must have some conspiracy, so she asked again. "Second sister, I'm coming to see you." Upon hearing that she was coming, Ji Yunanuan was worried that there would be a conflict between the two when they met, so he hurried to stop her. "I've made an appointment with my friends to watch the stars on the mountain. Don't worry. Are you sure everything is okay?" Li was still worried. After Ji Yunanuan's repeated confirmation, she was able to reluctantly let go of her worries. Seeing Ji Yunanuan hung up the phone, Feng Liu pretended to sigh deeply. "Well, what's wrong?" Ji Yunanuan fell into the trap and asked with concern. "I envy you very much. Although Ling Qingxiao is your adoptive mother, at least she is really kind to you and can make you feel the motherly love. But I lost my mother when I was young. Although Ling Qingxiao is my aunt, she only treats Zhang Lingyi as her own child." Feng Liu deliberately made himself sound pathetic. Seeing the usually cynical Feng Liu reveal such a vulnerable side, Ji Yunanuan suddenly felt pity for him, because she also knew that Ling Qingxiao was like this. She had always told the seven sisters to support Zhang Lingyi when they grew up. But he didn't care much about what the seven sisters really thought. My godmother really didn't do it right in this regard. Feng Liu didn't say anything more. He rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair. After a while, his breathing became even and he seemed to have fallen asleep. While in his sleep, Feng Liu suddenly started coughing violently, as if he was about to catch a cold. Ji Yunanuan was immersed in her pity for him. When she heard the cough and saw him frowning and wearing only a thin shirt, she couldn't help feeling sour and bitter in her heart. She took off Feng Liu's suit jacket, carefully approached him and gently covered him with it. Just as she was about to stand up, Feng Liu suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged her. Ji Yunanuan screamed, and then after a dizzy spin, she was pinned down by Feng Liu. Before she could react, Feng Liu grabbed her hand, leaned over and quickly kissed her lips, deftly stretched out his tongue to pry open her teeth, and began to kiss her passionately. She was stunned, allowing the sobs that escaped her lips to be swallowed up by him. Ji Yunanuan felt numb all over and her brain was dizzy. She gradually forgot to resist and kissed back unconsciously. Only when she was almost short of breath from being kissed did Feng Liu reluctantly let her go, but his eyes were fixed on her red and swollen lips. The woman under him had her black hair disheveled and he had unbuttoned several of her clothes, revealing her seductive figure. Like a rose ready to be picked, blooming in the dark night. "Do you want to continue what you didn't finish last time?" Feng Liu was breathing heavily, his voice extremely hoarse. Chapter 19, Capture Ji Yunanuan. Ji Yunanuan was moved. She looked into his eyes that were as bright as stars, bit her lip and nodded slowly. Feng Liu leaned over and kissed her neck, his big hands moving continuously downwards. Along with tiny moans and heavy breathing, the entire car began to sway rhythmically. 2 hours later, the two hugged each other tightly and fell asleep. When Feng Liu woke up, he saw Ji Yunanuan already dressed and sitting quietly beside him. She looked calm, as if nothing had happened. But her high collar still couldn't hide the dark red marks on her fair skin, showing how crazy the two of them were last night. Seeing Feng Liu wake up, Ji Yunanuan said calmly, "I have called my secretary and asked her to pick me up." As she spoke, she raised her wrist to check the time, it should be here soon. A few minutes later, the secretary arrived in a Cullinan. Jiu Nanyuan got in the car. Before leaving, she looked at Feng Liu seriously and said, "Feng Liu, I'm not that kind of woman." Feng Liu nodded, "I know." He saw bright red blood stains on the used tissues in the car. Jiu Nanyuan raised her head stubbornly, "Also, I'm not the kind of woman who would willingly depend on a man." After saying that, she turned her head away from Feng Liu and spoke to the female secretary. "Let's go." Looking at the Cullinan driving away, Feng Liu narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. At this moment, Feng Liu suddenly felt that the pure yarn's supreme power in his body had actually broken through on its own. It was as if some kind of good fortune was bestowed upon him, causing his whole body to feel very smooth. "What does it feel like?" Feng Liu was extremely surprised. This feeling was very mysterious, but he seemed to have encountered it somewhere before. That's right. On Zhang Lingyi. The last time he wanted to stab Zhang Lingyi to death, the other party had this feeling, so he couldn't hurt him at all. Is this the legendary protagonist's halo? He couldn't explain this kind of thing clearly. Things like the protagonist's halo, destiny, and chance, to put it bluntly, were all supernatural things that could not be explained by common sense. However, this happened after he slept with Jiu Nanyuan. I understand. Feng Liu suddenly realized that Zhang Lingyi's aura as the protagonist came from his 7 sisters. As long as he could conquer the 7 sisters, he could destroy Zhang Lingyi and replace him as the real protagonist. At that time, the person who will be blessed with good fortune will be him, Feng Liu. I see, that is how it is. Feng Liu's face was filled with excitement. Not only did he sleep with such a beautiful woman, he also had great luck. This was the treatment of being the protagonist. The evil protagonist, so cool. I just don't know if Zhang Lingyi's loss of Jiu Nanyuan's luck will cause other problems. While he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Feng Liu looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Han Yu calling. After answering the phone, Han Yu asked in a questioning tone, "Feng Liu, who were you with last night? Why can't I get through on the phone?" Feng Liu answered honestly, "With your second sister Jiu Nanyuan. Together all night." Impossible. Han Yu said that she didn't believe it, but she felt a little jealous in her heart. What's wrong with you calling me? Feng Liu changed the subject. By the way, I was so mad at you that I almost forgot about the important matter. Han Yu complained and suddenly became excited. You know what? You've become an overnight sensation on the internet. Someone posted the video of you singing and playing in the restaurant yesterday online, and it quickly became the #1 trending search. Now this song has become popular along with you. Oh, that's good. Feng Liu responded indifferently, not seeming very surprised. This song was once very popular on the earth where he originally lived. It was also a hit here, which was not surprising. On the other end of the phone, Han Yu was a little surprised by his reaction. It became an overnight sensation. How could you have such a reaction when so many people would love to have it? Han Yu has been in the entertainment industry for so long that she naturally knows the truth that small success depends on promotion, while big success depends on luck. She has met too many people, put in decades of hard work, tried every possible means, and yet she still cannot make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. There are very few people who can become famous overnight like Feng Liu. How could you not seize this great opportunity? It's a pity that Feng Liu smiled faintly, because I still have many songs. Is this true or false? Han Yu thought about it for a moment and came up with an idea. One of my best friends is also very interested in this song and hopes to cover it. Since you are not interested, can you authorize her to sing this song? Your best friend? Feng Liu frowned and asked back. Han Yu explained, yes, her name is Yarn Yuchi, she is my best friend and also a signed singer of our Wuyo Media. She loves music and has a great voice, but she has released several albums but they still haven't made much of a splash. Yesterday, when she heard your song, she was so amazed that she begged me to help her get the cover rights for the song no matter what. Yarn Yuchi. Feng Liu whispered this slightly familiar name. He recalled the plot of the original book in his mind. Female singer Yarn Yuchi is indeed Han Yu's best friend. She has always felt that her talent has not been recognized, mainly because Han Yu's work at Wuyo Media focuses more on filming and has little ability in the music industry, which has affected Yarn Yuchi's development. In the original novel, Yarn Yuchi later became extremely popular and also achieved a very powerful position in the entertainment industry. This is not the point. The key is that she has another mysterious identity. She is the white moonlight of the villain Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King is the villain in the original book. Compared with him, the minor villain Yuan Feng Liu is simply not worth mentioning and is not even worthy of carrying the Black Dragon King's shoes. Now, according to the time calculation, the Black Dragon King will return soon. With his help, Yarn Yuchi's star journey began to go smoothly. Therefore, this period of time is very important. If I could help Yarn Yuchi before the Black Dragon King. Naturally, he could use Yarn Yuchi to get in touch with the Black Dragon King, and he owed him a favor. After all, as villains, they are in the same camp. Of course, if the Black Dragon King doesn't appreciate it, Feng Liu wouldn't mind killing him as well. Thinking of this, Feng Liu nodded and agreed in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll meet with Yarn Yuchi later to discuss the authorization." Hearing this, Han Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then curved into beautiful crescents. Very good. She cheered out loud, feeling genuinely happy for her best friend. After hanging up the phone, Feng Liu received a message from his secretary. "Chairman, the Chen and Shen families have begun to block the business of Feng Group. Shareholders have been complaining since early this morning and are causing trouble in the company." Feng Liu sneered and didn't take it seriously at all. He responded forcefully. "Tell them that if they are unhappy, they can quit the company now, but if the company gets better in the future, they just need to not regret it." Chapter 20 Big Sister, Mu Chuyun. Put down your phone and go down the mountain. He knew that this matter was organized by the big boss behind the Shen family. In the original novel, this big boss was quite resourceful and caused a lot of trouble to the Feng group along the way. Later, Zhang Lingyi also relied on the help of his 7 sisters, and it took him 2 years to finally defeat the big boss and successfully take over the Shen family. Thinking of this, Feng Liu gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and his eyes became fierce. What the hell are the Shen family and the Chen family? I, Feng Liu, don't have that much patience to wait for you for 2 years. I was originally too busy to pay attention to you little minions and was going to let you have some comfort for a few days, but you guys are so impatient that you insist on running into my gun. Since you guys have stepped on my face, don't blame me for being rude." The moment he made up his mind, Feng Liu also found the best person to take advantage of the situation to attack the Shen family. That is the Shen family's nemesis, the Diqing Jun family. For Diqing Company, Feng Group ranks among the top. But in terms of the family's centuries-old heritage, it is not number 1. There are 4 major families in the imperial city. The Jun family is the strongest, the Shen family is second, the Feng family is third, and the Chen family is fourth. Over the years, the Jun family has always suppressed the Shen family. The Shen family felt very frustrated, but there was nothing they could do. It was mentioned before in the original book. The head of the Jun family, Jun Wushan, should be in the hospital now. He is seriously ill. This person is very capable and has a generous personality. He will repay favors. Feng Liu immediately made a phone call. "Help me check which hospital Jun Wushan is staying in now." After hanging up the phone, in less than 2 seconds, the location of the hospital was sent to his mobile phone. Feng Liu turned the car around and headed for the largest private hospital in the imperial city, Xingxi Hospital. There are few vehicles on the wide road. Feng Liu was in a good mood and was driving and humming a song. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the hood of the car, causing the entire car to shake violently. "I'll go." Feng Liu immediately stepped on the brakes. With a sharp brake sound, the car slid for a long distance before stopping. Feng Liu breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked up, he met a pair of dark and deep eyes. She is a young and beautiful woman. Seeing the car stopped, the woman jumped out of the car lightly and blocked Feng Liu's car in front of her. Only then did Feng Liu see her appearance clearly. The woman was wearing a black outfit and had a tall figure. The high ponytail fluttered in the wind, revealing her beautiful forehead and slender neck. There was no makeup on her face, but it made her facial features look even more delicate and perfect. She was full of vigor and vitality, with a strong aura, and her upturned eyes revealed a kind of arrogance rarely seen in girls of the same age. The corners of Feng Liu's mouth curled up, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could this person be Mu Chuyun? Mu Chuyun, Zhang Lingyi's elder sister, is the president of the Imperial City Martial Arts Association. She is very skilled and a master of martial arts. Few ordinary people can be her match. Some time ago, she went to various countries around the world to exchange martial arts. I suddenly received a call from Lily yesterday, saying that her godmother asked her to come back quickly. She immediately dropped everything she was doing and flew back to Imperial City. Today, Ling Qingxiao sent her to test Feng Liu's background. Feng Liu opened the car door, got out, and stood in front of Mu Chuyun. Mu Chuyun looked him up and down, quite surprised. In her impression, Feng Liu was a sloppy man with a vulgar temperament. When I saw him today, he seemed like a completely different person. He just stood there casually, emitting natural elegance and dignity. His facial features are distinct and deep, giving people a sense of presence and pressure that cannot be ignored. No wonder her godmother wanted her to test it out. Before, she didn't take it seriously, but now facing Feng Liu, Mu Chuyun instantly perked up. Feng Liu was the first to break the silence. President Mu, this is immoral. Unexpectedly, Feng Liu recognized her at the first sight. Mu Chuyun was slightly surprised, but did not show it. She snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm here today to challenge you. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch. The punches were as fast as lightning and carried with them strong winds. One punch followed another, each one hitting Feng Liu's vital points with full force. Feng Liu hurriedly dodged sideways. If this fist hits his face, his handsome features will be disfigured. He barely dodged a few punches, and when another fist from Mu Chuyun with a fragrant breeze was about to hit him, Feng Liu rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Even though he looked a little embarrassed, he still took a deliberate sniff and sighed. It smells so good. You bastard. Mu Chuyun, who had missed his target, frowned and shouted angrily, I'm going to beat you to death. With that, she turned around and attacked again. Feng Liu curled his lips and smiled. He's really good at what he does. Feng Liu's expression calmed down, he took a deep breath, and concentrated his energy into his dantian, and his martial arts burst out instantly. He stretched out his hand, without moving, and easily caught Mu Chuyun's fist. Mu Chuyun looked surprised. There was actually someone who could catch her fist. She struggled hard, but she never expected that her fist was held tightly and she couldn't get it free at all. In a hurry, she immediately kicked Feng Liu hard in the vital part of his lower body. Only then did Feng Liu let her go. After dozens of moves, the two ended up in a draw. Mu Chuyun was breathing heavily and glaring at Feng Liu fiercely, but she was shocked in her heart. She has fought with masters from all over the world, and no matter whether they are men or women, or ages, they are no match for her. This man, how did he do it? He is unknown, yet he has such amazing skills. And she seemed to be able to sense that he was intentionally giving in to her. This made Mu Chuyun, who was always strong and conceited, very unhappy. Come again. She slowed down for a moment and pretended to hit again. Feng Liu took a few steps back and put some distance between himself and her. Fortunately, after charging Ji Yunan Yuan, his pure yarn supreme technique was also broken through, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by Mu Chuyun. Besides, he had already reached his limit just now. It would be of no benefit to him if he continued to fight. I won't play with you anymore. I'm busy right now. I have to go to the hospital for something important. If you still want to fight, come to Feng's house in a few days. I'll be there for you anytime, okay? After saying that, Feng Liu quickly got into the car, locked the door, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. You? Mu Chuyun stamped her feet in anger. But she quickly regained her composure and called Ling Qingxiao to report the situation. Godmother, I have tried Feng Liu. Mu Chuyun's face darkened slightly. He is indeed a very secretive person, and even his martial arts skills are not inferior to mine. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingxiao on the other end of the phone didn't listen to what she said at all. He just kept talking to himself and sounded very flustered. Wait a minute, Feng Liu, your brother was beaten in the hospital. What? Mu Chuyun was shocked. She immediately thought of Feng Liu, who was in a hurry just now and said he wanted to go to the hospital. Could it be that he was going to look for his younger brother? Thinking of this, Mu Chuyun's face changed drastically. Godmother, don't worry, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, she immediately rushed to the hospital. Chapter 21. The protagonist's aura weakened. Zhang Lingyi was injured. Feng Liu drove quickly all the way and soon arrived at the hospital entrance. He stopped the car and walked into the hospital with big strides. Unexpectedly, I ran into a young man in a suit with a shiny hair, who was coming out of the hospital with a group of his younger brothers. Shen Yunnan. Feng Liu recognized him. But he had important matters today and had no time to deal with Shen Yunnan. Just when Feng Liu wanted to pretend not to know him and avoid him, Shen Yunnan glanced at him sideways, deliberately raised his voice by 8 degrees, and said sarcastically, "Hey! Isn't he this Chairman Feng? We are so destined to meet each other. We can even meet here." As he spoke, he winked at the people around him. The group of people immediately understood and surrounded Feng Liu, blocking his way. Feng Liu frowned impatiently. "What are you doing?" Shen Yunnan snorted coldly, approached Feng Liu, stretched out his finger and tapped his shoulder a few times unceremoniously. "Warning, I tell you, these are just warnings this time, it won't be so simple next time. Don't go against our Shen family again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." As he spoke, he moved closer to Feng Liu and lowered his voice and said, "You don't want to keep your philandering father company, do you?" Har har har. The people around burst into laughter. "Let's go." After laughing enough, Shen Yunnan called his group and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, he had just taken a step and his smile had not yet disappeared. Unprepared, Shen Yunnan was thrown over the shoulder from behind and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch. The severe pain all over his body made him unable to get up. "Boss Shen." The younger brothers around him hurried over. "What are you still standing there for? Take care of him." Shen Yunnan shouted with bared teeth. "Yes." The younger brothers all rushed towards Feng Liu. Feng Liu curled his lips and sneered, "I hate it most when people copy my lines." He kicked out and hit one person in the chest, kicking the person in front away. Bang bang. After a few more quick and powerful kicks, the younger brothers fell to the ground one after another. In a moment, Feng Liu was the only person left standing at the scene. He folded his arms and looked down at Shen Yunnan. "You said you'd be rude to me next time. I know you want to mess with me, but how can I let you live until next time? Do you think I'm a villain like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps and a large group of people gathered from all directions. Seeing this, Shen Yunnan, who was lying on the ground, immediately became proud and laughed, "Har har har. Feng Liu. You didn't expect that there are still members of our Shen family around. You can fight, right? Keep fighting. You're dead now." Hiss. As he was laughing, his wound was suddenly pulled. Shen Yunnan started coughing violently, and he covered his chest in pain and couldn't speak for a long time. Feng Liu looked around calmly, thinking about how to repel these people faster. "Wait." A pleasant and firm woman's voice sounded from the front. Before anyone could react, a slender black figure flew over their heads and landed in the encirclement. The person who came was Mu Chuyun. She stood beside Feng Liu with a cold face and an aura of oppression. "Who are you?" Shen Yunnan, who was helped up, questioned. "Mu Chuyun, the president of the Imperial City Martial Arts Association." "What?" Hearing this name, Shen Yunnan's pupils trembled, and everyone present also trembled in their hearts. The president of the Martial Arts Association, it is rumored that he can beat 10 strong men with one move. Then beating them would be as easy as crushing a small ant. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do today, so I'll take my leave first." Shen Yunnan stuttered to add a sentence. As he said this, he winked at the people around him. The people around were eager to escape quickly, and when they heard this, they carried Shen Yunnan and fled as if they had been pardoned. I had been watching the Shen family members disappear completely in front of the hospital. Mu Chuyun finally felt relieved and turned to look at Feng Liu. "Are you helping Lingyi vent his anger?" The words stopped abruptly the moment they came out. There was not even a ghost beside her, let alone Feng Liu. Feng Liu still didn't know that Zhang Lingyi had been beaten. He thought Mu Chuyun was looking for a fight with him again, so he took advantage of her unpreparedness and sneaked to the inpatient department to find Zhun Wushang. Mu Chuyun had no choice but to wait at the door for Ling Qingxiao to arrive. A few minutes later, Ling Qingxiao hurriedly got out of the car. She didn't even have time to catch her breath before running upstairs. When the two rushed to the door of the operating room, they saw Zhang Lingyi, covered in blood, being pushed in. "Son! Little brother!" Mu Chuyun and Ling Qingxiao rushed forward. "Family members, please wait outside first." The nurse stopped them and said something hurriedly. Then the door of the operating room closed and the indicator light indicating that surgery was in progress came on. May God bless my son and keep him safe. Ling Qingxiao slumped at the door, clasped his hands, and kept muttering prayers. Mu Chuyun stroked her back and comforted her. Godmother, I'm a lucky guy, and I'll be fine. Dozens of long minutes passed. The door of the operating room suddenly opened and a doctor came out and shouted. Are Zhang Lingyi's family members here? I'm his mother. Ling Qingxiao jumped up instantly and asked in a trembling voice. How is he, doctor? The doctor said seriously, the patient used a knife to fight back against his enemies, and in the chaos he cut his reproductive system. Although he is no longer in danger of death, but... Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxiao's nerves, which had originally been relieved, instantly tensed up. What happened? Doctors in private hospitals tend to speak more tactfully. The patient's private parts were seriously injured and he may not be able to be a man anymore. Upon hearing that there might be no descendants, Ling Qingxiao's body went limp and he could barely stand. He staggered back a few steps and nearly fainted. Fortunately, Mu Chuyun was agile and supported her from behind. Godmother, the doctor only said the worst possible outcome. As long as my brother's life is not in danger and we have enough money, we can find famous doctors from all over the world for him. He will definitely recover. Hearing this, Ling Qingxiao regained his composure a little, clenched his fists again, and said through gritted teeth. If I find out who did it, he'll be dead. Mu Chuyun hurriedly said, Feng Liu has already avenged me. Ling Qingxiao looked at her in surprise. Him? Mu Chuyun nodded and explained. When I rushed to the hospital entrance, I saw Shen Yunnan provoking Feng Liu, saying that this time it was just a warning. Then Feng Liu started to settle accounts with the Shen family. He first knocked down Shen Yunnan, and then he knocked down the Shen family's group of thugs by himself. I didn't expect that there was a large group of people lying in ambush around the Shen family, and they surrounded him again. I hurried out and revealed my identity, which scared those people away. Otherwise, Feng Liu would be in great danger today. I can see that he is really good to Xiaoyi. After learning what had happened, Ling Qingxiao's eyes warmed up and he was so moved that he shed 2 lines of tears. He actually stood up for Xiaoyi like this. But at the same time, she felt vaguely strange. She originally wanted to send some people to look after Xiaoyi, but she didn't because the sect was sealed. It was obvious that Feng Liu had already sent 3 layers of people to their hospital. But how come Xiaoyi was beaten by the Shen family without any preparation? Is the injury still so serious? While he was thinking, the lights in the operating room went out, the door opened, and Zhang Lingyi was pushed out. Back in the ward, Ling Qingxiao rushed over and held his hand tightly, asking with great concern. Son, didn't your cousin send someone to protect you? How did you get beaten? Chapter 22, The Magical Uses of Pure Yarn's Supreme Power. Zhang Lingyi's face was pale. He sighed weakly, his expression full of regret. Oh. Maybe it's all my fault. I was the one who drove everyone away. I don't think my cousin can be that kind. I thought he must be up to something again, but I didn't expect. Ling Qingxiao was immediately furious. You. She was so angry that she wanted to hit Zhang Lingyi, but the moment she stretched out her hand, she retracted it and pinched his face instead. You are confused. Such a big thing, and you didn't even discuss it with me, and you just made the decision on your own. Do you know that your cousin went to fight with a group of thugs from the Shen family just for you? If your eldest sister hadn't arrived in time, he might have been in great danger. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyi regretted even more. I have judged others by my own standards. I'm sorry for him. For a moment, all kinds of emotions such as guilt, emotion, and self-blame surged in Zhang Lingyi's chest. Since childhood, I have been taught by my mother. I have never had a good impression of Feng Liu, nor have I ever considered him as a relative. In his mind, Feng Liu is just his opponent and enemy. I didn't expect that he would risk his life for me today. As he thought about it, Zhang Lingyi felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat and actually coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Qingxiao was horrified. Xiaoyi, are you okay? Zhang Lingyi was very confused. He always felt that nothing was going well today, as if he would be unlucky no matter what he did. It seemed as if his previous good luck suddenly disappeared. I'm fine, you guys go out first, I want to calm down alone. Zhang Lingyi waved his hands and said while covering his head. Ling Qingxiao and Mu Chuyun looked at each other and quietly left the ward. Outside the ward, Mu Chuyun turned her head and glanced through the glass at Zhang Lingyi in the room, then turned back and said, "Godmother, Xiaoyi is just a little emotional for a moment, you just need to wait for him to calm down. I just returned to China and haven't had time to go back to the Martial Arts Association yet. I'll go over there to take care of some things first. Call me if you have anything." The other side of the hospital. Feng Liu, who accidentally touched Zhang Lingyi and became a good guy, has found Zhun Wuxuan's VIP ward. Just as he was about to knock on the door to enter, the room suddenly became chaotic, with all kinds of exclamations rang out. "The head of the family is in trouble. Call a doctor." The next second, the door was suddenly opened and several people rushed out in a hurry. Zhun Wuxian was the only one left on the hospital bed. Feng Liu's heart sank, and he quickly entered the ward and came to the bed. Zhun Wuxian was seen lying on his back, his bloodless face faintly revealing a grayish hue. His breathing was weak and difficult, his eyes were tightly closed, and his expression was extremely painful. These rubbish. They all ran to see the doctor, without leaving anyone behind. Fortunately, he came in. If someone else with bad intentions had come in, Zhun Wuxian would have been dead by the time the doctor arrived. Without further ado, Feng Liu immediately took action to help Zhun Wuxian. He remembered from the original book that Zhang Lingyi, who had mastered the pure yarn supreme art in the later period, could cure Zhun Wuxian perfectly. So now, he wants to make this big boss owe him money in advance. He unbuttoned Zhun Wuxian's shirt, put his index and middle fingers together to form sword fingers, pressed several major acupoints at an extremely fast speed, and injected true energy into Zhun Wuxian's body through his fingertips. This trick is called acupoint exhaust. It was visible to the naked eye that as the true qi circulated throughout the body, the meridians under Zhun Wuxian's skin rose and fell continuously, finally converging at the head. Zhun Wuxian, who had fallen into a coma, opened his mouth and let out a large breath of foul air. As he exhaled the foul air, his entire expression instantly relaxed and his breathing gradually became steady. Feng Liu reached out and gently felt his pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved that Zhun Wuxian was now fine and should wake up soon. Just when Feng Liu withdrew his hand, a burst of loud shouting suddenly sounded from behind. "Stop it! What are you doing to my dad, you bastard?" Feng Liu turned around and saw a young man who looked very similar to Zhun Wuxian rushing in, followed by a group of people. You can tell at first glance that it is the young master of the Zhun family, Zhun Wudao. He was only as tall as Feng Liu's chin, but he was very imposing. He walked up to Feng Liu, grabbed his arm and questioned him. "You're not a doctor, why are you touching my dad? What are your intentions?" As soon as he said that, he would make someone take down Feng Liu. "What are you still standing there for? Catch him and take him to the police station." The others immediately rolled up their sleeves and prepared to take action. "You are so blind and don't know the kindness of others." Feng Liu, who was misunderstood, became stubborn and angry. He didn't explain much, just narrowed his eyes, quietly clenched his hands into fists in his sleeves, ready to fight back. The conflict is imminent. At this moment, a hot woman suddenly appeared, twisting her body. "Slow down." She stood in front of Feng Liu, pointed at him and smiled apologetically to Zhun Wudao. "It was just a misunderstanding, we are all friends. This is Feng Liu, the president of Feng Group. He's not a bad guy." Zhun Wudao sneered, "Who is it?" "So he's the loser from the Feng family." Just as he finished speaking, there was a pop sound. Zhun Wudao received a hard slap on the face. The slap was so powerful. Zhun Wudao was hit so hard that his entire right face swelled up instantly. He covered his face and looked at the source of the slap, Zhun Wuxian, who had woken up at some point and sat up on the hospital bed. Although his face was still a little pale, his overall condition seemed to have recovered to a large extent. Zhun Wudao was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "Dad! You're awake!" Zhun Wuxian withdrew his hand and coughed a few times. It was obvious that he was very angry with Zhun Wudao, and he said angrily, "Don't call me Dad, I don't have a son like you." "Dad." Zhun Wudao had a sad face and rubbed his hands helplessly. Zhun Wuxian ignored him, turned to look at Feng Liu, and slowed down his tone. "Little brother, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not educating my son well. I may have offended you with my words. Thank you for saving me just now. Although I couldn't wake up just now, I know that it was you who saved me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wudao's eyes widened. What? You saved my dad? You still have this ability? As soon as he said this, he was slapped hard on the head by Zhang Wushang. Speak to me with more respect, this man is our Zhang family's benefactor. Apologize now. Zhang Wudao then perfunctorily apologized to Feng Liu. Sorry. Zhang Wushang rolled his eyes at him in disappointment, then solemnly clasped his fist towards Feng Liu and spoke loudly. Little brother, I, Zhang Wushang, have no other advantages, but I will repay a favor. I must repay this favor. Feng Liu was delighted when he heard this. I've been waiting for you to say this. It was not in vain that I made this special trip, my purpose was achieved. Chapter 23 They bullied my cousin, I will make them pay the price. But Feng Liu looked completely calm and indifferent. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's okay, it's okay. Saving lives is my job as a doctor. As soon as he said this, he received the admiring and respectful looks from everyone present as he wished. Feng Liu coughed lightly a few times and looked at Ling Qingxiao beside him, then he remembered to ask her. By the way, Auntie, why are you here? It would have been better if he hadn't asked. After asking this, Ling Qingxiao's eyes suddenly turned red. This made Feng Liu a little confused. What is this woman up to? She held Feng Liu's hand and cried. Feng Liu, your cousin was beaten up. Are you hiding this from me because you're afraid I'll worry? Feng Liu raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought to himself. Why was Zhang Lingyi beaten? This scene isn't in the original novel. Could it be that after I captured Ji Nanyuan, I caused such a huge blow to the fortune of the protagonist of the original book? Zhang Wushang, who was standing by, listened to the conversation between the two. While learning about Feng Liu's identity, he also had some misunderstandings. It turns out that this little brother is from the Feng family. He saved me because he knew the relationship between the Zhang family and the Shen family, and wanted to use the Zhang family to avenge his brother. This is a sentimental but also scheming young man. Thinking of this, Zhang Wushang admired Feng Liu more and more. He looked at Feng Liu with burning eyes and broke the silence. So you are Feng Liu, the new president of Feng Group. Back then, I had a connection with the Feng family, and I had quite a few interactions with your father. Having said that, Zhang Wushang sighed and continued. Actually, I already knew you. Your mother died young, your father focused on work and was distant from you, and your aunt favored your cousin and treated you badly. There are many rumors in the market, saying that you are cowardly, incompetent, and cynical. Although I have never met you, I can understand all this. I think it's not easy to protect yourself and grow up in such an environment. People haven't experienced your suffering, so why should they expect you to grow up to be perfect in their minds? But I didn't expect that when I met you today, you were so broad-minded. You came to me specially for your cousin and almost got into a conflict and got beaten. After hearing this, Ling Qingxiao felt extremely ashamed. He lowered his head and almost found a hole to crawl into. Feng Liu was stunned when he heard this. Did things go a little too smoothly today? He hadn't said anything yet, but he was inexplicably treated as a good guy and was praised almost to the sky by Zhang Wushang. Zhang Wushang was intimidating without even getting angry, and asked Ling Qingxiao in a deep voice. Who attacked the Feng family? Ling Qingxiao quickly replied, it's someone from the Shen family. Only then did Feng Liu piece together the whole story. It turned out that the conflict between him and the Shen family indirectly harmed that stupid cousin. But at the same time, it also pushed his relationship with Zhang Wushang to a new level. Cousin, please don't blame me. I also sent people to protect you, but you drove them away. Feng Liu decided to go with the flow and bring the Chen family in as well. He spoke calmly. The Chen family and the Shen family have been in cahoots with each other recently. There may be someone from the Chen family involved. Hearing this, Zhang Wushang hesitated. The Chen family is also involved. But thinking about how Feng Liu had just saved him, Zhang Wushang clapped his hands and immediately agreed and promised on the spot. No matter what you need in the future, the Zhang family will always stand on the side of the Feng family. Isn't it the Chen family and the Shen family? They have offended the Feng family, which means they have offended our Zhang family. Great. Feng Liu stretched out his hand and looked directly at Zhang Wushang. Master Zhang, I wish our two families a happy cooperation in the future. Zhang Wushang held his hand tightly back. The matter was settled after Feng Liu and Ling Qingxiao left. Zhang Wudao, who had been silent on the side, then asked Zhang Wushang in confusion. Dad, Feng Zhongwei is dead. Are you sick and confused? If Feng's group is in Feng Liu's hands, it will not be a match for the Chen and Shen families. Why should our Zhang family follow him into this muddy water? Zhang Wushang glared at him unhappily and criticized. What do you know? You have no sense at all. How could I raise a son like you who is not even half as good as others? I'm always good at judging people. This Feng Liu is very good in both character and medical skills. I can guarantee that his future achievements will be higher than Feng Zhongwei's. Besides, he saved me. I, Zhang Wushang, never like to owe favors to others. Outside the ward door. Now that a big thing was done, Feng Liu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking about how Jiyu Nanyuan and I had been busy all night last night and hadn't he had time to rest yet. He yawned loudly and said to Ling Qingxiao lazily. I'm sleepy. I want to go home and rest. After that, he casually asked, where's my aunt? Ling Qingxiao glanced at the time and thought. I'll go back with you too. I'll make some turtle soup for Xiaoyi and bring it over at noon. In a speeding car. Feng Liu could clearly feel that since Zhang Lingyi was beaten, Ling Qingxiao's attitude towards him had softened a lot, and could even be said to be very gentle and submissive. He decided to strike while the iron was hot, he said. Now that I have the help of the Zhang family, I will definitely overthrow the Shen family. They bullied my cousin, I'm going to make them pay the price. Ling Qingxiao listened to his words and felt a warm current surge in her heart. Her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Liu with emotion. Thank you. I have already sent someone to protect Xiaoyi again, and I will not give the Shen family any chance to take advantage of me. As she spoke, she thought of Zhang Lingyi's injuries, and couldn't help but look darkened and frowned. But the doctor said that there is a high probability that Xiaoyi will not be a normal man in the future. Oh. It will be fine. Feng Liu comforted him casually. Just cooperate with the doctor. He didn't care about Zhang Lingyi's life or death, but he still had to pretend in front of Ling Qingxiao. Ling Qingxiao nodded, thinking that Feng Liu was also worried about Zhang Lingyi, and added on his own. Xiaoyan just sent a message saying that she has finished her work and is going to the hospital to take care of Xiaoyi. When Feng Liu heard her mention Mu Chuyan's name, he immediately became furious and questioned her. Oh, now that you mentioned it I remember it. She showed up this morning and said she wanted to challenge me. Is this your instruction? Do you want to test me? Think about what you did before. Ling Qingxiao knew that he was in the wrong, and was instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of guilt. She honestly admitted, this is me. I'm sorry. Because you are completely different from before, I'm always worried that you will harm Xiaoyi, so I came up with the idea of giving you a try. Feng Liu sneered. Different from before. Har har, that's if I'm still the same as before. Will Mu Chuyan beat me into a fool or cripple today? Chapter 24, Helping my aunt continue her family. In this way, Feng's group will have nothing to do with me, and you may even kick me out with any excuse after a while. His thoughts were completely seen through. Ling Qingxiao bit his lower lip awkwardly and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Don't do it again. Feng Liu warned her coldly. The two returned to Fengjie Villa. Seeing that Feng Liu looked unhappy, Ling Qingxiao took the initiative to smile and show goodwill. Go and have a rest first. I will cook you a delicious meal myself. I will call you when the meal is ready. After a good night's sleep, Feng Liu felt refreshed and walked down the stairs, stretching lazily. Ling Qingxiao was bringing food from the kitchen to the dining table. There was a dazzling array of various dishes on the table. What about steamed sea bass, spicy chicken? But at this time, Feng Liu's attention had been completely attracted by Ling Qingxiao. She was wearing a tight black lace miniskirt that reached her hips, with a curvy figure and a small apron tied around her neck, showing off her seductiveness as a sexy cook. When she bent over to place the dishes, the big, white waves of her breasts almost bounced out from the squeeze. This exciting scene made Feng Liu's heart flutter and his throat rolled up and down unconsciously. Hearing the noise, Ling Qingxiao looked up and smiled gently at Feng Liu, showing her charm. Are you awake? I was just about to call you. That's great, sit down and eat it while it's hot. Feng Liu sat down a little uncomfortably and picked up the chopsticks. He ate but could hardly taste the food. His mind was full of those great principles, and the more he thought about them, the hotter he felt. Seeing him in a daze, Ling Qingxiao thought the food was not tasty and asked, "Is today's meal not to your taste?" Feng Liu was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was being asked a question, and his hands trembled. With a pop, the chopsticks fell to the ground as they were not held firmly. He quickly leaned over the table to pick it up. But the moment he stood up, he unexpectedly saw the clear spring scenery under the table opposite. Ling Qingxiao sat casually, with her tight, white thighs slightly apart. She was actually wearing a black thong underneath. Almost everything in sight. Oh my god! This is killing me. Feng Liu felt his mouth dry after watching this. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and he felt the blood rushing up all over his body and his lower abdomen tightened. Feng Liu swallowed his saliva and smiled evilly. Don't you like targeting me? If you don't seek revenge, you are not a gentleman. Then I will take this opportunity to bully you. Feng Liu sat up straight, put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked directly at Ling Qingxiao, and said in an ambiguous tone, Aunt, you said that your cousin is infertile now, so the arduous task of expanding your family will fall entirely on you. I suddenly thought of a good idea. If you stay with me, wouldn't that also help you continue the incense? Isn't he at the best of both worlds? Ling Qingxiao's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and he said half angrily, What on earth is going on in your head? How can this be possible? Seeing that her refusal attitude was not firm and even a little shy, Feng Liu thought there was a chance. He leaned back in his chair, frowned and pretended to look pitiful. Really? But I'm really miserable. Since I've been so good to my cousin, you can at least do me a favor, right? And you sent someone to beat me up, and you don't want your son to know. Are you that kind of woman? When Ling Qingxiao heard Feng Liu mention his son, coupled with her guilt towards Feng Liu, she bit her lip and decided to go for it. She slowly stood up, walked in front of Feng Liu, squatted down, closed her eyes, and stretched out her slender hand. You, then hurry up. Chapter 25. She hasn't touched a man for a long time. Half an hour later. Ling Qingxiao was washing the sticky liquid released by Feng Liu off his hands with a flushed face. The cell phone rings. She quickly dried her hands and answered the phone. It was Zhang Lingyi who called. Mom, I've thought it through. It's true that I'm sorry to my brother. Please say sorry to him for me. I was petty. When I get better, I'll apologize in person. Hearing him say this, Ling Qingxiao felt immediately comforted and felt that his son had indeed grown up. As soon as Ling Qingxiao hung up the phone, the bathroom door opened. Feng Liu, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out naked. His well-built and powerful chest was exposed to the air, with 8 neatly arranged abdominal muscles. Looking down, one could even see the smooth mermaid line and the hormones are simply overflowing. Ling Qingxiao swallowed unconsciously, and the scene of Feng Liu's burning hand exploding in his hand just now emerged involuntarily in his mind. She stared at Feng Liu blankly, and her heartbeat, which had just calmed down, began to beat violently again. Feng Liu saw through her embarrassment and teased her deliberately. Auntie, does it look good? You didn't have enough fun using your hand just now, do you want to do it for real? Ling Qingxiao reacted, turned around hurriedly, and stopped him angrily. Stop talking. What happened just now was the first time but also the last time. It won't happen again. Also, Xiaoyi just called and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. After saying this in one breath, Ling Qingxiao hurriedly ran back to his room. She locked the door with a bang. Ling Qingxiao leaned against the door, panting. He reached out and touched his hot cheek, feeling distracted. She hasn't touched a man in a long time. And why is this guy so big? Looking at Ling Qingxiao's graceful back as she fled. Feng Liu put his hands in his pockets, humming a song in a good mood, and returned to his room. He closed the door and sat down at his desk. In an instant, Feng Liu collected his thoughts, put away his nonchalant look, and thought to himself. It's time to arrange the next anti-cancer drug cooperation project. The production of anti-cancer drugs is a cooperative project between Feng Group and Dicheng First Hospital, with huge profit margins. But now it was deliberately taken away by the Shen family. The Feng Group had just spent a large sum of money to acquire a land reclamation project, and its working capital was temporarily stuck. In this case, it is obviously not practical to use money to attract hospitals and snatch back the anti-cancer drug plan. Feng Liu frowned. This question is a bit tricky. He touched his chin with one hand and tapped the tabletop with the knuckles of his other hand. Suddenly, Feng Liu's eyes lit up and he slapped his head hard, a new idea coming to his mind. He remembered that in the original book, Zhang Lingyi's sixth sister Su Huai was the vice president of the Imperial City First Hospital. As a senior leader, she has a certain say in the hospital. Maybe I can rely on her to get the plan back. But the problem is that Su Huai is probably abroad now, doing research on anti-cancer drugs. Thinking of this, Feng Liu was in trouble again. How to find her? At this moment, Feng Liu's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Han Yu calling. Hello. Feng Liu answered the phone. Han Yu's voice sounded very happy. Are you free tomorrow? I have already arranged for Yang Yuqi to meet with you. At that time, you can discuss the cover rights of You Are the One. Feng Liu is currently having a headache over the cooperation project. After all, company matters are more important right now and he is not in the mood to do anything else for the time being. He hesitated for a moment and was about to refuse. Han Yu seemed to see through his intention and hurriedly spoke on her own. Oh, there's something important I almost forgot to tell you. It just so happens that one of my sisters has returned to China, and the three of us beautiful ladies are having dinner with you. Are you happy? Chapter 26 Find a woman to cool down. Return to China. Isn't it such a coincidence? Feng Liu's heart couldn't help but move, and he asked. Who is your sister back home? Han Yu replied proudly, she is not only beautiful, but also the vice president of the Imperial City First Hospital. Feng Liu was so surprised that he blurted out. Is Su Huai back? Han Yu was a little confused. How do you know my sixth sister? Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Feng Liu confirmed his guess. She is really back. Feng Liu was overjoyed. This is just like when a sleepy person finds the pillow, a new hope is revealed. Feng Liu immediately agreed readily. I'm free anytime tomorrow. I just happen to have a collaboration project on anti-cancer drugs that I want to discuss with Su Huai. After hanging up the phone, Feng Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Prepare to practice for a while. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes to clear his mind, sank his mind into his dantian, and quickly entered a state of cultivation. As time went by, beads of sweat began to appear on Feng Liu's forehead. A few hours later, Feng Liu slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that a sufficient internal force was emanating from his dantian and flowing through his body. Every place I passed through felt extremely comfortable, and every inch of my veins were opened. Feng Liu stood up, stretched his muscles, and felt the surging power in his body. He is now different from before, and his abilities are even stronger than Mu Chuyun. The only thing that is a bit embarrassing is, as his pure yang supreme art improved, the masculine energy that already existed in him became even more ferocious. For a moment, I felt hot and uncomfortable all over. Ling Qingxiao's effort just now did not relieve his anger at all. Instead, this practice made the evil fire burn even more vigorously. Feng Liu panted and glanced at his phone. Looking for a woman to cool you down. Only then did he realize that his phone had received a bunch of messages, all from Jiyu Nanyuan. He opened it and saw that beneath each message was the inner heart of a woman who was just beginning to fall in love. Jiyu Nanyuan, I know I should Auntie take the initiative to contact you, but since you have had sex with me, I think you can know my daily life. Humph, then I'll send it to you. Jiyu Nanyuan, at 9 o'clock in the morning, after I finished breakfast, I arrived at the company. The driver was a female. Jiyu Nanyuan, there was a meeting at 9:30 in the morning. One of my subordinates had always had a crush on me and offered to make tea for me in the meeting room. I refused and told him not to get close to me in the future. P.S. Don't get me wrong, I'm not rejecting all men for you. Jiyu Nanyuan, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the reclamation plan was officially launched. The first cooperation between you and I began. I think this is very memorable. Don't answer me. I know you definitely don't have it. After all, there are so many women around you. Humph. Jiyu Nanyuan, it's 11:30 in the morning. I just received a big bouquet of roses from some man. I didn't even bother to look at it and gave it to my female colleague. If it was sent by you, I would definitely be very happy and keep it well on the table. Jiyu Nanyuan, it's 12 o'clock noon. I had plain noodles with 2 poached eggs for lunch. What did you have? Jiyu Nanyuan, it's 1 p.m. I'm going to take a nap. Jiyu Nanyuan, I woke up at 2 p.m., and you were in my dreams. I missed you so much. As aloof as Jiyu Nanyuan was, after one night, she completely turned into a coquettish little woman. Feng Liu sent back a message. Send me the address and I'll come find you. Chapter 27 Jiyu Nanyuan's Gentle Place. Bite. The message alert sounded. Jiyu Nanyuan, who had been holding the phone and waiting for a whole day, suddenly felt her eyes light up and she quickly clicked it. After seeing Feng Liu's reply, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sent his home address with a cute kiss emoticon at the end. Okay, see you in an hour. Feng Liu replied very quickly this time. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Putting down the phone, Jiyu Nanyuan couldn't help but feel both excited and nervous when thinking about meeting Feng Liu soon. Her heart was pounding and her cheeks flushed. She decided to prepare a surprise for him. Just as Jiyu Nanyuan was about to take action, his cell phone rang. It was Lily calling. Second sister, what are you doing? Do you want to accompany me to the riverside tonight? Jiyu Nanyuan refused without hesitation. Xiao Li, I can't do it tonight. I already have an appointment. I'll accompany you another day. As he spoke, Jiyu Nanyuan glanced at the time. His mind was completely focused on the surprise he had prepared. He was worried that he would not have enough time. I'm busy now, we'll talk after I'm done. Bye. Hey, second sister. Before Lily finished speaking, a beep sounded from the receiver. She held the phone, fretting. There's something wrong with my second sister. Normally, Jiyu Nanyuan would worry that she would stay at home all the time and not go out, so whenever she was free, she would often take the initiative to ask her out for a walk. If she occasionally took the initiative to make a request, Jiyu Nanyuan would decline the offer even if he was discussing business and accompany her. What happened today? The more she thought about it, the more something seemed wrong, so Lily decided to go find Jiyu Nanyuan. An hour later. Feng Liu has arrived at the door of Jiyu Nanyuan's villa. Jiyu Nanyuan opening the door made Feng Liu's blood boil. At this moment, Jiyu Nanyuan had her hair casually draped, and she wore a light-colored satin sexy suspender nightgown, which outlined her curvy figure. Her breasts were as white as jade, faintly exposed, and her slender waist was slender enough to be held in one hand. Are you finally willing to pay attention to me? Seeing Feng Liu, although Jiyu Nanyuan was still being stubborn and still retained some arrogance of a superior woman, her face could not hide the happiness. Her eyes were full of smiles and her rosy red lips were curled up in a beautiful arc. Feng Liu smiled slightly and glanced behind her. The house was obviously carefully decorated and was filled with a warm atmosphere. Red rose petals were spread all their way from the living room to the dining room and bedroom. There are scented candles lit on the dining table. Under the candlelight, there is romantic red wine and steak pasta. The land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes. Feng Liu bent down to change his shoes, then followed Jiyu Nanyuan into their house. In front, the nightgown was tightly attached to Jiyu Nanyuan's body. As she walked, her plump buttocks twisted left and right, and her jade-like legs were bright under the light, giving people a strong visual impact. Feng Liu narrowed his eyes. Jiyu Nanyuan, who always appeared to be aloof and cool, actually exuded an irresistible charming and seductive temperament after last night. What a natural beauty! Feng Liu's unsatisfied feelings for Ling Qingxiao surged up again, and his eyes became even more burning. Jiyu Nanyuan came to the dining table, turned around, and met Feng Liu's naked eyes. She also mustered up the courage to wear this kind of pajamas for the first time, and she felt both happy and shy when he stared at her like that. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiyu Nanyuan said coquettishly. Feng Liu said nothing, and walked silently to Jiyu Nanyuan. He stretched out his big hand, easily grasped her slender waist, and picked her up sideways. Jiyu Nanyuan cried out softly and subconsciously hugged Feng Liu's neck tightly. What are you doing? Put me down. The steak is getting cold. Feng Liu hugged her tighter and spoke in an ambiguous and hoarse voice. It's okay, as long as it's hot enough there. Chapter 28, I've prepared all the romance, but I don't know who to give it to. Feng Liu took a long step forward and couldn't wait to carry Jiyu Nanyuan upstairs to the bedroom. The bed in the bedroom was also covered with rose petals. Feng Liu smiled knowingly, gently placed Jiyu Nanyuan on the bed, and leaned over to press on her. Did you dress like this just for me, little goblin? The two of them were breathing in entanglement, and Jiyu Nanyuan's heart was touched. Her face suddenly turned red from her ears to her neck with embarrassment. No way. Oh. In that case, I'll be leaving then. Feng Liu made a gesture to stand up. Don't want. Jiyu Nanyuan became anxious, and quickly stretched out her arms to hug Feng Liu tightly, biting her lower lip shyly and stammering. I wear it just for you. Before she could finish her words, they were drowned in Feng Liu's passionate and lingering kiss. Jiyu Nanyuan's mind went blank and her body instantly became hot. She forgot about time and thought and instinctively kissed back passionately. The room was full of beauty. After they were done, Jiyu Nanyuan fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile on her face. Feng Liu held his chin, his eyes fixed on the beauty beside him. After admiring her for a long time, he reluctantly got up, put on his clothes, gave Jiyu Nanyuan a passionate kiss on the forehead, and pulled the corner of the quilt for her. After leaving the bedroom, Feng Liu thought about it. Such a nice bait, maybe we can even catch some fish. In line with the principle of not wasting, Feng Liu took out his mobile phone to take pictures of Jiyu Nanyuan's carefully decorated room and candlelight dinner, and posted them on his moments. Jiyu Nanyuan was deliberately set to be invisible. Caption: I have prepared all the romance, but I don't know who to give it to. This circle of friends will soon be seen by other women. Ling Qingxiao, Han Yu, and some female internet celebrities, little stars. The girl is a slut, and those who are willing will take the bait. Feng Liu was humming a song contentedly. As soon as he went out, he ran into Lili, who was rushing over in a hurry. As soon as she saw him, Lili instantly became like a hedgehog with its fur standing on end. The taciturn girl actually stared at him with a hostile look on her face and asked a series of questions. Why are you here? Why did you leave my second sister's house? Where is she? My second sister actually turned down my appointment because of you. What is the relationship between you and my second sister? Lili became more and more indignant as he spoke. My second sister and I grew up together, and she has never brought a man home. What kind of despicable trick did you use on her? Feng Liu spread his hands helplessly. You think too much. We just talked about the nightlight script. Oh. No, it was the nightlight contract, and we talked about the cooperation with Lantor Island. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, let's go. In the sage state, Feng Liu had no interest in this guy at all and walked into the yard with his hands in his pockets. Hey! Stop right there. Lili reacted and she didn't believe the nonsense the man said, so she chased after him. Unexpectedly, the two of them had not taken a few steps. A group of black shadows suddenly appeared in front of us, obviously holding weapons such as sticks in their hands. Feng Liu narrowed his eyes, stopped, and looked around. There were thugs lying in ambush. They had surrounded the two of them and were slowly shrinking the circle. Lili paused. Having never seen such a scene before, she felt a little frightened. She unconsciously took a few steps closer to Feng Liu, stood behind him, and asked in a low voice. What's wrong with these people? Are we in danger? Did you sleep with someone else's wife and get picked on? You're such a scumbag. Feng Liu's face twitched. Shut up. He looked at the group of thugs and chuckled, not panicking. It was obvious that these people were coming for him. You can tell with a simple guess that he must have been sent by the Shen family. Chapter 29, Dealing with the young master of the Shen family, the Zhun and Feng family reach cooperation. You sent dozens of people to beat me. How scared are you of me? Feng Liu teased with his hands in his pockets. The leading thug shouted, You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Feng. Who told you to provoke someone you dare not provoke? Today, this is where you will be buried. Feng Liu deliberately asked, Who sent you here? At least let me die with a clear conscience. It's me. A voice came from the darkness at the side, and Shen Yunnan, the young master of the Shen family, walked out slowly. The wound on his face from the previous beating was still swollen, looking particularly funny, and Feng Liu couldn't help but burst out laughing. But when I first saw your face, I thought it was a pig that turned into a spirit at night. You? Shen Yunnan glared at Feng Liu angrily, then smiled triumphantly. Forget it. I won't argue with you. You won't live for more than a few minutes anyway. As he said that, Shen Yunnan turned his head and glanced at Lili behind Feng Liu, greed flashing in his eyes. You are quite lucky, the woman you brought with you is really pretty. After I deal with you, I will let her and my brothers enjoy her together. Hearing this, Lily was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She unconsciously reached out and grabbed Feng Liu's arm tightly as if it was a life-saving straw. Feeling the fear of the woman behind him, Feng Liu curled his lips into a smile and whispered. What? When you compare me to Shen Yunnan, don't you think I'm a jerk? You? Lily was furious, but didn't dare to let go. The two of them were in a stalemate. Shen Yunnan licked his lips and waved to the brothers behind him. Brothers, let's fight quickly and this woman will be yours when you're done. Kill! The thugs rushed forward with sticks in hand. Seeing that the stick was about to fall on Feng Liu, Lily closed his eyes in despair. The next second, she heard bursts of punches, kicks and screams. Oh! Wait, this sound doesn't seem to be the sound of a closure, and it is made by many people at the same time. Lily tentatively opened one eye, but the scene in front of her made her eyes widen instantly. The black-clad thugs who had just rushed up were all knocked to the ground by another group of masters who appeared out of nowhere. All of them had bloody heads and broken arms and legs. Especially Shen Yunnan, whose face was already swollen like a pig's head, was beaten so hard that he could hardly recognize a human figure. He wailed in pain on the ground. Feng Liu folded his arms, with a short young man standing next to him. He turned to the young man and said, Master Jun, thank you. Lily was stunned. Young Master Jun. When she looked carefully, she found that it was Jun Wudao, the young master of the Jun family. Feng Liu actually knows someone from the Jun family in Daqin, and he can even get Jun Wudao to personally bring people to rescue him. What kind of charm and ability does this man have? Lily stared at Feng Liu thoughtfully, her curiosity about him reaching its peak at this moment. Jun Wudao rolled his eyes at Feng Liu in annoyance and said, Don't thank me. My dad insisted that I come here. It's the middle of the night. Do you think I want to come? Feng Liu smiled nonchalantly, but you finally came. He had long guessed that the Shen family would not give up after being humiliated in the hospital last time, and would definitely take the opportunity to look for him again, so he contacted Zhang Wushang and asked him to arrange people to ambush in secret in advance, so that the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Jun Wudao was speechless and changed the subject casually. By the way, what are you going to do about this Shen Yunnan? Feng Liu said, oh, and glanced at Shen Yunnan on the ground, looking at him as if he was looking at a stray dog. Bar. Shen Yunnan struggled to raise his head and spat at Feng Liu. Mr. Feng, I am warning you. If you dare to touch me again, you will become the mortal enemy of my Shen family, and you will have a hard time in the imperial city. Jun Wudao was also a little afraid and reminded Feng Liu in a low voice. Forget it. You got the prize today. After all, the Shen family is the second largest family in Imperial City. It will be very disadvantageous to you if you mess with them. Feng Liu sneered as if he didn't hear it, raised his foot and stepped hard on Shen Yunnan's face, looking down at him condescendingly. Not only do I dare to move my fingers, I also dare to move my feet. What, are you going to get up and kill me? Shen Yunnan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The next second, Feng Liu raised and retracted his hand, and everyone saw a flash of cold light from his sleeves. Shen Yunnan was instantly silenced and stopped struggling, with a large pool of dark red under his neck. Jun Wudao frowned. Feng Liu, you are going too far. You are really in big trouble now. My Jun family will not care about you anymore. After saying that, Jun Wudao turned around and was about to leave. Feng Liu called out to him, wait, Master Jun, I have something else to say. Jun Wudao said unhappily, I have nothing to say to a villain like you. Feng Liu sneered indifferently, and leaned close to Jun Wudao's ear, Master Jun, let me remind you that Shen Yunnan was beaten by your Jun family first today. So you had planned it all along to drag my Feng family into this? How despicable and shameless. Jun Wudao understood Feng Liu's intention and said with gritted teeth. Feng Liu spread his hands and said, look at what you said. How can you call it dragging me into this? This is called cooperation. The Jun family and I are in the same boat now. Next, the Jun family will either wait for the Shen family to cause trouble for you, or join me in completely destroying the Shen family. Master Jun, think it over carefully. Wait a minute, I'll discuss it with my dad. Jun Wudao had no choice but to step aside and call Jun Wushang. He described the whole thing to Jun Wushang, still not satisfied, and cursed, Dad, I told you a long time ago that Feng Liu is not a good guy. Stop talking. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Wushang interrupted Zhang Wudao mercilessly. What do you know? If you were the same as Feng Liu, I could live a few more years. Dad. Zhang Wudao said with emotion, this Feng Liu is indeed more resourceful than I thought. It seems that our Zhang family is not only helping him, but has also been dragged down by him. Okay, you block the phone. My dad has something to tell you. Feng Liu took the phone and said, Master Zhang, what do you think of what I said? What else can we do? My Zhang family has decided to stand with you and help you go to war with the Shen and Chen families. Zhang Wushang said this, but his tone was full of admiration that he couldn't hide. Although he had expected this, Feng Liu was overjoyed when he heard Zhang Wushang's promise in person. Great. I wish our two families a happy cooperation in advance. Chapter 30 The Shen family's sky collapses. That's right. After a pause, Zhang Wushang reminded Feng Liu. Anti-cancer drugs have official support. The project is still in the hands of the Shen family. If they really succeed, it will be equivalent to being tied to the official. At that time, even with the strength of our two families, we will not be able to deal with the Shen family. We don't have much time left. Feng Liu smiled confidently. Don't worry, the one cooperating with the government on the anti-cancer drug project must be my Feng family. Okay. Zhang Wushang was completely relieved now. If someone else said this, he would just think that he was bragging, but when Feng Liu said it himself, Zhang Wushang knew that he must be 100% sure, and Feng Liu did have the ability. After hanging up the phone, Feng Liu returned the phone to Zhang Wudao and gave him some special instructions. Master Zhang, please send a few people to help me send Shen Yunnan's body back to the Shen family. I want the entire Shen family to collect the body. Zhang Wudao immediately refused. Why should I listen to you? I won't go. If you want to go, you can send it yourself. Feng Liu smiled and was in no hurry to speak. The next second, Zhang Wudao's cell phone received a message. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from my father. From now on, you will listen to Feng Liu's arrangements and do whatever he tells you to do. Zhang Wudao was so angry that he clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do but order people to deliver the body. In front of the Shen family villa. Son! An old wail echoed through the sky. The old man of the Shen family, Shen Jian, fell on Shen Yunnan's body and asked the housekeeper tremblingly. Who made him like this? The housekeeper looked sad. It was the Zhang family who sent the young master back. When he came, he was already dead. The Zhang family also sent a message to the old master, saying that. The housekeeper hesitated and couldn't say anything. Shen Jian roared, Speak! Feng Liu, chairman of the Feng family, admitted that the young master was killed by him, and said that if the master has the ability, he can go and seek revenge on him. He awaits your visit. Facing Shen Jian's anger, the housekeeper spoke very cautiously. You are such a jerk. Do you still have any law? Shen Jian angrily ordered the housekeeper, too arrogant, call the police immediately, I want to send him to jail. Shoot him 100 times. Master, we have no evidence to report the case, the butler reminded. Hearing this, Shen Jian was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe, and it took him a long time to recover. He gritted his teeth in hatred and dug his fingers into his palms. Is there no other way? All right, Feng Liu. Blood debt must be paid with blood, I swear to kill you. As he spoke, Shen Jian already had an idea in mind. Yes, I have an old friend who used to be a subordinate of the Black Dragon King. As long as he is willing to come out of the mountains, it will be as easy to kill him as to kill an ant. Chen Jian instructed the housekeeper, settling the young master down and setting up the morning hall. I will go visit this old friend and ask him to come out of retirement. Okay, sir, don't worry. The butler agreed. Shen Jian looked at Shen Yunnan, tears streaming down his face. Son, wait for your father. On the day of burial, I will offer Feng Liu's head in front of your spirit and avenge you. The other side. After Zhang Wudao and his men left, only Feng Liu and Li Li were left. Feng Liu originally planned to leave, but out of the corner of his eye he unexpectedly noticed that Li Li looked a little pale. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Liu finally asked. What's wrong with you? Li Li bit her lip and shook her head. I'm fine. Unexpectedly, the action pulled the wound. Li Li hissed and frowned. Chapter 31 Li Li's treasure body. You are injured. Feng Liu spoke, not as a question, but as an affirmation. Before Li Li could say anything, Feng Liu took a step forward, put his arm around her waist, and easily carried her on his shoulders amid Li's exclamations. "Put me down, you bastard! Shut up! If you move again, your injury will get worse. I guarantee you won't be able to get out of bed for half a month." Feng Liu took big strides forward, speaking threateningly. In this way, Feng Liu forcibly took Li back home. As soon as they entered the door, when they saw clearly the person Feng Liu was carrying on his shoulders, Ling Qingxiao, who was wearing a nightgown and her hot body was faintly visible, came up to them with an exclamation. "Xiao Li, what's wrong with you?" Li forced a smile at Ling Qingxiao. "Godmother, I'm fine, don't worry. I'm taking her back to her room to heal. Don't follow her." Feng Liu said this coldly, then carried Li upstairs to the bedroom. "Good." Ling Qingxiao agreed, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Feng Liu's back, and he felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. "Why do I feel so lonely when I see him carrying another woman into the room?" Ling Qingxiao thought to himself. Feng Liu entered the bedroom, closed the door, put Li on the bed, took out the medicine box, and naturally reached out to unbutton her clothes. Li looked at him warily. "What are you going to do? Heal your wounds? How can I apply medicine to you if you don't take off your clothes? Your godmother is watching you downstairs. Are you still afraid of what I might do to you?" Feng Liu looked serious. "Real." Li relaxed a little, but was still a little worried. Feng Liu deliberately provoked her. "Oh. You are not afraid of what I will do to you? Don't worry, I am not interested in you at all. Is it because you like me that you are shy?" Being provoked like this, Li was so angry that her face turned red, and she took off all her clothes in a hurry, leaving only her white underwear. Her face was red as if blood was about to drip out, and her heart was beating like a drum, but for the sake of face, she still insisted on raising her head, closing her eyes and sticking out her chest. "Who likes you? Take it off if you want. Come on, apply the medicine." At this moment, Feng Liu was amazed by Li in front of him. Unexpectedly, this little girl is really a hidden talent. She usually wears loose black clothes, but she actually has such a sexy and graceful body hidden underneath. The two breasts above the waist were towering, like white jade, trembling slightly with her nervous and rapid breathing. If you look further down, you can see that the waist is soft and slender, and can be held in one hand. The undulations below the waist are firm and round. The slender and smooth long legs were exposed and slightly parted, as if making an alluring invitation to him. Feng Liu swallowed unconsciously. It turns out that none of these 7 sisters are simple. Li waited for a long time but saw no movement from Feng Liu. She opened her eyes in confusion and met Feng Liu's naked gaze staring at her. She immediately became angry and said, "You bastard! You peeked at me." While scolding Li, she reached out to take clothes, but Feng Liu pressed down on her like a mountain and pushed her down on the bed. Li didn't care about the pain in her body, struggled hard, and punched Feng Liu. "Let me go. Don't move." Feng Liu's magnetic and pleasant voice sounded beside Li's ears, as gentle as coaxing a child. "Don't hurt yourself again, I will feel bad, dear, I will apply medicine for you right away." Li, who had never been in such close contact with a man, was stunned for a moment and stopped struggling. Feng Liu dipped his fingers into the ointment and applied it to the bruises on Li's injuries. Hiss. Li felt a little pain and couldn't help but cry out softly. "Does it hurt?" Feng Liu immediately reduced the strength of his hands, and his movements were as gentle as a feather, causing Li's body to tremble uncontrollably and quickly get goosebumps. After applying it, Li clearly felt that the pain in her body was relieved a lot. She gradually relaxed and looked at the man in front of her unobtrusively. His eyes were downcast, his nose was high, his lips were full, and he looked extremely serious and gentle when applying the medicine, as if he was facing a fragile and rare treasure. To be fair, this man is still very handsome, and there is an inexplicable attractive temperament about him. "All right." Feng Liu raised his eyes, and Li had no time to dodge, and their eyes met. The distance between them was so close that when their eyes met, Li felt that everything around her seemed to have faded away. Only the man's deep eyes were left in front of her. They were like obsidian and carried a fatal attraction. Li blinked blankly. There was an ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them, spreading out bit by bit. Feng Liu was very satisfied. Every action and word he had just made were carefully planned, and it seemed that they had achieved the expected effect. It seems that this stubborn woman will soon take the bait. He was looking forward to who would be the second sister he slept with after Jiyu Nanyuan. Han Yu? Or is it the Mu Chuyun who had a fight? But at the moment, it seemed that Li Li was more likely to fall into his trap. Feng Liu continued to the next step. He suddenly stood up, distanced himself from the two of them, and said expressionlessly, "The medicine has been applied, you can go now." What? It was like a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on my head. Li Li was a little slow to react. How come this man suddenly seemed like a different person? Are you stupid, girl? This is called being hot and cold, close yet distant. It is extremely useful for dealing with girls with her personality. Feng Liu thought to himself proudly, ignored her, turned around and went to the closet to get a home coat, turned sideways towards Li Li and began to unbutton his shirt. Li Li suddenly reacted, her face felt hot and her whole face quickly turned red. She was angry and annoyed. "You filthy rascal! You shameless bastard! You pervert!" Without stopping the movement of his hands, Feng Liu raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "Who is the hooligan anyway? What's wrong with me changing clothes in my own bedroom? It's even more perverted than if someone secretly hacked into my computer camera and spied on me." You. Li Li was speechless and felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "I'm home." She said something, got up hurriedly and was about to leave. "Hello." Feng Liu called her. Li Li turned around and glared at him, saying unhappily, "What for?" Feng Liu looked her up and down and asked, "Are you planning to leave like this and let your godmother see you? What are you looking at?" As Li Li looked down, she screamed in fear and covered her chest tightly. At this moment, she was only wearing underwear. If her godmother saw her outside, she would probably make all kinds of misunderstandings. "It's all your fault." Li Li rushed to the bed, picked up her clothes and put them on hastily. Feng Liu turned his back and blinked hard a few times. His eyes turned red instantly and he turned his head to act miserable. "I caused it." "You are so hurtful to say that." "This time, in order to save you and prevent him from causing trouble for you in the future, I stabbed Shen Yunnan to death regardless of everything, and even made the entire Shen family an enemy. Next, I will definitely be retaliated against fiercely by the Shen family, and then I will be arrested and imprisoned for decades, and my life will be over." As he spoke, Feng Liu sighed again and looked at Li Li with a determined look. "But as long as I can protect you, I am willing to do all this." "I don't care about you. I didn't ask you to kill anyone." Li Li fled from the bedroom. Ling Qingxiao was sitting in the living room in a daze. Hearing the noise, he looked up hurriedly and saw Li Li running down from upstairs. His face looked a little strange, and there was no sign of Feng Liu behind him. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Qingxiao stood up and went to greet him. "Xiao Li, what's wrong with you? Where's Feng Liu?" "You too." "Godmother, I have something urgent to do, so let's not talk about it now. Let's go." Li Li didn't have time to explain to Ling Qingxiao and left in a hurry. Looking at her back, Ling Qingxiao turned around and glanced at the closed door of Feng Liu's bedroom upstairs with a complicated expression. Li Li saw and heard Feng Liu's sincere look and words just now, which stirred up a storm in her heart. She was moved and shocked. She stood outside the house, bit her lip and thought for a while, then took out her cell phone and made a call. The call is connected. "Fourth sister, do me a favor." Upstairs, Feng Liu leaned on the edge of the balcony, taking in the entire scene. He raised the corners of his mouth confidently, his eyes full of smugness of having won. He knew that Li Li had taken the bait. In the original book, although she is tough-mouthed and likes to be secluded in front of the computer, she is actually very soft-hearted. Chapter 32, The Rice is almost a fait accompli. "Fourth sister, I'll come over and tell you the details now." Li Li hung up the phone and hurriedly hailed a taxi and left. At this moment, there was a knock on the door behind Feng Liu. He turned back into their house, pulled over a chair, sat down lazily against the back, and lit a cigarette. "Come in." Ling Qingxiao pushed the door open, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Aunt, do you have something to ask me?" Feng Liu took a puff of his cigarette, looked straight at Ling Qingxiao, slowly exhaled a circle of his eyes. His posture was lazy, and his smile was frivolous. "You?" Ling Qingxiao's breath was choked and she was speechless for a moment. She had just knocked on the door impulsively in a fit of anger. Ever since the last incident, She has been reminding herself to avoid being in close proximity with Feng Liu in the same space to avoid embarrassment. Now that they were in the same room again, Ling Qingxiao couldn't help but recall the charming scene between them at the dining table, and his heartbeat quickened unconsciously. If you have nothing else to do, I'm going to rest now. Please go out and close the door. Seeing that Feng Liu was about to kick her out, Ling Qingxiao suddenly became anxious. What is your relationship with Xiaoli? That child has always disliked getting close to outsiders, especially contact with the opposite sex. Why is she so abnormal today? Ling Qingxiao took a deep breath and asked the question that was weighing on his mind. After she finished speaking, she added one more sentence. After all, she is my goddaughter. As a godmother, it is normal for me to care about her. It feels like I'm adding unnecessary explanations out of a guilty conscience. Oh? Really? Feng Liu chuckled and hooked his finger at Ling Qingxiao. You are standing so far away from me. Come closer and I will tell you. With hesitation, Ling Qingxiao slowly approached Feng Liu. Unexpectedly, just as she got closer, before she could react, she felt her wrist being suddenly pulled. A cry of surprise escaped from his mouth, and after a dizzying moment, Ling Qingxiao was already sitting astride Feng Liu. The two faced each other, their breaths entwined. Ling Qingxiao was restrained in Feng Liu's strong and solid embrace, and the two were in an extremely ambiguous posture. For a moment, Ling Qingxiao felt that he could hear his own frantic heartbeat. Let me go. Ling Qingxiao supported himself on Feng Liu's solid chest with his elbows and twisted and struggled. I'm warning you. If you move again, you will suffer the consequences. Feng Liu half closed his eyes and his breathing gradually became heavier. Ling Qingxiao was stunned, and then immediately felt the heat under her body. She stopped moving instantly and dared not struggle anymore. Feng Liu pressed his fingers against her back, sliding them gently down along her spine, with just the right amount of force, causing Ling Qingxiao's body to tremble uncontrollably. He spoke in a hoarse voice. Aunt, are you jealous? How could I? Ling Qingxiao was embarrassed and annoyed, and denied it. The next second, the words he had just spoken were swallowed up in a passionate kiss. Feng Liu gently bit Ling Qingxiao's lips, and his smooth and slightly cool tongue deftly probed into her teeth and entangled with them. Ling Qingxiao felt dizzy from the kiss, and the desire that had been hidden deep in her body for a long time was gradually aroused. She unconsciously reached out, hooked her hands around Feng Liu's neck, and kissed him back passionately. I don't know how long they kissed before they separated slightly. At this moment, Ling Qingxiao's face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, her hair was wet with sweat and stuck to the sides of her face, her body was half exposed, her red lips were open and she was breathing slightly, which was indescribably sexy and seductive. Feng Liu's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he couldn't help but hold Ling Qingxiao's shiny earlobe. Aunt, I want to take good care of you, please give it to me, okay? Ling Qingxiao clenched her fists tightly at her side. The only bit of rationality she had left told her to refuse, but every cell in her body deeply longed for a closer contact with Feng Liu. Feng Liu stuck out his tongue and licked her earlobe lightly. In an instant, the powerful desire overcame the last bit of rationality, and Ling Qingxiao let out a soft moan. Feng Liu couldn't wait to unbutton his pants with one hand and take off Ling Qingxiao's clothes with the other. He grabbed her perineum with both hands, lifted her whole body up, and pretended to thrust his waist forward. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly like thunder. Ling Qingxiao trembled all over, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He pushed Feng Liu away, jumped to the ground barefoot, hurriedly picked up the clothes scattered on the ground, and ran out of the door. Fuck it! Feng Liu gasped and angrily threw the cup next to him to the ground and broke it. When he was about to solve the problem himself, he heard Ling Qingxiao crying at the top of his lungs from downstairs. I want to see which bastard ruined my plan. I'll kill you. He put on his clothes and went downstairs cursing. Ling Qingxiao held the phone tightly and squatted on the ground crying helplessly. Who's calling? Feng Liu asked unhappily. It's their hospital. Ling Qingxiao's mind was full of his son's affairs at the moment, sobbing and saying, the doctor said that Xiaoyi's injury can't be cured completely, and he is destined to be a eunuch in this life. Hearing this, Feng Liu was delighted and almost laughed out loud. Now he was completely certain of one thing, that is, the more affection the seven sisters had for him, the less luck Zhang Lingyi would have. Now that Zhang Lingyi has become a complete cripple, it means that he is no longer qualified to compete with me for women. I must speed up the process and win over the seven sisters. Feng Liu said proudly in his heart. Ling Qingxiao had no idea what was going on in his mind at the moment. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, she became extremely panicked. She grabbed Feng Liu's hand tightly as if it were a life-saving straw, and tears kept streaming down her face. Feng Liu. What do you think I should do in the future? What should Xiao Yi do in the future? Chapter 33 First Meeting with Yarn Yuchi. What to do? Of course, I will replace him and let myself become the true master of destiny. Ahem. Feng Liu covered his mouth with his hands and pretended to cough a few times to hide the smile on his lips. He frowned, looking extremely distressed, and put his hand on Ling Qingxiao's shoulder to comfort him. Aunt, don't worry, Xiao Yi is my brother, I won't let him get hurt in vain. Ling Qingxiao was a little surprised. What do you mean? To be honest, I have already set up the trap and am waiting for the Shen family to take the bait. Soon I will take action to eliminate the Shen family and avenge my cousin. This. Ling Qingxiao was stunned for a moment. Thank you, Feng Liu. I was wrong about you before. While Ling Qingxiao thanked Feng Liu, he still had a hint of doubt in his heart. She always felt something was wrong. Feng Liu's attitude towards Xiao Yi has recently taken a 180-degree turn. Moreover, he deliberately approached Li Li and Han Yu, his goddaughters. What was his plan? She is not a fool, but a strong woman with strategy. But physically, it is easy for Feng Liu to control it. But spiritually, she still has her own independent ideas, otherwise she would not have raised 7 goddaughters in secret by herself. Feng Liu, you've been so good to our Xiao Yi, how can I repay you? Ling Qingxiao asked tentatively, setting a trap for Feng Liu in order to find out his true purpose. Unfortunately, no matter how smart and scheming Ling Qingxiao was, she was still not as good as Feng Liu. Because Feng Liu knew Ling Qingxiao in the book, he saw through her doubts about him at a glance. But he didn't care. Feng Liu looked sincere. I helped Xiao Yi out of my own will, without any ulterior motive. Think about it carefully, otherwise I will feel guilty. Ling Qingxiao continued to test. By the way, Aunt, when you mentioned that, I suddenly remembered something. I heard that Su Huai has an anti-cancer drug project. I think this is a project with great profit margins and is very beneficial to the development of the company. I can also make more money from this project to find a famous doctor for Xiao Yi to treat his illness, so I want to take it. You are Su Huai's godmother, so your words must be useful. Can you help me with this? Ling Qingxiao was somewhat surprised by this answer. Could it be that Feng Liu could really put aside his personal grudges and only think about Xiao Yi and her? What on earth is he up to? Ling Qingxiao couldn't figure out a clue for a moment, so he had to delay the offer and declined. Huai has always been very strict about her work. She makes all the decisions on these matters by herself. As her godmother, I cannot make the decision for her. Knowing that this woman was a thoughtful person and would not be easily tricked, and not expecting her to be of any help, Feng Liu smiled faintly and did not expose her. After returning to the room, Feng Liu received a message from Han Yu. Feng Liu, do you have time? I have an appointment with 6th sister and Yarn Yuchi. Have. Then let's meet at Gi Yunshan private restaurant at 12 noon. Okay. Seal the flow back to the past message. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, Feng Liu took a shower, changed into a casual white shirt, fixed his hairstyle, and looked in the mirror before leaving. Perfect. Feng Liu hummed a song with satisfaction and went out to keep the appointment. On the way, he received a strange phone call. Hello, who are you? The female voice on the other end was cold and decisive. Hello, Mr. Feng, I am Tang Ruoshua from Xingshi Real Estate. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Feng Liu quickly searched for such a person from his memory. Tang Ruoshua, the beautiful CEO of Xingshi Real Estate, is also a very powerful character in the novel. In the later period, she becomes a strong woman who is on par with her sisters. Moreover, Xingshi Real Estate will eventually flourish in her hands and become one of the Fortune 500 companies. She has a stubborn and tenacious character and likes to challenge impossible things. The more difficult the task is, the more she wants to do it. Oh. Feng Liu already had an idea in mind, and replied indifferently, is there something you want to talk to me about? On the other end of the phone, Tang Ruoshua raised her eyebrows slightly and immediately became somewhat interested in Feng Liu. She directly expressed her purpose. I know that the Dayu Mountain project is in the hands of Feng Group and Jiu Nanyuan, but you lack the materials for building the house. We at Xingxia Real Estate can definitely provide that. So what? Feng Liu asked knowingly. Tang Ruoshua chuckled and said confidently, Boss Feng is really humorous, I want to cooperate with you. I'm sorry, but I don't have any intention of cooperating with your company for the time being. Feng Liu decisively refused, and planned to deliberately keep Tang Ruoshua hanging in order to maximize his benefits. Tang Ruoshua was quite surprised. Boss Feng, would you like to reconsider the strength of our company? Boss Tang, I'm a little busy. I'm hanging up now. Feng Liu said something flirtatious and hung up the phone without waiting for Tang Ruoshua to turn around. Hey! You! Hearing the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Tang Ruoshua felt rejected for the first time in her life. She suppressed her anger, took a deep breath, and gave instructions to the female assistant in the passenger seat. The invitation for this afternoon is cancelled. You must immediately print out all the information about Feng Liu and send it to my office. I want to study it carefully. Yes, Mr. Tang. Giyunshan Private Restaurant. When Feng Liu arrived at the door, it was exactly 12 o'clock noon. The waiter led him to a private room. Sir, please come in. When Feng Liu entered the box, Han Yu and a young girl were already waiting inside. Seeing Feng Liu coming in, Han Yu happily stood up to greet him. You're here. Feng Liu nodded and looked at Han Yu, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Her outfit today was different from usual. She had combed her long hair into a bun, and her makeup was also different from the usual delicate and gorgeous makeup of big stars. Instead, she wore a light pink and transparent makeup. She wore puff short sleeves and a light pink pleated skirt, looking pure and cute. How is it? I look good today, don't I? Catching the experience in his eyes, Han Yu puffed out her chest confidently and asked with a smile. It's okay. Feng Liu teased her deliberately. Humph. You have no taste. Han Yu pinched Feng Liu's arm hard and sat down angrily. Feng Liu sat down and took a sip of tea. Didn't they say that Su Huai would come? Why don't we see her? Sixth sister had agreed to come, but she just sent me a message saying that she was delayed by an anti-cancer drug project and couldn't make it, so she asked us to eat on our own. Han Yu explained. Feng Liu said, I think he knew I was coming, so he was hiding on purpose. Han Yu was extremely embarrassed when her excuse was exposed. She coughed a few times to ease the embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. She looked at the young girl next to her and then at Feng Liu. Hey! Look at my brain. It's been such a long time and I still haven't introduced you two to each other. This is my good friend, singer Yarn Yuchi. Yarn Yuchi waved at Feng Liu and smiled shyly. Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Feng Liu. Feng Liu Hui greeted her and looked at her inconspicuously. The girl has a petite figure, skin as white as porcelain, and ordinary facial features, but her eyes are exceptionally round and black, like grapes, with 2 dimples. She cannot be said to be beautiful, but she is fresh and cute. Han Yu continued the introduction. Yuchi sings very well, but her creative ability is not strong. She has never found the right songs since her debut and has always felt that her talent is not appreciated. After saying that, she winked at Yarn Yuchi and motioned for her to speak herself. Yarn Yuchi took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to look at Feng Liu. Mr. Feng, I really like the song It's You that you composed. I was amazed the first time I heard it. I hope you can authorize me to sing it. I will definitely do my best to sing this song well. Please believe me. Feng Liu did not answer, but just lowered his head and stroked the wall of the cup. This made Han Yu and Yarn Yuchi look at each other, feeling uneasy, and the box fell into silence. Feng Liu counted silently in his heart, and when he saw that the time was almost right, he slowly opened his mouth and deliberately rejected Yarn Yuchi. I can't sing this song for you. Hearing this, Yarn Yuchi bit her lips tightly, unable to hide the disappointment in her eyes. Han Yu was a little emotional and spoke up for her good friend. Hey! Why do you deny her? She has a sweet voice and is very suitable for this song. Feng Liu shook his head and deliberately spoke harshly. The voice is only one aspect. A good singer must be able to compose. Composition is the life and soul of a singer. Her composition ability is too poor. She has never been in a relationship and does not have the empathy for love songs. Such a singer has no future. Even if this song becomes popular, it will only be a flash in the pan. After saying this, Yarn Yuchi's face turned pale and red. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers, tears welling up in her eyes. Han Yu felt a little distressed, so she put her arm around her shoulders and comforted her softly. Don't listen to him. In my heart, you are the best singer. Yarn Yuchi shook her head hesitantly. He's right, I've never been in a relationship. I love singing, but I've never been recognized for my talent. I've failed in every aspect of my life. Maybe I'm really not suitable for the entertainment industry, not for this market. Chapter 34, One Ring After Another. A strong sense of humiliation and inferiority surged into her heart. Yarn Yuchi clenched her hands on her knees tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She closed her eyes and opened them again, took a deep breath, and smiled at Han Yu and Feng Liu while pretending to be calm. I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment, so I'll excuse myself, Mr. Feng. After saying that, she stood up and left quickly. Yuchi? Han Yu stood up anxiously and wanted to chase after her. Feng Liu forced her to sit down and said, finish lunch with me first. I'm already pissed off by you, and you still want to eat lunch? Eat your big head. Han Yu frowned, her eyes flashing with anger. Feng Liu, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Not only did you not give me the song, but you also spoke so harshly. Why do you treat a little girl who loves singing like this? Feng Liu stuffed Han Yu's cup into her hand. Queen, can you please not be so impulsive? Look how angry you are. Take a sip of water and calm down. Give me a chance and listen to what I think. Okay, go ahead. Han Yu rolled her eyes unhappily. Let me see what you can come up with. I suppressed her on purpose. On purpose. Han Yu's eyes widened instantly, with a look of confusion on her face. Feng Liu nodded. I will help her. Next, I will work directly with Yarn Yuchi to make an album. I can create 9 more songs, and add Not You to make a total of 10 songs. I can guarantee that once this album is released, she will definitely become a hit. Is this true? This is so great. Hearing this, Han Yu's eyes suddenly lit up and she stared at Feng Liu with burning eyes. Feng Liu keeps my word. As he spoke, Feng Liu pretended to sigh in pain. Alas. I put so much effort into planning for you, but I didn't expect to be scolded. I'm so sad. After hearing what he said, Han Yu suddenly felt a little guilty. She took Feng Liu's hand and shook it gently, saying coquettishly, I'm sorry. You know me, I'm a bit impulsive, but I don't mean any harm. I know you're the best. Can you forgive me? Seeing the movie queen being submissive and acting coquettish for him, becoming like this little bird that depends on him, Feng Liu felt very comfortable and smiled in a chic manner. I was just kidding. How could I be really mad at you? Han Yu giggled and asked with some confusion. By the way, since you have such a good plan, why didn't you just tell Yuchi directly? Why did you have to make her angry and leave? Feng Liu looked at Han Yu affectionately. Because I miss you, I want to create a space for you to be alone without anyone disturbing you. Han Yu stared at Feng Liu in a daze and her heart seemed to skip a beat. Feng Liu looked at her without saying anything, his eyes gazing at her deeply with infinite affection. He reached out and gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. He is so handsome. So gentle. So nice. This series of attacks made Han Yu's heart beat wildly, and she cheered in her heart. The two of them ate the meal in an extremely ambiguous manner, and their eyes were full of ambiguity when they looked at each other. After the meal, Han Yu was still reluctant to leave and wanted to ask Feng Liu to go for another cup of coffee. Feng Liu was secretly planning in his mind at this time. While the atmosphere between the two of them was good, he would invite Han Yu to his home or hotel and take her down. While the two were thinking about it, Han Yu received a message from Su Huai. Third sister, I'm so hungry. I just finished eating here, I'll bring you food right away. After some hesitation, Han Yu decided to go find Su Huai. She packed a few new dishes and said to Feng Liu, I have to go to the hospital to deliver food to Huai, so I can't accompany you. I'll treat you to a meal when you are free. When Feng Liu heard that he was going to meet Su Huai, there was no reason for him not to go. He temporarily gave up his plan to overthrow Han Yu at this moment and volunteered. I send you. Thinking of Su Huai's refusal to meet Feng Liu, Han Yu opened her mouth to decline, but Feng Liu had already walked out the door with the car keys. She also wanted to spend more time with Feng Liu, so she comforted herself, it's okay, Just send him to the hospital and don't let him go up there so they don't meet. The car soon arrived at the hospital entrance. See you another day, remember to contact me when you have time. Han Yu looked in the mirror, took out her sunglasses and mask, fully armed, and said goodbye to Feng Liu. Okay, we can talk about the new movie next time. Feng Liu said casually. Upon hearing this, Han Yu instantly withdrew her hand that was about to open the car door and asked excitedly. Any new progress on the new movie? Well, it's tentatively a science fiction film called The Wandering Earth. Feng Liu said lightly. Chapter 35 I Want to Fight You Again. Science fiction. Han Yu was a little confused and curious. Why did you suddenly think of making this type of film? The market for science fiction films is very sluggish right now. It's hard to even recoup the cost, let alone make a profit. Feng Liu smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. I won't do anything unless I'm 100% sure. I can guarantee that this movie will be a big hit and even set a new box office record. Seeing that Han Yu was obviously very interested in the movie, he added another sentence. I hope you can be the leading actress of The Wandering Earth. Really? Han Yu was still a little worried despite being happy. You don't mind if I act out passionate scenes with other actors? You said before that there are a lot of them. Well. Feng Liu pretended to frown and thought, then I have to test whether your acting skills have improved recently. While Han Yu was stunned, Feng Liu had already leaned over to her, pinched her chin, and kissed her slightly open lips. Han Yu was petrified instantly, her head buzzed and her eyes widened. She wanted to struggle, but Feng Liu pressed the back of her neck even harder, pinning her to the seat. This kiss was more intense and domineering than the last one. Han Yu stopped thinking and instinctively wrapped her arms around Feng Liu's neck, kissing him back shyly. When Han Yu was kissed until her head was dizzy and her whole body was soft, Feng Liu finally let her go. His obsidian eyes stared hotly at her moist lips that were swollen from kissing. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he lowered his head to peck her lips gently again. After the kiss, he exerted a little force with his arms and held Han Yu in his arms. At this time, Han Yu was as obedient as a cat, nestling in Feng Liu's arms. Feng Liu rested his chin on the top of her head and explained lovingly. Stupid, of course I mind. That's why there won't be any love scenes in this movie. It's about a group of heroes saving the Earth. Han Yu felt very sweet in her heart, but she said it in a scolding tone. Humph, so the kiss scene you mentioned was just an attempt to deliberately take advantage of me. At worst, I'll give it back to you. Feng Liu lifted her chin with one hand, and breathed warm, hormonal air lightly on Han Yu's face, his voice full of temptation. Facing this magnified handsome face, Han Yu swallowed cowardly and could not help but close her eyes, pouting her lips with her eyelashes lightly wrapped around her. Third sister. What are you doing? A deafening scream of a girl suddenly came from outside the car. When Han Yu heard Su Huai's voice, she immediately regained her senses and broke free from Feng Liu's arms. She covered her face and thought to herself, oh no, how could she be seduced by this handsome guy Feng Liu and even forget about delivering the meal? It turned out that Su Huai waited in the office but Han Yu didn't come yet. She was worried that something might have happened to her on the way, or that she was recognized by fans and was blocked downstairs, so she hurried downstairs to find her. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got down, I saw a huge shocking scene of two people kissing in the car. Su Huai opened the car door and angrily pulled Han Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, out of the car. Feng Liu straightened his collar and hair and got out of the car. Su Huai looked at Han Yu with disbelief on her face. Third sister, are you crazy? Why are you with this man? And with him, have you been deceived by him? Feng Liu said nothing. He leaned against the car with his arms folded and looked at Su Huai silently. Because she came down in a hurry, she didn't have time to change into her white coat, but even such loose clothes could not cover the big breasts, which were surging and ready to burst out. Moreover, this woman not only has a devilish figure, but also has a very delicate and perfect face, especially her eyes. Her eyes are cold and clear, but the tails of her eyes upturned, which brings with her a natural charm. Coldness and charm are perfectly combined in this woman. It's absolutely amazing. Excellent. Feng Liu, what on earth are you trying to do? My third sister is innocent, don't try to deceive her. Seeing Feng Liu's unfriendly look, Su Huai stood in front of Han Yu and questioned Feng Liu vigilantly and harshly. Seeing that the situation was tense between the two, Han Yu hurriedly pulled Su Huai's clothes and tried to smooth things over. Sixth sister, you misunderstood. The phone group is interested in being the agent for anti-cancer drugs and would like to talk to you. Su Huai refused coldly, being an agent for anti-cancer drugs. Don't even think about it. Sixth sister. Han Yu wanted to persuade her. Su Huai glared at Han Yu angrily. Third sister, don't speak for him. I think you have been brainwashed by him. Have you forgotten about your younger brother? He has lost his fertility now, and it must be related to him. Feng Liu finally spoke and walked up to Su Huai with his hands in his pockets. Su Huai is very tall, 172 centimeters tall, but she is still almost a head shorter than Feng Liu. Feng Liu said confidently, Vice President Su, don't be so absolute. Maybe you will change your mind soon. Su Huai sneered, I'm sorry, I may disappoint you, I'll tell you the truth. I'm most optimistic about the Shen family as the agent. They are stronger than your Feng family, so don't even think about it. President Su, let's just wait and see. Feng Liu curled his lips into a smile, waved at Han Yu, got into the car and left in a dashing manner. Han Yu looked at the direction Feng Liu left with some reluctance. Seeing her third sister looking so useless, Su Huai stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. Hey! Stop looking. Sixth sister, Feng Liu is a really good person with great talent. He is not what you think. We misunderstood him before. Han Yu came back to her senses and said. Third sister, what kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. I will never have any contact with him anyway. I am worried about you. You must clear your mind and don't be fooled by this scumbag again. I saw it clearly just now. If I remember correctly, this should be your first kiss. Did you give it to him like this? Su Huai stretched out her finger and tapped Han Yu's head with regret. Han Yu's face turned red, she stuck out her tongue awkwardly and muttered softly. No way. I am only with Feng Liu because of our work relationship. You must have seen it wrong just now. Su Huai shook her head helplessly, took the food from Han Yu, pulled her and turned to walk into the hospital. All right, I'm so hungry, eat with me and go. On the way. Feng Liu was driving while humming a song in a good mood. The cell phone rang, it was Mu Chuyun calling. President Mu, are you missing me? Feng Liu answered the phone and asked casually. Mu Chuyun didn't respond, her voice without any emotion. Feng Liu, I didn't have enough fight with you last time. I want to fight you again this time. Is this a declaration of war? Are you scared? Do you dare to agree? Why not? There's nothing to be afraid of. Why not stretch your muscles with a beautiful woman by your side? Send me the location. After hanging up the phone, Feng Liu turned the car around according to the address he received and headed for the agreed battle location. Feng Liu glanced at the car behind him through the rearview mirror. The car had been following him for a while and this time it turned around and followed him. Good fellow, you dare to follow me. Feng Liu narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Feng family villa. Ling Qingxiao received an email from her subordinates. The email contained only a few words, but it shocked her so much that she almost lost her balance. Shen Yunnan was killed. Her hands holding the phone were shaking, her pupils dilated, and it took her a long time before she looked up to the sky and laughed out loud, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. Har har har, what a good case of evil being punished, Shen Yunnan died a good death. Son, your revenge has been taken. As she smiled, the words Feng Liu had said to her before suddenly popped up in her mind, and she was even more shocked. She didn't believe it at that time, but she didn't expect that he would really do what he said. How did Feng Liu do it? He actually has such great ability. This time he helped Xiaoyi and herself so much, and in return, she should do something. At this time, Su Huai called Ling Qingxiao. Ling Qingxiao wiped away her tears and answered the call. Godmother, I met that scumbag Feng Liu today. As expected, he. Okay, stop talking. I just happen to have something to tell you. Ling Qingxiao thought of the anti-cancer drug project that Feng Liu mentioned, interrupted Su Huai's complaints, and gave an order. Huai, you must immediately give the agency rights for the anti-cancer drugs to Feng Liu. R. Su Huai could hardly believe what she heard and thought she was hallucinating. Hasn't he godmother always hated Feng Liu? What happened? After a brief moment of confusion, although she was reluctant in her heart, Su Huai nodded and agreed to her godmother's request. Okay, godmother. Although she agreed, Su Huai believed that Feng Liu must be behind this. She was so angry that she decided to find out what was going on and called Han Yu. Third sister, please help me make an appointment with Feng Liu. I want to meet him. Chapter 36 The Beautiful Female Master of the Lord of Destiny. When Han Yu heard that Su Huai wanted to make an appointment with Feng Liu, she was still a little worried, fearing that something might happen when these two met. Sixth sister, why don't you just forget it, you guys? Third sister, my godmother asked me to give him the agency rights of the anti-cancer drugs. Su Huai said. Really? So that's what it is. Great. I'll help you make an appointment with him right away. Han Yu hung up the phone with joy. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Huai's eyes as she looked out the window. Feng Liu, what did you do to your godmother and third sister to make them help you so much? I must meet you in person. In the VIP ward of the hospital. The cell phone on the bedside table rang over and over again. Zhang Lingyi lay on the hospital bed with a look of despair, motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. He stared at the ceiling with confused and empty eyes. Ever since he learned that he had completely lost his fertility, he went from being mad with rage at first and unable to accept it, to realizing that the Shen family was wealthy and powerful and that he could do nothing about the culprit, Shen Yunnan, and he fell into endless despair and doubt about life. Finally, when the phone rang for the dozenth time, he blinked and reached out to pick up the phone woodenly. Xiao Yi, you scared me to death, why didn't you answer the phone? The call was finally connected and Ling Qingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Mom. Zhang Lingyi replied indifferently. I have something great to tell you. Ling Qingxiao said impatiently. Zhang Lingyi was not interested at all, but he didn't want to spoil his mother's fun, so he said perfunctorily, oh. Ling Qingxiao said excitedly, son, you know, Feng Liu has avenged you. He killed Shen Yunnan. What? Hearing this, Zhang Lingyi was stunned for a moment, and then a light suddenly lit up in his eyes. He seemed to come alive in an instant, shaking with excitement. Now that your revenge has been achieved, you must cheer up again, listen to the doctor's advice, cooperate with the treatment, and don't let your cousin down. Ling Qingxiao encouraged him at the right time. My cousin is good. Zhang Lingyi nodded heavily, his eyes a little burning, his heart churning with mixed feelings, feeling guilty and moved. Feng Liu was actually willing to go against the entire Shen family for him. I actually still think of my cousin as a thorn in my side. Damn it. In the past, he was narrow-minded and had always misunderstood his cousin, suspecting that he was against him. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyi slapped himself hard and made up his mind secretly. Zhang Lingyi, you are really a piece of shit. You must repay your cousin well in the future, he is your real brother. At this moment, a slender white figure flew in from the window and landed lightly in front of Zhang Lingyi. Its movements were as smooth and seamless as flowing water. Zhang Lingyi came back to his senses, looked at the person who came, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. I have to say that she is a stunning beauty, and she is on par with her elder sister who is rare in the 7 worlds. The woman had black hair like clouds, eyebrows and eyes like paintings. She was dressed in a white dress with fluttering sleeves, and a sword was tucked into her waist. She looked like a fairy from the mortal world, pure and elegant. What was even more special was that the aura she exuded was not like that of a modern person. Zhang Lingyi felt as if he had seen the little dragon girl in a martial arts novel. Are you Zhang Lingyi? The woman looked Zhang Lingyi up and down and nodded, his muscles and bones are still okay. Fuck. Who are you? With the trauma of being beaten last time, even though the girl was a beautiful woman, Zhang Lingyi instantly became alert when he heard her ask this, and his hand had already quietly placed on the call button. What if this woman was a killer hired by an enemy? With her kung fu skills, it would be easy for her to take his life. The woman took in all his actions, smiled faintly, and bowed to him. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Churan. I came down the mountain on the orders of my master to help the Lord of Destiny achieve great achievements. Zhang Lingyi was confused. Master of Destiny. Great achievements. Zhao Churan nodded slightly. That's right, every 10 years in the world is a small era, and in each era a Master of Destiny who gathers luck will be born, and the mission of our Taoist sect is to assist the Master of Destiny and uphold the righteous path. I can understand each word you said individually, but I can't understand them together. Zhang Lingyi scratched his head in confusion. Zhao Churan was stunned, and couldn't help but have a hint of doubt about his master's judgment. With this level of comprehension and intelligence, how did he become the Lord of Destiny? But she soon dismissed the idea. If her master said it was him, there must be a reason. She patiently explained, to put it simply, my master calculated that you are the destiny master of this small era, so he asked me to come down the mountain to assist you. Chapter 37. Do you want to kiss? You, assist me. Zhang Lingyi pointed at Zhao Churan, then at himself, his face full of disbelief. Well, I can help you remove the obstacles and fulfill your wish. Zhao Churan asked him again, is the person you hate the most your cousin? I can help you deal with him. No, please don't hurt him. Zhang Lingyi finally understood this time, but was also shocked. He thought that Zhao Churan was really weird and waved his hands quickly. My cousin is very good to me. Even though he's not my biological brother, he's better than me. You must not hurt him. Seeing Zhang Lingyi's earnest words and sincere eyes, and seeing that he was speaking completely from the heart, Zhao Churan was a little confused. Logically speaking, the fates of Zhang Lingyi and Feng Liu should be in conflict. Hasn't your cousin been bullying you orphans and widows? That's just a rumor spread by busybodies. In order to completely dispel Zhao Churan's idea of hurting Feng Liu, Zhang Lingyi told her his story. Since my uncle Feng Chonghua passed away, all the families in the Feng family wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Feng family. The Shen family was the most arrogant. In order to annex the Feng group, the young master Shen Yunnan personally led people to plot against me, their vice president, and turned me into a half-human, half-ghost. It was my brother who helped me get revenge at all costs. Zhang Lingyi said this, clenching his fists and his eyes red. Zhao Churan didn't believe that Feng Liu was as kind as Zhang Lingyi said, so he reminded Zhang Lingyi. Don't be fooled by him. I learned from the Taoist destiny deduction that this Feng Liu must be a bad person. As long as he exists, he will destroy your luck. How could he be a good person who would truly care about you? Zhao Churan held his chin with one hand and thought for a moment, I suspect he may have planned all this. Hearing her talking about his cousin like that, Zhang Lingyi immediately became furious. He felt that this woman was being weird and talking nonsense, trying to undermine the trust that they had worked so hard to build between brothers. In order to stand up for himself, my cousin was almost beaten by the people brought by Shen Yunnan at the hospital gate. If Mu Chuyun had not arrived, my cousin would have been dead or disabled. This was told to him by his eldest sister Mu Chuyun herself, and it could not be false. Now, in order to avenge himself, my cousin is willing to make enemies with the entire Shen family. She actually said that my cousin is not a good person. This woman is a charlatan and a liar. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyi picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it at Zhao Churan, cursing, don't think that you can lie to others just because you are beautiful. Get out of here right now. You even lied to me. Get out. Zhang Lingyi was so emotional that he started coughing violently. Zhao Churan nimbly dodged the incoming pillow and spoke calmly. Don't get excited, take good care of yourself, I'm leaving first. After saying that, she turned around and jumped out of the window again, landing easily on the ground several dozen meters high. After Zhao Churan landed, he looked back at the window, feeling confused and thinking that something was fishy. How could this happen? The Taoist sect has been calculating destiny for hundreds of years and has never made a mistake. Her bright eyes flashed with a gleam of light, there must be something wrong with this Feng Liu. I have to investigate. The other side. Feng Liu had already driven to Mu Chuyun's martial arts gym. Entering the martial arts hall, the huge venue was empty today, only Mu Chuyun had changed her clothes and had been waiting on the stage for a long time. Seeing Feng Liu, she sneered. You're finally here. What took you so long? I thought you were afraid of me and didn't dare to come. You hid away like a coward. Feng Liu walked onto the stage, remaining calm in the face of her provocation. The beautiful president personally invited me, so why wouldn't I come? Even if I get beaten into a pig's head, it would be my honor and I'd gladly accept it. Sweet-tongued. Yes, you want to kiss. Feng Liu stuck out his tongue. Mu Chuyun has been through many battles, so it is no problem for her to exchange verbal attacks and threats with her opponents. Often before the fight begins, she has already suppressed the opponent verbally and mentally. However, it was the first time that Mu Chuyun encountered a shameless and joking opponent like Feng Liu, and she was speechless for a moment. Shameless. Mu Chuyun finally managed to squeeze out only these 3 words. Feng Liu smiled nonchalantly, unbuttoned a few buttons of his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-shaped arms. Come on, didn't you want to fight again after you didn't have enough last time? Mu Chuyun widened her eyes and looked at the shirt and trousers Feng Liu was wearing. You're going to fight me wearing this, without changing your clothes? If you can't use your fists and feet, don't say I'm bullying you. You look so handsome in this outfit, isn't that how they act in the movies? As Feng Liu spoke, he had already gotten into a stance ready for a fight. This time, Mu Chuyun was completely speechless. The duel officially began. The two men stood opposite each other and bowed to each other. After standing up, Mu Chuyun kicked out like lightning and attacked directly towards Feng's head. The characteristics of her moves are that they are fast, accurate and ruthless. Normally, with one kick from her, even a 200-pound strong man can be kicked 3 or 4 meters away and knocked unconscious on the spot. She can defeat the enemy with just one move. Feng Liu didn't even blink. When Mu Chuyun's foot was only a few millimeters away from his face, he raised his hand swiftly and used his arm to block Mu Chuyun's foot. You don't know your own limitations. Mu Chuyun sneered. If you dare to block with your arm, you probably don't want this arm anymore. With a loud bang, her foot kicked Feng Liu's arm. Feng Liu was as steady as a rock, not moving at all, not even his arms moved. Mu Chuyun was stunned. What was going on? The next second, a piercing pain came from the ankle. Hiss! She cried out in pain, lost her balance and fell backwards. Just when she thought she was going to fall to the ground, she fell into a solid embrace. It was Feng Liu who hugged her. At this moment, Mu Chuyun was shocked and angry. She pushed Feng Liu away and struggled to stand up. This is impossible. The last time I saw him, his internal energy was not so strong. It's only been a few days since I last saw him. How come his strength has increased so quickly? Come again. Jiyu Nanyuan refused to accept the defeat and wanted to fight again. At this moment, more than a dozen masked men in black rushed in from the door of the martial arts hall, holding knives in their hands. They ran straight to the stage and surrounded the two men in an instant. Feng Liu sneered, President Mu, it seems that someone is here to disturb us. The leader of the assassins in black shouted, Feng, you are about to die, but you are still busy picking up girls. You deserve to die just like your father. The leader of the assassins waved his hand and the other assassins rushed forward. Looking at the approaching killer, Mu Chuyun leaned against Feng Liu and got ready. Feng Liu teased her, just now you wanted to hit me, making it look like it was either you or me, why are you on the same side with me now? Mu Chuyun said coldly, you are really careless. You are still in the mood to joke at this critical moment. Let's put things aside. After you and I deal with these killers, we will settle our accounts separately. Feng Liu knew that Mu Chuyun had a warrior sense of loyalty, so he deliberately spoke in a righteous manner. I appreciate your loyalty, but I cannot implicate you today. Everyone has their own responsibilities. You go first and I will stay and deal with it. Listening to his speech, Mu Chuyun was shocked and her opinion of Feng Liu changed a lot. Times of crisis are when a person's character and personality can be best reflected. Mu Chuyun has seen too many cowards who only care about their lives, so Feng Liu's loyalty is precious to her. Feng Liu's move won Mu Chuyun's favor, and her voice softened suddenly. I asked you to come here. I am responsible for your death, so I can't leave. I will help you.